Hello and welcome. We are here with a match between Kiriyama and IceMatrix. This is match 17 in round one. It is an elimination match. Both these players have lost their first game, which means whoever is out of this tournament, whoever loses this game is out of the tournament. So everything is on the line. Tournament survival is on the line. IceMatrix has picked Greece, starting with an intelligent judge. The map is a tiny, square coastal rain basin with unique nations on, with very rare calamities. Everything else looks okay. Let me just double check that they got the prosperities right. They went on modest for both. That's correct. So, yeah. He picked Greece. I can let him know that. All right, so there are... Let's take a look at the... Okay, well, we'll take a look at it next turn, or we can painfully count city sites here. We'll do some panning over the map. So pretty good starting location. Nothing really amazing. I guess there's a bit of clusters wine here, so you could put a nice monastery there. And then a sheep, so kind of leads towards a husbandry start. Free city site over here with some silver, some elephants, some honey and silver up here. We got some crabs on the coast, some dyes over there. Numidians hold the middle of the map with a pretty nice site with wheat and honey. Some vandals. How is our tribe situation? Okay, the tribes instantly don't show up yet. Some barbs in the middle. Thracians down here with a lovely triple marble site. Oh, and another triple marble site. These are mirrored triple marble sites. That'll be very interesting. And then this is the very middle of the map. Sort of Numidian row here. So I guess we have that wheat and honey site mirrored with some camels, some farm, quadruple goat site in the middle, some double ore sites over here, although it's kind of a stretch with triple marble, double ore. Oh wow, there's a lot of marble on this map. Triple marble, and ore, double marble. Wow. Okay. We got some fish and dyes over here, and then crabs. This is mirrored. We got the nice Mithul River here with some horses, barley. And yeah, we will see what Kiriyama picks. Yes, 48 tiles apart. Thank you for calculating that. So relatively, it is a tiny square. I think this is our first tiny in the tournament, if I'm not incorrect. So that does give a couple more city sites, 25 city sites. Thank you, Scientific, for the count. So each player should look to get towards around 12, assuming they fill out their entire side. Or at least, I guess, let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3. Where is the middle of the map? The middle of the map is right here, actually, sorry. We got, it's the Thracian row. 1, 2, 3 middle sites. So each player, I guess, gets 11, and then they fight over the middle 3. Of course, they can, just go directly towards each other and kill each other that way. You don't have to expand to your opponent. And yeah, these mountains are interesting because they you have like kind of this protected corridor over here. You can just wall things off a little bit. And then we've got some really interesting terrain in the middle. So this looks to be a pretty interesting and fun map. I am going to pause the turn timer. Oh, he picked Rome. Oops. Sorry, he did settle. Okay, my bad. All right, and Kiriyama has started. Okay, so, and we're simul for the first 15 turns, 10 turns, something like that, 9. Okay, so we will try to follow. We got Rome with champions, and his starting leader is a intelligent builder. I don't read Russian, unfortunately, so that will be some fun challenges for me. But yeah, I believe that is intelligent, judging by the science icon. All right, so let's see what players are doing here in scouting. We don't have any initial warrior worker moves. Sorry, he did an artisan cap. That's pretty interesting. So he decided to go for starting Odeon as Greece and a starting farm, but did not move his initial warrior, which means that initial barbarian site will not be moved. Over here, Kiriyama has gone champions and has found his close barb site and already started moving his warrior out this way, but is of course severely order constrained. So yeah, we will see here. It's good planning to. Hopefully, this is going to be an exciting match here. If you caught either of the previous matches, should be pretty interesting here. All right, we started a quarry from Greece. They finished their Odeon, so they're already getting 13 culture in Pella. And assigning their judge as a general. And they did have a builder to put into Pella. And that's really interesting. I really don't see judge generals that often. And personally, I probably would put the judge in there despite the builder, just because intelligent is just so damn good. But the judge general is going for this barb site. Unfortunately for him, he's going to get a respawn in 1. And the judge general doesn't really do much. I mean, I guess, yeah, it makes you a little tankier, but not particularly good from a military perspective. But of course, very good to get XP up on that unit. Welcome, third Falcon 1212. They're both lucky they didn't start Quarry at BGG. There is a lot of great Quarry locations here. We've got that champion clearing power from Rome here. They are clearing that proximate barb site. Should be able to just look at how much damage that thing did. Oh, so much damage. And of course, the militia's coming up here to help out. And boom, the first site is already cleared. The power of champions from Rome. Meanwhile, Greece is in a little bit of a tougher spot. They apparently are attacking the barb next to the site instead of the barb on the site, and this is not looking good here. He will be able to kill his barb, but I presume he's going to have to retreat and heal. So advantage for Kiriyama for the first clear here. All right, just letting folks on the Discord know that we are underway, and hopefully we'll get some more viewers here. And yes, not on the urban for defense either. Urban, of course, gives that extra 25% for infantry defense, which can be very helpful if there's no friendly forest nearby, as they're not here. He is pulling the scout, but yeah, I really want to see this retreat, because that's not good. Okay, good. He's healing, but yeah, judges general. Judges don't make very good generals, sadly. And if you don't move to that early barb site early, you'll get another unit spawned. I think you have to be there before turn 5. I think it spawns on 5. All right, he's moving to his free city site. I'm going to settle there and starting an aggressive apprentice poet. So we might see some sort of culture rush. Let's take a look at what's in the wonder bucket. We got Ziggurat, Oracle, Hanging Gardens, Jerwan Architect, Necropolis, Ishtar Gate, Lighthouse, Mausoleum, Necropolis, and then we have Acropolis, Colosseum, Colossus, Museum. I can't read, can I? Colossus, Museum, Cothon, and Circus Maximus. No Colosseum in Portland. Museum, big wonder here for some really nice tech. Lighthouse could be good. There are some decent fish resources, kind of, not really, maybe a little bit. I guess double dye and some food, but you know, food can be good, and fish resources can be a lifesaver in a drought. But museum's probably an important one to grab. Ziggurat, also a very solid wonder. We've got a tech choice here from Greece. He just finished researching trapping. Let's see what Rome researched. Rome just researched. I have no idea what this is because I can't read. I didn't see the icon, sadly. I need to look at that. So going for some pretty aggressive early expansion from Greece. And he went champion second, which I think is good given the trouble he's had clearing the site. And he's getting a free settler with tech, 13 tech for Greece right now. Popping over to Rome, we are getting drama as well. We can see what he got tech-wise. He got a early, I think Rome starts with stone cutting, so he got an early trapping to get some slinger action, and is building another warrior, and is already settling the non-free city site here that he's cleared. We'll see what he settles here shortly. Pop over to Greece, see what's going on over there. Easiest to follow orders, just waiting on the family settled decision here for City 2 from Kiriyama. And again, if you're just joining the stream, this is our first elimination match of the tournament. We are so excited to see so many people playing Old World. It is really, really great to see the enthusiasm for the community, the support for Mohawk. It has all been really wonderful, wildly exceeded my expectations. And so grateful to my fellow organizers for this, Scientific, No Legs, and Fluffy for all their help in getting this up and running. And we've got a patrons settled from Rome, which makes sense because we've got this silver here, which potentially can give you 25% extra. And I believe gems are also precious, and they are in range. Double check that. I'm not sure gems are actually precious. Let's double check. Yes, they are precious. Precious resources are, I think, gems, gold, silver. Yeah. Of course, the game does not tell me what precious resources actually are, do they? Sadness. I think it's gems, gold, silver, and pearls, if I have to remember. Gems, gold, silver, and pearls. Yeah, there's 4, and that sounds right, and they're all precious. Good. Okay, cool. So let's take a look. Greece has their second site and is starting a worker. I'm not sure I agree with that given his trouble starting clearing that site and the fact he has a free settler popping up, but maybe a little bit greedy there. We'll see if he can clear that next city site. Over here, Rome, the units of Rome are already exploring here and attacking another city site. This one, the triple marble site to the west. And he's starting a settler from the patron site and building another warrior. So we're going to have a slight military advantage for Rome. IceMatrix just finished his free settler and it's popping out in his capital. He has a choice, stone boost, divination, administration, or mill drill. We'll see what he chooses here. And apologies if I end up focusing more on IceMatrix cam. It's just a little easier for me to see what's going on because it's in English, but I will try to give equal time to Kiriyama as much as possible. And once we get off simultaneous here, although they could definitely continue on simultaneous, feel free to continue on simultaneous until you make contact and want to stop. Yeah, because they are very far apart, and it'd probably be better for them to continue in parallel here. All right, let's see here. Kiriyama already clearing this out. This is part of the power of champions. Like champions just obliterate tribal units. That plus 25% strength is so big, and they take less damage. The clearing state here is a lot better, and it looks like IceMatrix is yes. I can once, especially once I get some vision on. Oh no, you're right. I can just hover over. Okay, that's very helpful. So I can't see his text very easily. But I guess I can look at the tech tree and then just remember what everything is. We'll go by the icon. So he's moving in here for an attack. Right, and he's attacking, and he cleared the other barb, I think, and should be able to clear the site before it respawns, but definitely a little slower. That free settler is just chilling there, slowly moving over. Yeah, and I think we are off simul. But I did let the players know that if they would like to continue on simul, they are more than welcome to do so. All right, so 16 science versus 18 science, 18.9 science from Rome. And Kiriyama is already stronger from that extra military unit. And both of them are 2 cities. Let's go ahead and take a look at Kiriyama cam. All right. I presume we're going to see that triple marble site cleared, which I don't think Greece has scouted. Yes, Greece has not scouted that triple marble site yet. And interestingly, Kiriyama has not settled his free city site. He's building a settler and a settler, so I presume he's going to double settle with that. And getting drama for yet another settler potentially from that free settler there. So should be pretty good there. He scouted the other triple marble site. There are so many triple marble sites on the map. I think there might be another one. No, this is just a double marble site. So only 2 triple marble sites per side. So good. So I personally, if I were Kiriyama, I would settle a statesman seat on this. It would be an incredible statesman seat with triple marble. Just like an amazing statesman seat. So kind of liking his choices here. Champions, patrons, and statesman. Pop over to IceMatrix. Looks like he just didn't have the damage to clear this barbarian because the judge does not actually provide any additional damage. It would have been, I think, wiser for him to take a promotion such as Fierce or even Focus to be able to deal more damage. The judge just makes you slightly tankier, which isn't that helpful when clearing barbarians. But he is pulling that settler up there. And yeah, he's starting from mill drill. So might see some early military. Tech-wise, he does have stone cutting. No one seems to be going for divination right now. Kiriyama is on drama still. So, all right, it is now Kiriyama's turn. So he should be able to get a settler out here soon. He doesn't have the free one, and I think he built a warrior, that second warrior from his cap. So he's scouting out around here, getting some good vision. So he's got 2 city sites and 2 settlers on the way, which I'd love to see. And clearing out this barb here, and he has an event. Oh no, it's this event, which is, I think you can get a rebel or you lose some legitimacy and get some champion. Yeah. Interesting, he didn't go military leader, he went builder, which oddly he has not assigned to his capital. Would love to see his builder assigned to capital. Looks like he got warlike on his builder as well. So yeah, but he is going military family to start. Although I think personally I don't love military family starts just because centralization gives you science to, or let me swap to the English screen. Centralization gives you science in your city per capital, so you generally want your capital to be a science city so you can take advantage of the scaling of centralization, especially for early game, which means you want to build specialists in there early, just keep pumping up that science. Although I guess it's flat science, so you don't have to. But yeah, you can definitely go military start if you want. It is flat, not scaling. So, but if you have a wisdom governor, then of course you're scaling off that in your capital, though, and you won't be able to put that centralization bonus in another city. We went double artisans, so we haven't found a third family from Greece yet. Maybe he's going to be trying to do some sort of delayed sages, which can be very powerful. Delay sages until only juicy techs, and then hit sages for guaranteed juicy tech. Yeah, so he's continuing to clear here with the militia. Would really like to see a warrior out of this champion site. We'll see if he follows up that initial worker. I can understand the worker to get things online, but the benefit from champions is really that steadfast early on. And yeah, nice ore site over here. Of course, very hard to scout before you settle your champion site. It looks like our player is going to continue with turn-based, which is totally reasonable. More time to think, especially for folks starting out in multiplayer. It's always a little easier if you don't have to deal with the pressure of simul. I think one thing to keep in mind for folks who are starting in the tournament for their first MP, the turn timer, don't try to stress out over it. If you need to, there's always this little button here, which lets you extend the turn timer. This pool of time increases the more time you take. And also I think it's really important not to rush your initial turns, just because it can be very tempting to move fast. But you can definitely want to take some time to think before you move, especially in network, because there is no undo. And as Scientific points out, there is this beautiful river network here, which we can light up on the map, that flows from all these cities and connects them beautifully. So would love to that's another advantage, or another thing you can do when expanding. You can try to expand along rivers. That way all your cities start connected. Connected is a great bonus. We can take a look here at what connected does. Connected gives you 2 growth in the city just from being connected, and 1 happiness. And then additionally, it gives you 10% less maintenance. So it saves you some money. And then if you're Carthage, you get money because, Carthage. All right, let's take a look at what Kiriyama is doing. He's cleared that city site and is working on this one with a Champion's Warrior that is super tanky. And looks like he'll be able to clear that only 4 years before another one respawns. And he's wisely clearing the tribal camp first. That's another important thing to do. You want to clear the camp first, not the units, because clearing units speeds up the spawn of the next unit in the camp, which isn't known by that many players. I actually didn't know about it for a while, despite playing this game for a while. So you always, if you can, safely, without losing units, want to clear the camp first, so that you can make sure you don't get sort of flooded by units spawning. Let's take a look over here, back on IceMatrix. On turn 14, let's see what he does. He's got military drill in 3 years away. A warrior on the way. He's starting another quarry. Love these flatland arid quarries. Getting some great quarry action. 23 unit, 23 stone already. He's starting his 4th quarry already on turn 14. Give the man a prize. We can take a look at the improvement stats here. We've got 8 improvements already from IceMatrix. 3 quarries, an Odeon, a theater already, a farm and a mine, versus just 2 from Rome, a farm and a mine. So that is a pretty big economic advantage there from IceMatrix. The sooner you get that online, the sooner you get the benefits of it. That quarry is going to be producing 6 stone, or more stone actually, 9.5 stone, because we got a nice little quarry triangle here. So, or quarry diamond. Diamonds are also a good pattern because you get max, the triangle gives you max adjacency bonus, and the diamond is the next best for the 4th query. So really love to see that. Just really good economic development there. And we may see, like we can take a look at the income here for Rome. Rome does not have anywhere near as much income. Have we looked at the wonder list? We have. Let me look at it on IceMatrix. So we've got Wake Wonders, Ziggurat, Oracle, Hanging Garden, and Jerwan Aqueduct. And developing, we've got Necropolis, Ishtar Gate, and Lighthouse. And then strong, we've got the Mausoleum, which might be very useful for a culture push. Acropolis, Colossus, Museum, which can be very valuable for science. Kothon, which probably won't see play, given that we're very far from the coast here. and Circus Maximus, which potentially can boost swift units. We don't have any really great legendary wonders on this map. If I were one of the players, I would try to grab that early Zig. Zig is very powerful, and yeah, Necropolis can be good if you're going pagan. Ishtar Gate can be great to be able to rush in all your cities once you've finished your expansion. Jerwan Architect, if one of them goes Sages, there's a really cute trick you can do with Jerwan Architect. You can settle it in a Sages city, and then you get a bunch of free farmer specialists out of thin air once you build farms around it. So since Sages get an extra science per specialist, that's like 10 science from Jerwan Architect. Necropolis, also a very good one. Lighthouse potentially won't see play, but can be helpful if someone wants to control the coast. Mausoleum for culture, museum. So yeah, some pretty solid ones. And yeah, there look to be some pretty good aqueduct spots. You could put one, for example, somewhere around here, like here, and then you could do 5 farms around there. There's probably even better spots. Here's a really nice one. You can put one here and you get that barley that you'll have to farm with the honey, which is a little awkward. You could put one here and yeah, there's a bunch of spots. We got lots of mountains to go around here. All right, we'll quickly check in what Kiriyama's doing. Looks like he's finishing up those settlers and continuing to clear here. Although he needs to be a little careful here because this warrior is going to die. But I think the tribes play after him, so he will be able to kill this. But then, yeah, I think he'll have like 2 hit points left, maybe, if I'm doing the math right, because this will hit him for 3. He'll take 1 damage. Yeah, so he'll have 2 hit points left. And he won't be able to heal because they have attacked. So then he's going to die to that next turn. So that's unfortunate. So sadly, he's going to lose that warrior. All right, let's see what's going on with IceMatrix. He's getting mill drill. He's got a worker in his second artisan city, his 3rd city of all. He's building a warrior out of artisans. He did build that theater early, so we've got an incredible 20 culture return already in Pella. And he's getting a slinger here. He does definitely need a little bit more military to be able to sustain his clear rate. Just one warrior will not cut it, and a militia. And this militia is taking some damage. I think he's also clearing those barbs, which unfortunately will cause the barbs to respawn faster at that city site. Let's pop back over to Kiriyama-cam. All right, 4 to 2 turns here, and okay, this has indeed cleared it, and I guess the turn order was slightly different than I expected since he is not in any danger of dying. I must have, yeah, just looked at it the wrong turn order. Yeah, I'm not sure why I thought it was going to die. Because it does not seem to have taken any damage. Like, this guy just didn't attack it. Odd. Okay. You definitely don't want to screw up your first clear. There is a bit of art. One cool trick is to grab your starting settler along, to tow it along, and then you can safely give your unit a heal. Ideally, if you can somehow deduce where the barbarian site is through just game sense and beeline for it right away, you can actually beat the spawn sometimes, which is, of course, the better option. You can, of course, say, I don't care about beating a spawn, I'll just play Carthage or an Orator and just buy the barbarian and laugh. Although it's probably not the best use of money, especially, or legitimacy especially, considering how easy it is to clear that first site. Yeah, so, all right, back over here on IceMatrix. Mill Drill, 1 year away. Pella has finished that warrior. He's got the 2 workers thanks to artisans. Still about 8 orders compared to 8.8 orders versus 9.8 orders. So slight order advantage to Rome. 3 to 2 cities, although Kiriyama's going to equalize and then surpass. And here again we have IceMatrix going in, attacking the barb, not the site, which is going to speed up clearing that as soon as he kills this barb in 2 turns. And I'm pretty sure this judge cannot sustain this damage. He's taking 7 a turn, so he'll be down at 10 hit points next turn, and then he's going to be in trouble. He can kill this, and then he'll be at 3 hit points. And we'll have to probably retreat, although he's pulling this militia here. So yeah, Scientific, I think it might be worth doing a very simple video on like how to clear bard camps reasonably and safely early game, because I feel like it could be very useful to a lot of players. I'm sure I would even learn something because you have all sorts of fun tricks. You can do cool scout blocking tricks as well to block spawn. There's actually quite a lot of technical tactics possible there. We're getting another mine. Let's take a look at that improvement count again. 9-3, so pretty significant lead for IceMatrix. All right, let's see what Kiriyama's doing. Settler's almost done. He is kind of splitting his... okay, he healed that. Maybe I missed a heal. Okay, well, this is kind of an awkward spot. This guy's healing, but is taking 3 damage a turn. So can't ever safely... can, like, not really safely attack. Because he can attack, deal 5. He'll be at 1 hit point, and he'll have to heal the next turn. That's very awkward. All right, over here we've got he's kind of splitting his units and cross clearing, which can work, but like this feels like a little like this is gonna be. I mean, he can just heal it for 5 a turn, right? That heals him for 5, and he only takes 3. So in theory, that can live forever as long as nothing else wanders over from the other Thracian site. Yeah, and we've got a patron thing and a highly promoted besieger. Tough and steadfast. Again, I don't know Russian, but I just recognize the icons. Yeah. And we're back over to IceMatrix's turn. He is indeed pulling that militia over. He did finish no, it's okay. He did finish, and he's getting Polis here. So he finished Mill Drill, and he's getting Polis next. And he's got 17 science to his rival's 19.5 science, so a pretty close comparison. We'll pop back over to Kiriyama, who has finished his first settler and has a free settler queued up, as well as Mill Drill, forestry, and architecture. Probably expecting him to take the free settler, given that looks like he's clearing a 5th site and has this site almost quasi-cleared. Would be interested to see if we see a statesman seat settle here. Okay. And we have a landowner settle, which makes sense. We've got triple marble, so we can easily improve those rural specialists. We can buy tiles towards that. We can even buy tiles towards this ore if we want, which we do have in Vision. If we want to be really greedy, we can buy tiles all around. But yeah, landowner seat. Although with the triple marble, I would have been highly tempted to take statesman. But landowner, as our friend Scientific likes to say, is a very, very strong family and can help get a lot of those rural specialists up. So you definitely can see the landowner play. The thing to keep in mind with landowners is they get unhappy if they don't have the most number of cities. So you ideally want to make sure that they have at least parity or the most number of cities. Like you don't want to just have one landowner city and then settle the rest everywhere. Or patrons, for example, in contrast, you can totally settle one patron city and they'll be just fine with it, just because they get a happiness bonus every time their culture goes up, and their culture goes up pretty often. So you don't necessarily need to spam patron cities. Although if you can find another good site, it can be worth it. Although I don't really see any other great patron sites on the map, like one gem, nothing to write home about, especially considering how far away it is. And then nothing, I guess there's some silver here. No real great patron sites on this map. Yeah, so. Yes, I would have gone states here as well. This could have been a landowner site. With you can grab this, well, you can grab that. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I don't know that I would settle patrons just for a single silver. Usually I need at least 2 resources to entice me to consider patrons. And as we've seen in some other games, 6 resources is pretty good too. So yeah, we'll pop back over here. He's continuing to clear this site somewhat, and he's made the mistake of clearing the unit first, which is causing this to speed up a little bit. And again, I think he's not going to be able to clear it before having to go in retreat, so a little bit painful to see. It is Kiriyama's turn, so let's see what they do. He has had to run away with this warrior, which feels very, like, not great. Not sure why he's running away. He could, in theory, just sit here and heal, but that may just respawn the camp, which is not good. Maybe he'll move back onto the camp and heal. We will see here. He is promoting. He got, looks like Steadfast on, or potentially, I think, I'm not sure which one. One of those two, Steadfast or Ranger on that unit. He's going to try to clear this camp. One challenge here early on is you really don't want to split your forces, because splitting your forces makes it so that you just don't have concentrated force. If these 3 warriors were together, they would make short work of any camp, but they're not, so they're kind of both struggling. And he is also he's influencing someone, I think. Yeah. All right, let me toggle back over to IceMatrix. He's continuing to clear this camp, the triple marble site, mirrored here. We have some events here. Waste of talent. We've got an early Grand Vizier option. Oligarch Pelipinos, the Rising Star, is inspiring, Delver proud. 1 wisdom, 2 charisma, 4 courage, 5 discipline. So potentially there. And let's see what he chooses. Yeah, I don't know that he's going to choose this. We will see. I personally don't love Grand Viziers this early, and that Grand Vizier is not that great, just because you really want to have production control early on, because what you do build matters a lot. You don't want a Grand Vizier going off and like festivaling something, but maybe Grand Vizier AI has improved quite a bit. And to our new viewers, this is, we're approaching on turn 19. This is match 17, our first elimination match. The loser of this game will be out of the tournament. The winner of this game will proceed to battle the loser of Scientific versus whoever Scientific's opponent is in their match, which is still to be decided. So, yes, so this is a fight for the tournament survival. All right, we got our worker starting here. Still pretty tight on orders for both players. 8 versus 10.2. Statesman, also a very nice city, nice family, just because that free order to start with from every Statesman city. And we're starting some elephants, which is good. Get some orders. And he's going for Polis. Let's toggle back over to Kiriyama. He's getting a free settler. He just got another settler. Oddly, this Thracian has not stepped back onto that camp, which I really wonder whether there's a bug with Barbarian AI and Tribal AI right now, because I feel like they are oddly just distracted. So he's moving over. I would like to see him move over to here to settle there, because I feel like that's a much stronger site and he needs to help this warrior out. But instead he settled over here. Landowner makes sense. Yeah, and he's healing here. Love to, I mean, I guess I understand the forest, but yeah, let's see. He is being attacked by the Thracian. So I guess because the Thracian can attack him, it's choosing to attack him instead of moving onto the site. The site will respawn in 8 turns, but I wasn't aware of that. I would assume that it would prioritize resettling as opposed to just flinging. So I understand what he's doing here then. He moved into the forest. He felt he was taking too much damage. By moving to the forest, he only takes 1 hit point of damage instead of 3, which means he can heal up to full faster. So smart play from Kiriyama there. And he can't really deal that much damage to that guy. Yeah, but I would have expected to just wander on, but maybe it doesn't want to if it can hit something. That I haven't really looked into Tribal or Barb AI. I think it's pretty random too sometimes, so maybe we'll see it respawn, which of course would be a pretty big bummer for Kiriyama. Meanwhile, over here, he is also clearing the units by the camp. And let's go pop over here to Greek. Also, it is very scary when the timer stays in your color with whatever time. Like, I don't know if you saw that 30 seconds over there. Kiriyama had 30 seconds left. The turn ended, and for a second, 30 seconds was shown in blue, which every time I see that, like, in my games, that gives me a heart attack, because I'm like, wait, I only have 30 seconds? Like, what? Or however much my opponent left. But yeah, so anyway. We are fighting this camp here. We do have that slinger coming up for the champion seat, and he is assigning Oligarch Moriala of Thessaloniki, a fierce hero who is ruthless, who's in love with King Alexander, yeah, pretty good damage there. We got a significant 4.9 attack, which is much better than King Alexander's 4.2, and he's getting up plus 5% from a pleased family. He's now intelligent, and he started intelligent, is now prosperous and wanted. Don't think we've seen very many hold courts. And meanwhile, Kiriyama's leader is a builder who is warlike and intelligent. Unfortunately, he did put his builder here in the patron site. So not really getting the benefit of warlike, but getting some benefit of intelligent. He has just finished researching pre-settler, I think, was the thing that finished, maybe? Yes. Yes. And then he's got a choice of div, aristocracy, labor force, or husbandry. And Scientific informs us that if it can attack, it will attack. So smart play from using the AI there against it from Kiriyama. I didn't realize that as long as the barbarian can see you, it will attack at all costs, as opposed, or even tribal instead of resettling the camp. So that's a good trick, especially if you have a hero who can heal, or even something that, of course, he can't counterattack, but yeah, so it's good to know. Learn some things. I've learned so much already in this tournament. It's kind of wild. I've been playing this game for 4 years, and I'm learning new things. So it's a very deep game. We got a worker coming out here. Potentially we're going to see some of that marble improved. Order-wise, he's got a slight advantage, 12.3 versus 6.8, so pretty big order advantage. Looks like he has 1 improvement to construction, though Greece has 3, so maybe that's part of that order advantage. Yeah. Moving that next settler over. Kiriyama we've got 3 cities for Greece versus 4 and soon to be 5 from Kiriyama. And then another settler coming up, 6, so this should be 5. And this looks like it'll be 6, so definitely expansion advantage here from Kiriyama. Let's pop back over to IceMatrix. We're on turn 21. Looks like we'll finally be able to clear this, especially with the slinger helping out here. You can just clear this with the slinger. He does have a settler on the way, and he has started our first wonder, the Hanging Gardens. So IceMatrix going for the Hanging Gardens, which can help your growth pretty well, as well as get you, of course, some culture. But the big thing of Hanging Gardens is plus 20% growth in all your cities. So it can be very handy early when you're still building a lot of growth units. And of course, later on is also handy because it helps you get citizens to turn into specialists faster. He's also taken ambition, control 5 workers. Kiriyama has an ambition, which I think is research 6 technologies. Not sure. We'll see if it increments after that. I can also screenshot this and paste it into a translation program to understand what this is, because I don't read Russian. So we'll go pop this over here. What does this say? I just want to understand what this ambition is. And control 6 mines, I'm told. So, all right, so he's gotten 6 mines as his ambition. All right, back over here to IceMatrix. All right, he has cleared that site finally, and yeah, has another warrior. Feels very little order constrained here. He does have that judge. We do have some events that he chose that unfortunately are in Russian that I can't easily translate. So really wish observer mode would just be in my language. All right, so he's clearing this site, and looks like he should be able to clear it here right now. So that is his 6th city site, and he's got a settler just 3 turns away, all ready for that. And he's building a slinger out of his landowner seat, and also building an Odeon here. So it looks like he wants to culture up. And he's bringing another settler here. So we're going to have a pretty significant city advantage. This is going to be his 5th city here, versus just 3 for IceMatrix, although IceMatrix has cleared his 4th site and is 3 years away from a settler there. So slight advantage to Kiriyama for expansion. We've got an Odeon here in his champion seat, which makes sense. He wants to unlock his unique unit being constructed in his champion seat. Important to get to developing and later strong for that unique unit production. Another worker out of Pella, bringing up to 3 workers. He's not a builder, so he can't stack on the wonder. Yeah, Hanging Garden's interesting choice. I think I personally would have gone for Zig, but of course Zig is off the map because Zig is not available because no one has founded a pagan religion. I don't think either player has divination yet, which means you can't build Zig because there's no divination. So yeah, so I guess Hanging Garden's probably the best out of those alternatives, although he does have developing culture, so he could go for Necropolis, but again, doesn't have pagan religion. Okay, interesting. Usually don't see divination delayed this much, but all right, we have labor force underway for Rome. Rome has hit developing on his capital. Neither player has any laws right now, I believe, either. Yeah, so he built another worker here. And we should see this settle here shortly for his 5th city. And then we got another settler here that will be going for his 6th city. Expecting this one to go patrons just because that's silver, and then expecting this one to probably go landowners. Not really sure. Landowners would probably be the best to take advantage of. You could also make a case for patrons, but you'll probably want to put a rural specialist on there. So I'm expecting landowners here. Let's see what we get. We got champions. Okay, well that was the one that I didn't think about. Okay, I mean, you can definitely choose champions on marble. It's a great way to get those marble specialists up, and then get some officers with the improved civics output, although you'll kind of struggle for growth a little bit. But he did found a champion's settler, which means he gets that extra citizen, which can be handy to start with. That actually makes me think there might be some cute plays with founding your first settler, which I think starts with the same family as your initial family, because you'll get an extra citizen. Obviously, you will at some point want to found not of your family, but if you need 2 citizens in a city, it can be helpful. Yeah. Yes, Rome will have their first law, slavery, presumably, in 2 years when labor force finishes. And they've started an Odeon here, and have a little bit of time on the turn timer here. Yes, double landowners. He got a citizen because if you found the city with found a city of a family with the same family that settler is, then you get an extra citizen. Let me see if I can find a settler to show you that tooltip. So here we have a settler, and of course it doesn't show that there. Let's see here, settler, settler, tutorial settler. Okay, the game, I think it'll show on the actual tooltip once we have the settler unit out. Yeah, I can see the power of double landowner with 5 citizens ready to go. Okay, so he's cleared that site. A little bit slow in clearing. He only also has 3 military units. Did his militia die? 4 military units. He's got that. Does he? Where did my militia go? I think his militia died somewhere. I missed his militia perishing, but it appears that he has lost a unit. Units lost. Both have lost 1 unit. I guess both had their militia die. I presume Kiriyama lost a different unit. Huh. Not sure what he lost. Maybe he lost something? No, I don't know. All right, Kiriyama's turn here. Getting a slinger from that champion seat. Getting worker. Yeah, so we should see slavery getting adopted, which will do wonders for his economy. It's 4 per city, so that'll be, he's on 5 cities, very soon 6, so 24 stone and 24 iron a turn. Very helpful. He's definitely pretty far behind in the improvement count, if we take a look here. Sorry for my obsession with improvements, but I'm a very eco-focused player. So 14 to 4 improvements with 4 quarries, 4 farms, 2 mines, versus a farm, a mine, and then an Odeon. Yeah, of course we got more Odeons under construction. But yeah, let's hop back over to Kiriyama Cam, see what's going on. Okay, I can actually see the production this way. Warrior, warrior, worker, settler, settler, slinger. So he's got no plans to stop expanding at any point here. So he's already getting a 7th settler, or a settler for his 7th city out. And then a big move over here, presumably to go clear another site, although he is at war with the Thracians and at truce with the Numidians. Yes, city advantage may not translate, and also family opinion could become an issue with expansion and discontent ticking up slowly. You can definitely spiral yourself into trouble if you expand quickly and don't get a religion or something to deal with family happiness. Even a pagan religion can help anything really. Right. So Paulus, he's also getting labor force, so we'll probably see slavery from both players as their first law. He does see that his opponent's at 6 points, so knows he's behind at least somewhat on the city, unless there's an early developing. Both players actually have developing in their capital at this point. What is actually driving the culture here? Let's take a look here. Wine, that Odeon, and he also got the amazing Mr. Thori event, which is 20% civics and 20% culture. Very, very worth taking. Okay, you think he's going to stack Hanging Gardens and Freedom for extra 40% growth? That is very much a thing you can do. We'll see. He does have a good improvement economy, so doesn't need slavery as much. I like that thinking from Scientific there, the comment in Twitch chat. All right, IceMatrix is typing in our Discord. I think he finally saw my message to feel free to continue on simultaneous until you make contact and want to stop, but of course you don't have to. But, yeah. Cool to going back to simultaneous for the next 10 turns. Can also just play on. Anyway, he saw that 30 minutes after I posted it, so no worries. All right, let's pop back over to Kiri. He finished presumed labor force, and indeed he did enact our first law and got, see laws, yes, freedom. So I wouldn't have expected freedom from Kiriyama, but we got freedom. He's choosing his next law here, or next tech. 29 science from Kiriyama versus 21 from Rome. Let's take a look at, let's stay in the English here, and let's take a look at some important graphs. Science lead is opening up for Rome. Order, also a pretty significant lead for Rome. Training, I would expect a lead for Rome. Military score, slight lead for Rome. Improvement count, 15 to 6. No specialists yet, or I guess 2 specialists from IceMatrix, a stonecutter and apprentice poet. Kiriyama's typing, and we may see him. He says, yes, we can go back to simultaneous for the next 10 turns, so that should be good to speed things up a little bit here. Yes, as Scientific points out, Roman freedom will speed up a worker in every city by 1 turn, so that's not bad. Especially in your growth early phase when you're building lots of workers. He does have that builder, which I think makes it a little less useful, but still handy. He's got a 2-turn, beautiful 2-turn worker here. Yeah, so wow, what is the growth in the city? 18. Okay, freedom is helping out there. And of course the connected network from that lovely farm. He's getting an early forestry. Rome does start with polis, so forestry isn't too far off. Interesting choice. Kiri did say yes. I don't know if IceMatrix saw that. IceMatrix is settling his 4th city. Rome will soon be settling his 6th city. So IceMatrix behind by a city. And not really moving his military anywhere to clear anymore. I would like to see him continue to be clearing. He's kind of stopped. And that slinger has just been sitting on that site. I guess he did lose the militia. His scout has also kind of just been chilling on this mine. I don't think he has very good vision. We can take a look. He's only explored this much. This is alcaras tier scouting, you could say. Meanwhile, Kiriyama over here, a little better scouting. Yeah. So I guess it's his rival's turn. No, we're on simultaneous now. Yay! All right, so we will have both players on simultaneous, which make it a little harder to follow along, but will make the game go a little bit faster. So I will try to jump between them and see what is going on. All right, so no orders left. So let's see what's going on over here with Kiriyama. Also no orders left. Just needs to finish the production queue. So we'll toggle back over to to IceMatrix. He does have a, yeah, I mean, he's burning a lot of orders on improvement construction. So that's part of what's kind of choking his order income. But that doesn't mean he can't really do anything else. Labor force is a good choice. And then maybe you'd like to get an early navigation that 5 orders from serfdom goes a very long way in early game. All right, you got the national workforce event. He's finished his 5-worker ambition. Will we see a follow-up one? 6 urban improvements seems very doable. And indeed, he does go for that one. And he's also got 6 techs up on the board, so 2 very doable improvements. Ambitions. And I believe, Hanging Guard, what do wonders count as urban improvements? I'm like 80% sure that they do. So I'm curious whether it'll increment the count there. If not, relatively easy to get that ambition. More quarries for the quarry gods. Yes, no. Yes, he is doing a hold court right now. I think that's the first hold court that I've seen. Maybe he hadn't. Yeah, I don't think we. Oh, we have a sage founding here, and he discovered comp bow. That's a pretty big pull. 400 science. That should shoot him ahead for science. Yes, Rome is now primitive from that comp bow. Got a question from here. 3rd Falcon. We can take a look at the center sites. We've got welcome to the Southern Thracian Resort. We've got sorghum and camels and some citrus for your relaxation pleasures with wine. Middle Thracia is Goat Town. We'll just move on from that. And then the Numidian North site is fur and some goats and some camels. So all these lovely resorts in the middle of the map are in these lush, well, not that lush, actually, kind of arid valleys for your tactical enjoyment. So yeah, he got a count bow and then can get an early ballista. So that late delayed sages paid off with 400 science, which is like a lot of science. It's like over 20, almost 20 turns of science for him. The middle is, there aren't that many patron sites. Yeah, there's a silver here. There's not many patron sites on this map, sadly. There's no pearls. There's a little bit of silver here. So yeah, the middle would be the only other one. But patrons as a family, you don't necessarily need to spam too much. All right, so Farmer Archer from that compo. Got an Archer underway, our first 5 strength unit. Master Poet in the cap. 1 turn on the Hanging Garden. I'm going to keep an eye on that Urban Improvement counter. He did just finish this one. And he's got this event. Who do you want to piss off? Choice of pissing off the Rising Star Oligarch or his Affable Scholar, which I presume he got from Holt Court last turn. Let's take a look at the top corner there. There are gems up there. You're correct. So he could kind of stretch for those gems. So yeah, there's maybe a 4th patron site on the map. All right, so let's take a look at what Kiriyama's up to over here. He is continuing to build settlers. He's building another scout, which I like. This map's pretty big. Worker to set this up. Where are his military forces? So I got some military over here, a slinger and a warrior, potentially poking at the Thracians that he's at war with, and then an injured warrior, kind of just chilling out here and keeping company with his militia, enjoying the theater in the Odeon. All right, looks like he's healing that up. Out of orders over here for IceMatrix. Keep an eye on Kiriyama Camp for a while. He's getting double farms from these workers. Some quarries as well, so it looks like he's starting to catch up in that improvement count. I can toggle back over here to IceMatrix and pull up the improvement count, 17 to 9. So yeah, getting there. Still a pretty good lead for Greece, but definitely city advantage, 6 to 4 for Kiriyama. Let's take a look at what's going on over here for Greece. Actually, I think it's still Kiriyama's turn. So definitely needs to figure out what he wants to produce in his patron's capital. Silver in Russian. Okay, let's take a look at what IceMatrix does this turn. He is moving out over here with his judge, who is unfortunately doomed. That is really, really awkward. His succession, though, is a witty philosophy student, so that's basically perfect timing on succession. 18 is the perfect time to inherit. You won't have regency, and you'll have a archetype. So we can see a tactician, zealot, judge, or builder, or scholar. The Hanging Gardens is complete, and he also completed his ambition for an urban tile. I'm not sure that the Hanging Gardens counted for it, but perhaps it did. Yeah. Finished a hamlet as well, so maybe the hamlet was the 6th one there at the same tile. Yeah. Nice good to put the hamlet next to the Odeon for adjacency. You can do a cool layout as well. You kind of need polis first for the hamlet to be able to do it, because otherwise you'll miss order adjacency, or I guess you can spam builders. Urban tiles. Easy to forget that. Curry is currently a builder. Yes. But unfortunately, he's governing this patron site over here, which not unfortunately, but like, yeah, not sure how I feel about that. But I guess his military seat is his capital. So, since more quarries for the quarry gods, stone for the stone gods. Let's take a look at that. Beautiful Hanging Gardens. Although that worker is really tall compared to the Hanging Gardens. All right, so we've discovered labor force, and we'll see what Greece picks next. He's got an early comp bow. His leader is doomed, but has survived another term. He will potentially pick up a law here for slavery, and he can choose zealot or judge for his heir. So we'll see what he chooses there as well. Witty is 2 wisdom, and he went for judge. So a judge will pass the succession on to a judge. So judge definitely very strong for the mid game. Builder judge is probably one of my builder judge builder is a really fun pattern if you can pull it off, although it's pretty hard to do just because of the RNG on leaders. We'll see what he does tech wise here. We'd like to see him, start another settler. Not sure how I feel about staying on 4 cities. 4 cities feels a little bit small on a map with 25 city sites. Yeah, and over here in Rome, Rome is contesting the central site. He is at war with the Thracians and also now at war with the Numidians. So he's split clearing. I honestly say I don't love the split clear. It just feels like this is not going to go well. And he's going to have to retreat and heal, and then he's got another warrior over here. I think it's very important early on to just concentrate your forces. There's no retaliation if you attack something unless it has a tactician or is fortified. It can't retaliate. So if you attack first, you can just clear some units and not take damage back. Scientific points out, in theory, if Rome continues clearing this way, they could just settle this marble site, and we could have some early conflict. We'll see. Let's take a look at what player vision looks like. IceMatrix still pretty constrained in what he scouted. This scout has been, I guess, auto-harvesting or chilling on this wine, although that's now in borders. So yeah, maybe we should move to the fur or do some scouting. Let's take a look at over here. Slightly better, and because of the wonder, he has a tiny bit of vision on the cap. Of course, it is a mirror map, so you do know where your opponent's capital is. All right. Yes, as Scientific points out in chat, IceMatrix is effectively blind. It is turn 30 and has not really scouted at all at this point. He doesn't even know where another city site is, which is not great. He is getting a wine event there. And then he has this choice of civics, a warrior, some science, and some wood, or taking everything. And he picked science and some wood. He's got a developing culture event, which gives him an ambition, or potentially can take discipline. He picked stockpiling 2,000 civics. I really don't like that ambition, just because you never want to hit 2,000 civics because they convert to science at, like, I think 1 science per 10 civics. I don't remember the conversion, but it ain't a good one. Yeah, it just tells me that it converts into science. Pella has hit strong, so we've got our first strong city of the game, the Master Poet. So curious to see whether he'll go for museum. He's way out of reach in terms of museum. Can't afford it, but he is first to strong. Ishtar is in the game, so you could see a early Ishtar. We don't have double victory on, double check here. Points to win, yes, points and time are only enabled. But yeah, Roman Ishtar could be very powerful, especially if he just spreads all over the map. Yeah, that'll be very big. Over here in Rome, he's getting divination, so we might see a religion being founded. We can take a look at the tech tree here. He did get that forestry and is now picking up divination. Meanwhile, IceMatrix is getting spoked wheel. So, interesting. Yeah, and Rome's other choices were Mildred and Navi, or husbandry. I would personally pick navigation. 5 more orders, very good. But yeah, I would also probably not be delaying divination to turn 30 either. Just because it's good to get those shrines up, especially for Rome. Roman shrines are very good. And again, if you're watching this, all my feedback to the players is coming from a place of love. I really want everyone to help and enjoy Old World. My critiques are not meant as malicious. It is more meant as just for pointing out things for players in case they come back and listen to this, things that they could do. And yeah, the order situation here is not good for Greece. 8 orders, also not great for Rome. Also 8 orders. Largely both got lots of improvements underway. 6 and 8. So yeah, so just that makes navigation even richer here in terms of text to choose from. And Greece's texts were phalanx, spoked wheel, forestry, and steel. I don't disagree with spoked wheel, but like phalanx could have been interesting. Does he have horses? Okay, we got a giant forest fire here. Are there actually any horses? Yes, he's got horses in his second artisan city. I don't see any of the horses. No more horses. He does see this ore. So, caught in the flames. Okay, one of those fun disaster events. I really like how Old World Wrath of the Gods handles calamities. yeah, they set things on fire in earthquake, but usually you have some sort of compensating event that gives you some sort of bonus that potentially makes up for the calamity. Here, yeah, I guess it's what did he choose? He chose Strachnius becoming scarred and then endeared. So this impious schemer took some scars from the fires, but now is loyal to the queen. Okay, spoke wheel on the way. Let's take a look over here in Rome. Rome is continuing to expand. He has pulled back, as I think I mentioned earlier. There's no way you can clear 3 Numidians that are 4 strength with a warrior, a non-champion warrior, and a militia. Just not going to happen. And this warrior also can't take in all those Thracians by itself either, so his expansion is kind of cleared. And this warrior is just enjoying a vacation in the forest, eating some honey, having some good times, and not doing anything. So we'd really like to see him bring his military units together. He is pulling up this slinger that he built from presumably his champion seat. He's getting another worker for his champion seat. We've got a free archer available, phalanx, land consolidation, architecture. Architecture could be really interesting. You've got some fresh water, and you can get those early baths for those amazing apprentice doctors. Science is kind of dire at 37 verse 24, but so Rome has opened up a pretty sizable science lead. What is actually driving Roman science? Looks like it's all in Russian. Maybe I can do it this way. Haha. All right. We will go nested tooltips to figure out what is driving Roman science. All right, so he is intelligent on his leader is a huge amount, because that's giving 2 for the capital, and then, or I guess 2 for wherever he's governor. Yeah, and then every other city is giving him 1. So okay, it's 1 per culture level. So that's a lot of science for intelligent. This is personally why I really love intelligent. And then he's got some pretty good courtiers, and his king has 4 wisdom as well. Who was a court minister as well, so we're getting quite a lot of science there. Intelligent, very strong. It's a smart choice. Okay, apologies. Let's see here. Is Greece going to scout? As I said earlier, this is alcaras tier of scouting from Greece. Rome is at least doing a slightly better job, but still love to see those scouts roaming around. One of the advantages of scouting is if you see all these names on the map, when you discover them, you get 2 legitimacy if you discover it. Oh wow, he's already discovered that one, so that's why it's in Russian. But anything you see with the default name isn't discovered yet, and that's like 2 legitimacy just sitting there waiting as soon as you discover that. So that's a significant amount of legitimacy that you can pick up, and discovering a lot of sites is a great way to get I believe it's called the Intrepid cognomen, which from discovering a lot of landmarks and naming them specifically, you can get plus 50 legitimacy, which is huge. We've got our new judge, who's compassionate now, as well as witty. Seems like a nice person. Has not assigned her as governor anywhere. Doesn't appear to have assigned her as general. Would really like to see her assigned here, and rush out some of those apprentice officers. He doesn't really have cash. I generally like having my leader in the capital personally. Hello, and Anarchos. I'm not sure I'm saying your name right. Anarchos. Really love your videos. Love the Carthage playthrough you're doing right now. Super excited to see another old world content creator join. Yes. So, and thanks for the very kind shout out I think you gave to a bunch of folks, to Scientific as well. Myself, it was very nice of you at the start of that video in terms of just saying thanks to the folks who have tried to help make this game more popular than it is now. So, all right. So, 6 techs, you should be able to finish that legacy. Another settler finally has started. Has he scouted a city site yet? I presume he knows he's killed a couple barbs from here, so I presume he knows there's a site here. We got a range coming down here, kind of making this kind of a military production city. I guess he also knows he has horses there. He is going for Ger1 architect play here. So I don't love this Ger1 placement, largely because you've got a quarry here. You have an urban tile that you can't take advantage of here. So yeah, like if you maybe like, yeah, but love to see some Ger1. So we've got another Another wonder coming from Greece. So that's 2-0 on the wonder count. You can get some stone, and he does take the stone. I'm sure that won't come back to bite him. The oligarch will definitely not call in that favor at an awkward time. No way. Okay, let's... So we've got the settlers. We might be seeing a 5th city from Greece. Get that archer, clear this barb site, go down this river, go to the coast. I like that. This is also just... I really like this sort of map gen where you've got this kind of protected area. And of course, if your opponent is particularly dastardly, they might sail around and say hello into your unprotected flank. We got this slinger coming up over here, and just really order constrained because he's spending so many orders into building improvements. Let's take a look at that improvement stat again. What is an improvement? We're up to 31 improvements for IceMatrix and just 17 for Rome. So definitely turning into a stronger eco play. We've got a free ballista. He did research spoked wheel. Let's see if he takes the free ballista. Navigation also very tempting. Architecture also very tempting. His science situation is not good. 25 science at turn 35, not great. His opponent, who he has not met yet, and his opponent, is at 45 science. So he's almost getting doubled in the science graph. Well, while we wait for that choice, we'll take a look at the science graph over here. This gap is increasing. What will he choose tech-wise? Will he take that free ballista? I don't know that I would in this situation here. I don't have great science income. An 8-year free ballista is kind of painful. And I also am not going to really make use of that ballista right now, but very handy to have that ballista. He's going for the food boost. Yeah, I definitely don't love that. Food boost, not that great a card. Food early on, relatively easy to get. We are in kind of arid tiles, but you got lots of river tiles here. Free ballista would have been defensible. Realistically, navigation, I think, was the correct choice there, just because your order economy is really painful because you're spending 7 orders in construction and only really getting 7 orders. So on top of that, so like 5 more orders will go a very long way. You have some military units that you just can't move. I think that's another trap to not fall into. I sometimes fall into this as well. So I will just do all my worker moves, and then I'm like, oh, I can't scout, and I can't use my military because, got to improve the empire. That comes first. And then 20 turns later, I'm like, I see nothing. I have not cleared any sites. Oh, no. And yes, ballista can also be used to help clear sites more quickly, although it's kind of a pain in the butt to move it around without roads. Although it is labor force, so you can definitely send a worker along the road. Some pretty significant... that's not chopping, that's from the forest fire. Let's take a look at what's going on in Rome. We spent a bit of time here with IceMatrix. Over here on Rome, we are getting our first little raid from the Thracians. We got one brave warrior over there. And looks like he has settled and cleared this site from the Numidians. So he did bring some forces together and has managed to clear that site. So he is at war with the Numidians and the Thracians. The Numidians have... do we not get the count of sites that the Numidians have? Oh yeah, well, he hasn't met either of them. So I think there's 2 Numidian sites left, or 2 Thracian sites, and I guess 3 Numidian sites. Let's take a quick look at Kiriyama for a while here. Yeah, he's getting a... that archive? What was that? No, it's a treasury, I think. Inquiry. Interesting. He does have a scholar. All right, I haven't seen inquiry in a long time. Yeah, 40 science plus 40 science is inquiry. Okay, well, how long is that inquiry? It's an 8-year inquiry, so that's plus 5 science. Okay, plus 10% science. Works well, although pretty expensive-ish on the civics front, I guess. We're basically turning 80 civics into 5 science a turn. Which is not bad, right? You're trading 10 civics for 5 science. It works. So, but yeah, I haven't seen, I don't think I've seen an inquiry for a long time. There used to be an inquiry meta, but then they made inquiry not as good. So you don't do it anymore. It used to be equal civics to science. It definitely can work. And yeah, you can definitely put an inquiry in your one of your 7 cities, especially when your opponent is on 4, although Greece is actually in the point lead. So yeah, maybe I should consider some more inquiry play, especially in a civics high city, although rarely do I have a scholar governor. All right, this is not looking great for his raiding situation here. We got that worker underway. Another miner. I guess the miner is being built on just, I don't think there's ore there. No, there's no ore. And then it looks like this probably got ruined by an event. So I presume manual chopping over there. He's getting husbandry. We take a look at his tech tree. He's definitely going through the tech tree. He's gotten Phalanx already. Yeah. And looks like he's clearing the Scythian site and has declared war on the Scythians as well. So we might continue to see him settle down this way, which makes a lot of sense. This warrior is in trouble. He did get that next scout, so we might see some scouting. Say hello to Greece, see what's going on. And yes, inquiry definitely makes sense in a triple marble spot where you have the civics production to really sort of drive that inquiry. I guess I was just surprised to see it here because there's no civics production, although it is in a patron city, so patrons have that base to civics. But yeah, yes, my dream always is a scholar governor and a statesman city with triple marble and a friendly statesman family. Oh, just pump out those inquiries. Yeah, let's see here. Okay, so he's getting an Odeon there, and definitely superior order economy for Rome at this point. Rome is at plus 13 orders versus plus 10 for Greece. A little tight on orders at this point. We are getting ranchers, so we might see Judaism potentially. We don't have Zorro, but founded by anyone either. Let me take a look at Rome's. Actually, let me check this way so I can actually see the tooltips. We got a farmer and a miner. Farmer. Stonecutter farmer. Yeah, no acolytes. All right, that warrior did retreat into the city. Let's go over here. We got that settler wrapping up, and indeed he's clearing his 5th city site. Here, Rome also took freedom, and Greece took slavery. So kind of opposite of what we expected. But that slavery is helping out his economy even more. If we look at the national wealth graph, we see Greece is pretty significantly ahead in national wealth, largely powered by 35 to 20 improvements. Yeah. Rome is still on their starting leader. Greece had, unfortunately, an early leader death, which is always really awkward. But fortunately for him, the archetype did not change. Master officer in Pella. Okay. Yeah. I guess he got a barracks down. So I think it might be worth noting, like generally you want to think about trying to specialize your cities. Trying to do a little bit of everything is not great. Like you'd like to specialize, say, in training in your champion seat because it gets plus 50% training. You could try to double down into culture and civics and science in your artisan seat because it's already going to be getting a lot of culture. You could definitely go for science and civics in your sage's seat, for example. So I don't necessarily mind the barracks in the capital or the apprentice officer. Not sure about the slow build master officer. I personally would have preferred like another poet to like get more civics, and growth kind of sucks in this city. Hopefully he will start this camp next turn because he doesn't really have any great growth resources. Maybe he can expand borders, grab that barley, and then surround it with some granaries. And this here potentially, like this could have been a really great. Oh, I guess he's getting, or well, we'll see that German aqueduct. Yeah. He does have a judge as well. He doesn't really have the eco to rush it, but he is just hard building master. I think the rule of thumb that you can, of course, break if you want to or disobey if you want to, but a good rule of thumb is you can hard build apprentice. You can hard build apprentice specialists. You should probably rush master and elder unless you have amazing civics production in that city. And if you have a judge, you should definitely rush master and elder if you can. The tempo gain from doing so, you're essentially turning money into civics with a very slight discontent downside that you can basically ignore. The way the judge upgrade works is you move a worker onto the unit, onto the tile, and then you upgrade. So for example, if you got to 4 laws, he could turn his garrison into a stronghold by upgrading. There'll be a button here that says upgrade. I don't have a worker to show. He could also, since he has a judge, move on to this theater and hit upgrade. Ideally, you would want to, yes, and that's another thing. Ideally, you'd want to have a specialist. So the correct, quote, correct way to do this is with a judge, you build an Odeon, then you put an apprentice poet in it. Then you upgrade that. When you upgrade that, that turns into the Odeon into a theater. At the same time, it magically turns your apprentice poet into a master poet, which is really great. So ideally, you want to upgrade with specialists inside. Then you build an Odeon and put an apprentice poet in it. Then when you hit strong, you go back to your theater with a master poet in it, and you hit upgrade again. Congrats, now it's an amphitheater with a elder poet for free. That's the power of Judge. Yep. So it's similar to Builder in that you can just, Builder can stack a bunch of workers, but you don't get the free specialist upgrades. So Judge upgrades can be powerful, can be hard to remember to do that. I've definitely had judges and just forgotten about them for half the judge's lifespan. This game is one of those games that have so many little things to keep in mind. It feels like it's the ultimate kind of juggling game. And because you have orders as a limitation, you can't do everything. So you have to juggle while prioritizing what you're juggling. I mean, part of the reason I love this game so much. But yeah. Great question. And to Scientific's point, hard building specialists, like hard building a master poet, when you have a judge, does not make any sense because you can just build it for free with an upgrade. All right, we're going to get a settle here, and that'll be Greece's 5 city. Let's go. Quick check here. We've got 26 science to 58 science. Rome is starting to run away with science. Again, he does have that starting leader that is intelligent, and that is driving a lot of that. So when that goes away, and he got lucky that his starting leader hasn't died, but he is more than doubling IceMatrix's science. This is dire straits for Greece at this point, because Rome is just going to out-tech him. And yes, it is interesting that Greece is going for slavery, and IceMatrix says tight is back on. Okay, sure. He said that in the Discord chat. Totally fine for it to be back on. I guess he set like a time. They haven't met yet. Like my preference when playing games is just play simul until you potentially can start hitting each other, and then swap to tight once there's some sort of impending military conflict or someone's sitting on the scout. And even if someone sits a scout on a site, you can just go simul or go tight for a little bit and then swap back to simul until you have military conflict, just because it keeps the game moving. But won't disagree with the players. As a caster, it is definitely a lot easier if we are on tight because I don't have to watch both players at once. I can watch them one at a time. So pretty rough. Ooh. He just lost that worker building an improvement to this raid. We've got some serious problems in southwestern Champion City here. Looks like a Thracian raid, probably from 2 sites that's come down here. These are 4 strength units here. This is really ugly. His family, no, those are not his families. His families are fine. The champions are not that happy. I thought these are the tribes, not the families. The families are really pissed off. The tribes are really pissed off. So he just can't handle this. Does he have a military unit anywhere? No military units nearby. This is just going to be a slog on this city. I don't think it builds up discontent. Correct me if I'm wrong. They've changed that now, right? Raiders will not build up discontent. So he can kind of tank in the city without too much pain and suffering. But it's going to be slow, and eventually the city's going to whittle down. And he's building a spearman here, which will take probably more than 6 years because the city's going to take some damage. But losing that worker is really painful. Yeah. So over here, he is clearing the Scythian camp. He's got another Thracian raid coming in here. Okay, so that raid went that way. This raid with this. Okay, the other 2 are from this. So every camp sent 2. So he's getting 6 Thracians incoming. So here, hopefully he can pull back maybe these units to deal with this. Yeah, so he's probably going to get a Median raid, or sorry, a Scythian raid here at some point. Because he's met the tribes, he's the only eligible target for raiding. Greece has actually not met any tribes, so Greece's scouting here is preventing raids, ironically. And Scientific points out that raiders, as opposed to rebels, raiders do inflict discontent on the city, which is going to slowly spiral on this city. But yeah, losing a worker to raiders is really painful. So yeah, running some council here, getting that silver up, getting some Odeon, very disciplined with Odeons everywhere. I don't know that I necessarily love Odeons everywhere. Personally, I would prefer to like put like you probably don't need culture everywhere, and also there's an Ishtar in the game, so you could just like target Ishtar and then mass expand and then essentially get to developing. And most cities don't need to go beyond developing unless you're planning to build your eight strength unit out of it, in which case you can concentrate some Odeons. Like, you don't need to build every improvement in every city. Not much benefit for doing so. We got a Shrine of Hades here. I think that is our first shrine, if I'm not incorrect. And he did build an amphitheater. I think he hard built it though, because everything is in the same position. Yeah, so with the judge, he hard built an amphitheater. Alas. All right, over here, we got the archer shooting a barb in the woods. So really curious what happens when he meets some tribes. He might have a Dane meeting event here. Over here, it is Kiriyama's turn. He just finished this tech, which unlocks free ebony. Unfortunately, the encyclopedia is also in Russian, which I'm sorry, I don't recognize what that tech is. Oh, it's forestry. I thought he already got forestry. Maybe it was. Does Greece have forestry? Who got forestry? No, Rome got forestry. Greece is getting forestry. All right. Well, I'm not sure what tech he just researched. He lost. He still has that worker lost. Yeah. And yes, culture growing quickly can, because every city takes more resources based on the culture level, it can definitely drain resources pretty heavily. So for example, if we click into Pella here, it's strong. We see maintenance. We see 16 from population. Then if we see food, we see -12 from strong. And if you compare that to, say, just an outlying city, like Phocacia, as I like to call this one, it's -1 from weak. So that's 11 more food being consumed by Pella. He researched the ebony. Oh, okay. Thank you. I was very confused. I saw the ebony icon and just somehow did not click that that was what he had researched. Makes a lot of sense. He has not assigned that ebony, but it is there. And he's assigned literature to the patrons, which makes sense. And he's going to get a developing culture here. Curious to see what tech choice he goes. I would love to see aristocracy. And he also has a new ruler. And notice that his science has fallen precipitously because he no longer has intelligence. And he has a judge as well. So it's a judge party. The improvement finishes at the start of your turn. So it will not finish if a raider kills it. Worker moves complete at the start of your turn. So, yeah. We'll see what he picks tech-wise, I guess. Pop back over, and we have a new ruler in Rome as well. Let's see what's going on with our good friend IceMatrix. Clearing some raiders over here. Shrine of Hades finishing up here. We did get this Jerwan Architect, but he hasn't built any other farms. You can build farms after the fact for Jerwan, which is kind of handy. Shrine of Athena, so maybe we're going to see some Zoro here. Would love to see some... yes, their science is now back down to 33. So Intelligent was basically giving Kiriyama something like 25 extra science from his 7 cities? Yes. So that is a lot of area under that curve in favor of Rome. Intelligence definitely very, very strong. All right. Especially if you plan to expand rapidly, which you probably should do, especially on a tiny map like this where there's plenty of room. Okay, we're starting another settler, so IceMatrix would like to continue expanding somewhere. Nope, he's changing his mind. Worker instead. He's already building a settler here, so I guess I can see that logic. He's going to clear some more sites. Just this one here, and then there's no way around, so they have to double back. But that's good. He'll at least not have raids coming from this direction, although he does have one raider, I think, or the barbarian that wandered over. A little unsure. Maybe it's the weird raiders that turn into barbarians, that bug that we're currently seeing. All right, these raiders are slowly making their way through that very slow, hilly terrain. It is normal tribe difficulty. He's clearing this site. Unfortunately, I think he's not going to be able to clear it before it respawns, so he's going to kind of needs another unit. Maybe bring this slinger up. He did end up going for aristocracy. If he gets centralization, that can help with science as well, especially since this is already developing in his cap. Would like to see him assign his judge as a governor somewhere as well. Assigning your leader as a governor does give you XP based on the culture level of the city, which is a very handy way to get some strengths on your leader. And I think I can click over and see what his leader is. No. Oh, yes, I can. He's got a witty and foolish. So intelligent wasn't plus 25. He's foolish, so he's getting minus 10% in all cities as well. Foolish is really, really bad. Like, really bad. But he'll get another strength here, and we'll see what he gets out of that. Continue watching Kiriyama because it is turn, and the players, this raid is it's really not fun. He has pulled a slinger over here to help deal with this. But yeah, this is on a map this size. If you've met many of the tribes, I think he's met 3 out of 4 tribes, just hasn't met the far distant Mandals that are on the other side of the map. Those tribes can come raid you, and that can actually really suck because there are a lot of units to kill. So this is a pretty big contingent raiding here, and then we've got some more raiders here. Fortunately, these hills slow them down, so they just kind of crawl. The raiders are very slowly moving over there, which is giving plenty of time to react. All right, so aristocracy. And let's pop back over to see what IceMatrix does, and to just point out that workers finish on the start of your turn, so we will wait here. This will tick over at the start of his turn. Indeed, the Shrine of Hades just finished. The way the Shrine of Hades works is it gives you extra culture next to a volcano or mountain tile, more for a volcano. So ideally, I would have loved to see some border expansion and plopping it here. Would have been given him a lot more culture there. Although I guess he has nothing to border expand with this way. Yeah, all right. He's getting forestry. Does he even have aristocracy? He does not have aristocracy. The other thing, Rome is getting aristocracy, which means he'll be able to grab border boost with 7 cities, potentially 8 cities. Does he have a settler anywhere? Looking for a settler. Oh my God, this is brutal. Really worried about that slinger. He doesn't have a settler. He's festivaling in his capital. No one has a grand vizier. Yeah, I would like to see a settler to come settle this site. And this looks a little scary as well. Is that an upgrade on that camp? Fortunately, I can't. Develops into Scythian encampment. 1 turn. Ooh. That's gonna be painful. It is Rome's turn right now. So I guess he can clear it in time and then run away with the slinger. But yeah, when you get the develops into encampment event, it will move the injured unit out and put a fresh upgraded unit in, and also make the encampment harder to attack into, which is, if you're not aware with it, can feel really unfair. So it's always worth like hovering over on a barb site if you have time to think this through. Okay, so this is not good. He needs probably a couple more units to help deal with this because he's very much outclassed at the moment. He can kill this, but they're all ranged. City's not doing great. I guess he's getting that in the Spearman in 4 years, but fortunately he's lost his lumber mill here. Yeah, doesn't have a worker. This raid is kind of destroying the city. Getting some cheap landowner farmers on these farms. Up to 36 science, first 33 for IceMatrix. Getting a looks like a woodcutter on this lumber mill. Woodcutters are rural specialists that give 2 science, so can help there. But yeah, generally don't particularly love, especially in a patron site without civics production. There's better uses of your citizens. He's finishing that Odeon, and this slinger is coming to deal with these raiding Thracians. And This other slinger came home to heal, and he's going to clear this out. And does he have a settler starting anywhere? Maybe he'll start one here. I don't know. Let's take a look at the cities, see what the growth ones. This is also a nice little menu here just to see what he's doing another inquiry. So he's definitely powering his science through inquiries here. He's got 2 scholar governors, which is really interesting to see. I haven't seen this tech for a while. Yeah. Pretty interesting. Inquiry in the Marble City. Yes, another inquiry over here. Or was that the one I pointed out? I thought he started an inquiry here. I guess he changed his mind to council. Yeah, inquiry in the Marble City. Unfortunately, the marble, only one of them is improved. I'd like to see improvement on the other marble. And this is also the land over receipt, so he could go buy these tiles and get this double ore, get some racks up and make this into a really fearsome military place. Let's go toggle over to IceMatrix. All right. He has presumably produced a spear. He has met his first tribe, and they were kind enough. He met the Danes, and they were kind enough to give him 230 stone. Sure, I'll take that for peace. And of course, then immediately raided him because, yeah, they had built up so many units, and I don't think Rome has met the Danes. Yeah, because they're on the far side of the map. So here's some stone, and by the way, some other part of the tribe is raiding you. So deal. He's building another settler. Curious to see whether he deals with this Danish camp, and goes this way, or finishes clearing this way and clears out the Vandals. Assigning a general here. Yeah, he's got another set on the way. Lots of workers. What is the worker count up to? We are 8 worker units versus also 8 worker units. So equal worker counts at the moment. Of course, Rome did lose a worker. And this one is the perfect landowner spot, presumably with the Danes. So the marble, goats, sorghum. Presume that's the one you mean. This one doesn't feel like a particularly good spot for anything. I guess you have some distant crabs. Everything feels really spread out. All right, let's pop back over to Kiriyama, see what's going on here. Also getting food boost. His other choices were spoked wheel, mill drill, and monasticism. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a religion. Doesn't seem to be getting one. Mill drill, probably good. I don't love food boost, but not terrible here. If you don't take it, you lose it. And he does have a pretty bad, he doesn't have very many farms, but definitely has lots of places to farm. Yeah. Apparently food boost is meta, as Scientific points out. Also, another choice of laws here. He has the choice of this law or this law, which will be a lot easier for me to understand if I actually look at the laws. Centralization or vassalage. Probably would like to see centralization. He'll get 4 science here. He's getting some horses up, which will help his order economy. Let's take a look at orders. 11.8 versus 11.4, so pretty much equalized a bit, although 8 of that is improvement construction for Greece, and only 5. So actually Greece, I think, now has a order advantage for the first time in the game. Let's toggle back over here. Pretty close in orders. But yeah, a little bit of an order advantage for Greece. All right, so still Kiriyama's turn. Does he have a settler started somewhere for that northern site? No, I don't see one. Still really not having a good time at here. We'll see what he picks law-wise. He's at 1 law, so that'll be a 2nd law. But yeah, he hasn't started a settler anywhere. I don't see a settler. And yeah, inquiry. Interesting choice. Level 1 inquiry. 40 science, 80 civics. Yeah, let's see what level 2 inquiry costs. Level 2 inquiry is 80 science for 120 civics. Level 3 is 120 for 160. And then level 4 is 160 for 200. So level 4 is, of course, the most efficient at conversion. And level 1 is the least efficient at conversion. So I think the issue is by the time you get to level 4, 160 sciences for 200 civics, you're probably going to, that's like plus 80 science a year, which I guess can be worth it if you have a scholar governor in a very, very high-powered civics production site, but there's probably better uses. Those civics and specialists give you free science in some sense. You build it, and then you just get science every turn. All right. Still Kiriyama's turn, I guess. They picked centralization, which is giving them that science lead again, 41 to 35. So continuing. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't look. That's interesting. If I open up the chart here, it starts with the previous. It doesn't relocalize. Yeah. So Rome science collapsed after the death of the intelligent leader. The foolish leader is definitely not helping, but they're continuing to invest in their science and getting forestry, so they're a little bit ahead of Czech. And yes, mausoleum in Greece. So definitely seeing some science play here. Got this glorious mausoleum on its way, which is going to be a lot of extra culture in all his cities. In Greece, cities already get a lot of culture, and he has artisans. So we might be seeing legendary Circus Maximus. Unfortunately, there's not very many other. There's no other legendary wonder. And Circus Maximus, not a. I mean, none of the legendary wonders are bad, but it's okay, right? Like, you know, Swift on your mounted units and global 40 training. It's very much an okay wonder. Can be handy, especially if you're mounted heavy. Definitely nice for late game cataphracts, but we're very far away from that. But Mausoleum for culture, definitely good. And Greece definitely has a culture lead at this point. He's got more advanced cities, despite Rome having more cities, 7 versus 5. So let's keep an eye on IceMatrix, see what he does. He's got this raid coming in. No military units anywhere nearby. I guess he can move this archer up, and I guess this spearman is slowly on its way. Started that, getting Master Poet. Did not assign a governor, which... oh, he has... Oh no, his leader is doomed. That's brutal. Doomed off severely ill at age 34. Oh. Ouch. Ouch. Third leader before turn 50 is really rough. His legitimacy is going to be painful. No way in hell he's getting that stockpile event. Yeah, he's actually Greece's legitimacy was better than Rome's, probably because Rome just had their second leader. But that is brutal, and it's going to be a regency too with a 12-year-old heir potentially, 11-year at the moment. We'll see. Yeah, and this eloquent too. Eloquent, compassionate, witty Queen Eurydice. Well, yeah, we knew you too briefly. That is a very short reign too. 15 years. So, all right, well, we'll see what Prince Alexander, who I guess will be Alexander II, what he will become. But definitely very sad to see an early leader RNG off of severely ill. That's really rough. Losing early leaders is never fun, and is pretty painful. All right, well, we'll see what he does with his 8 orders. Forestry in a turn here. Doesn't really have particularly good, can I actually see lumber mill spots? Yeah, I can. There's some good lumber mill spots up here, clearly. Lots of +8s, even some +9s in artisan cities, because artisan cities are OP. Underrated. I think it's an underrated aspect of artisans, that extra output for mines and lumber mills. Another underrated one is the lower cost for ships and siege. Although the real reason to go artisans is the 4 culture a year in their city, and then the minus 2 years to build urban improvements. And indeed he'd take that, which gives him very speedy buildings in his capital. All right. Well, very sad for Queen Eurydice, the architect. Yeah, and we've got our foolish judge over here. Bunch of events. I'm curious to see where they'll get border boost. He did just get aristocracy, so he can assign an ambassador. Family opinion check. Ooh, the champions are at -100. Let's see what the Greek family opinions look like. Everyone's pretty happy. Yeah, so have a chariot with a judge. Okay, well, the judge at least does have some courage. So chariot's going to go up and do some damage. Oh no, this is almost dead here as well. And we're dealing with, the chariot's dealing with the raid over here. Okay. Meanwhile, over here, we still got pretty much disastrous raid. He's slowly plinking away. This is just very painful. This city's been basically shut down for like 10, 15 turns. I'm not sure when it's first started getting raided. But that's definitely painful. So, yeah, I guess the advantage is you want to assign your military forces. You want to keep your military force together. And the world's laziest warrior, this promoted guy, I think has just been sitting here for 30 turns or something. He's got steadfast besieger. He could be doing so much work, and he's not. Of course, it does take orders to move it along across the map. What is the inquiry count in this city? Okay, this is going to be 1. This first inquiry, and here's another inquiry. So we've had just 1 inquiry so far. Yeah, this is pretty rough. And we have this here, and another raid. Yeah, I mean, because he scouted, he discovered the tribes, but they've been pretty slow at clearing the tribes, which means the tribes are getting stronger and sending raids. And I think that was a free chariot. Yeah, that was a free chariot. So, or a tech chariot. He doesn't have spoked wheel. He does have spearmen. No other 5 strength unit. Kind of want to see some 5 strength units by, say, turn 40. Good place to have 5 strength, because otherwise you're fighting toe-to-toe with barbs, which is really tough. All right, let's go take a look at IceMatrix. Turn 46 here. In match 17, loser of this will be out of the tournament. The winner will continue to their next bracket. We've got another wonder coming up from Greece. This is smart. He hasn't met his opponent yet, so he's going to use the Oracle to find them, except for that plan will be thwarted because Rome has not made any religions, so he won't discover anyone with the Oracle. But the Oracle is a good wonder. Pretty nice. Gets you that extra tech draw. But yeah, like that's all it really gets you if you don't have any religions and your opponent doesn't have any religions. But yeah, definitely might be seeing, like, is he going for a points victory? Is that the plan here? Is he just going to be like, I'm going to culture really hard because I'm Greece. I'm going to get all the wonders because I'm Greece. I'm going to get Mausoleum, which will help my culture even more. Yeah, I mean, it will force Kiriyama to attack him in like 50 turns. But yeah, definitely getting some lumber mills up, some farms. I mean, peaceful expansion game. Another raid here, but we got this archer ready to go. And his new ruler, his new regent is a hero. So he's got a hero who he is interestingly assigned as a governor in his sage's seat. Hero governors aren't terrible. I would definitely recommend the hero governor in the champion seat, although he already has a warlike governor there, so definitely don't screw that choice. Not sure how I feel about the sage's seat, given that you generally don't want to build military production in your sage's seat. So yeah, hero would be very good on a unit, of course, as a general. All right, admin on the way. Tech check here. Campo, I think was from Sages, and then is going there. Let's take a look at Kiriyama. 2 hours, almost 2 hours in. Event that I can't read. We'll see what he chooses tech-wise. He's got choice of those techs: aristocracy, mill drill, navigation, and architecture. Dealing with raid up here has the judge general. Don't really love the judge general. Feel like judges are much better in cities, but at least this judge has some courage, so it's not terrible. Yeah, he's cleared this site. Hopefully a raider won't come down and kill him. He's got these raids going on. Still a really rough situation here. At least the spearman has finally come out, which hopefully will let us resume. He had great expansion at the start, but it's kind of stalled at 7 cities right now. So, yeah. Working towards that inquiry there. A just apprentice poet, I guess, in this Odeon. Which makes sense. Pretty good there. We don't have an apprentice poet here. We do have a judge leader. So, but he harped at the theater. Of course, he didn't know he was going to have a judge leader. I think this is a shrine. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So he is building a shrine here. And curious to see what tech choices he makes, but I guess we'll see that next turn. All right, so we got the regent governing the city. Chancellor has died, who had 1 wisdom, which is nice. High wisdom chancellors can be nice because they give you growth in all cities. The Roman shrine, awkwardly correct, will make the oracle work, which means he'll found Roman paganism just in time to give his opponent vision. So you could, in theory, try to delay your shrine at that point. Yeah, realistically, probably not worth doing. When it gave you a free agent without requiring a spy master, people would sometimes delay, especially if someone went for an early oracle, just because the free agent, like being able to place it without a spy master back in the day. But that's neither here nor there. Kind of liking this raider AI where they just go and like they go and pillage your stuff. Definitely makes them much more annoying to fight. We are building a chariot out of this artisan city, which is turning a little bit of military production. Actually, let's look at training per cities. His champion seat, of course, unsurprisingly, is at number 1 with 27, and then 13, 12, 10, 8. Let's, can I click over here? No, I have to click this way. And then let's take a look at Rome. Rome, of course, has the best training in the game, but only 18, 11, 11, 11, 11, and 10. So no barracks. Does Rome have barracks? No, does not. Maybe we'll pick it now. We'll see what he picks tech-wise. Yeah, kind of curious, actually. I guess he didn't pick anything last turn either. He is getting mill drill, so we will get that barracks up and running, and maybe we'll see some amazing production here from the champion site. And founding order, I think, was champions, patrons, and landowner. And over here, founding order was artisan, champion, another artisan, and then sages. So, okay, we'll keep an eye here. Pause briefly to get a drink, and I will leave the camera on this military action over here. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back with the beverage and have started some tea. So, yeah. Ah, definitely an interesting situation here. 40 science from Rome, despite the foolish leader, and only 32 from Greece. We have upgraded to a spear, the world's laziest warrior, as I've been calling them. Looks like he's managed to finally clear out this this raid here, almost there. Unfortunately, the worker's 5 turns away, and the lumber mill will be gone before then. Let's see what IceMatrix does. Just started his turn here. He's dealing with a raid as well. Got a spearman over there. Slinger, Archer. He has the choice of, he just got an admin. Choice of portcullis, land consolidation, archer, and architecture, which is kind of an awkward draw. You might want to, well, he's might mark some text. He has marked rhetoric. He would like rhetoric. Presumably that will be his fourth law, question mark? No. He's going for land consolidation. Makes sense. He's got a bunch of wine. There's a bunch of wine, some honey, some more honey. Yeah, I kind of like land consolidation here. Get those groves up and running. Can be a really great source of science. Another choice of ambition, 7 cities, 20 specialists, 5 naval units. 7 cities seems very doable. Lots of room to expand yet. Has not met his opponent. And yes, following up Oracle with Portcullis would be sweet. He could put an agent in Rome City and keep an eye on what's going on. But land consolidation is probably the better choice in terms of just raw science output because it gets you groves. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 12 science flat off the groves already. Of course, Portcullis does let you do agents, which is really great for vision. Okay. Not sure why why IceMatrix turned Simul off, but we'll let the players do what they like at this point. And yeah, this sort of start where you see wine. Oh, there's even another one. There's another one over here. I missed that. I don't know. What would you say is the threshold for, I think I want to get early land consolidation? Like, obviously, if there's 10 land consolidation things around, you would probably get it. But like 5, what would your thresholds be? 6, something like that. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. So, and sort of 5 in core borders. Gonna brew some tea and I'll be right back as well. Okay. All right, so let's toggle back over to Rome and see what goes on here. He has finally cleared this raid, which basically shut down the city for a very long time. Let's clear this raid. This worker, perilously, dangerously, close to death. This spearman enjoying its upgraded life. He's getting spoked wheel. Tech-wise, his other choices were land consolidation, monasticism, and I presume a bonus card. But which one? I am not sure. That's monasticism, I think. Oh, citizenship. Yeah, spoked wheel. Don't love that. I think I would have liked to see land consolidation, maybe? Monasticism, if you had gone for religion. Also would really love to see this farm improved. This fur improved. I guess that got grabbed from border expansion as well. This becomes a 3 marble site. Interestingly, border expansion grabbed the ore instead of the 3rd marble. I'd like to see a shrine here to grab that marble. No founding of city, although there's a settler coming out here. We got a raid from the Scythians, but the world's laziest warrior, now the world's laziest spearman, might see some action. So it's kind of good that he's been defending the city all this time, just waiting for that raid. All right, it is IceMatrix's turn. Quick science check, 41 to 35, still in Rome's favor. He's continued to deal with the raid, building a chariot, has done a tiny bit of scouting, has double wonders on their way, so he's gonna have 4 wonders. Really interesting. Orders very close. Money. I guess that, yeah, that leader change really hurt his bank account. Wood, we got some lumber mills going up for both players. Stone, pretty big stone lead for IceMatrix. Iron, wood, I think in general he's still ahead in improvements. 54 versus 36. And still ahead in national wealth, the Rome has caught up. And Rome is ahead in population, which you'd expect. He's had 7 cities for much longer. 9 to 8 workers. And 16 specialists for Rome, but mostly rural. I wish this kind of split out rural versus urban specialists. Units lost, Rome has lost 3. I think that worker, both players lost a militia, I think, and then probably lost something else. Kiriyama ahead in clearing camps, and also slightly ahead in sciences. And text discovered. All right, Kiriyama's turn. Let's see what happens. He got this raid. Will the world's laziest warrior move over here and attack, or just wait for the units to come closer? Probably wait for the units to come closer. We don't have a way to repair that. That worker is going to be late. We're building a barracks over here. Love to see it, but no barracks in our champion seat. Off-brand worker building a goat or a pasture. We've got this Odeon over here. Got some heals. Maybe we're going to go clear some more Numidians. Take the center of the map. I wonder if these units are going to heal up and then hit the Thracians. Could see some settling over here this way, and maybe we'll have some collision between the players at some point. It's been a very peaceful game. Both players kind of doing their thing. Yeah, definitely very interesting. Like to see the settler coming out here to settle there. So that'll be his 8th city. Yeah. Definitely Rome is ahead in expansion. Greece is definitely ahead in culture. Rome is ahead in science. So not really sure what's up with these judge generals. Both players have a judge general, and both players have gone food boost. So, all right, let's pop back over to IceMatrix. See what's going on here. Alrighty, we got a scout being built. Ooh, maybe we'll see some more scouting. The scout has kind of been standing there for a while. I'm going to clear the rest of this raid. Up, we got a worker, we got Odeon and a Shrine of Poseidon. He's getting Master Acolyte, which means he should get an Apprentice Acolyte, so we might see Zoro founded. In fact, we will have Zoro founded. Greece will get Zoro founded in 3 years when that Apprentice Acolyte finishes. Also putting down a Hamlet here. Not really sure why here. Maybe to push borders slightly, but yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Getting some lumber mills up to get some wood production. Any good Chancellor candidates? No one particularly amazing to write home about. And family planning is totally fine. 9 years away from land consolidation, so definitely hope we see some groving going on. That 2000 civics legacy is just never going to happen. I really feel like that ambition should be changed, just because stockpiling 2000 civics is very rarely a good idea. I just feel like the stockpile ambitions are just a trap. Maybe I'll make a suggestion right now. All right. All right, let's see here. Yeah. There is not a produce 2000 civics ambition. I really need to sit down and do some analysis of the ambitions. It's part of the game that I haven't analyzed properly, and I think it's such a good source of legitimacy that it's worth analyzing. And of course, in single player, if you have ambition victory on it, it's a huge way to win. And navigating and making sure that you don't lock yourself out of eligibility for ambition if you want that ambition. I think the rule is if it's 75% complete, I think it won't show. I'm not sure exactly. Like I said, I need to do some research. All right, so pretty chill turn over here. Looking forward to Zoro founded, land consolidation. Okay, we're getting a barracks over here. The world's laziest warrior has gone into action. He's doing the job he was built to do. Kill horse units as a spear. Love to see it. We are getting a poet over here, which hopefully we'll see an upgrade. Well, we can't upgrade. Where is the poet? It's a apprentice poet in here. But we're not far off from strong, so we'd upgrade. We could hard build medium master. Okay, here we're here. Odeon over here. Another raid. He's just getting raided by these tribes, though he'll get that settler out shortly here. Let's check back over in Greece. Let's see. King Alexander the New, 16 years old, philosophy student, bitter. He's got a regent, hero regent. We'll see what he, bitter and humble. We'll see what archetype he picks in 2 years, and also he'll get some more XP for, I guess, another trait, or start like become ruler with a lot of XP. Okay, it is now IceMatrix's turn. If I can toggle over, let's see here what he does. He's got 11 orders. We can quickly check the order chart. Both players pretty tight on order. Neither player, I think, has navigation or serfdom. Again, navigation, very, very good tech, because serfdom gives you 5 orders a turn. When you're only earning 12 orders, 5 orders goes a long way. Mentorship, his choice is Judge, Builder, or Zealot. Curious to see whether he will go Judge. So can you use Judge theme here, or whether he'll go Builder. Speed up some of these wonders. Builder could be very, very valuable for his current wonder pushing, because he can basically speed up wonders significantly, get those benefits quicker, get the payoff nice. And it seems like he's going for a builder point culture strategy, or wonder point culture strategy. So I think I would advocate builder here, and indeed he does go builder. So curious to see whether he'll stack workers once he has a couple of free workers. He does have some over here on some of these wonders to speed them up. But again, he's a really tight from an order perspective. Not many orders to play with. And 7 years for land consolidation, and we should see Zoro founded soon, because Acolyte in 2 years. Getting some cattle, improving some stuff. Tending his garden. Cute, getting everything up. Treasury, interesting choice. I guess he feels like he needs a slightly better money situation. Not sure how I feel about treasury in a city that has no fare. I think I pretty much only exclusively build them if I horribly need money, and stone is oddly cheap for some reason. Yeah. I will put treasury in trader seats, but that's about it. Or in like my Uber capital, where I'm like, well, whatever, it's already getting lots of money from everything, so. Or I have a high discipline leader there, which I tend to like high discipline leaders. But treasury in a random city, like, he already has 2 workers here. Build another slinger, build a warrior. Probably warrior. You don't want to drain your stone supply if you're going for wonders, so. Realistically, a warrior, you can always upgrade it to something good. You could also build another settler. Could potentially build another scout and do some scouting. There's lots of legitimacy on the map still. All right, ping over to Kiriyama's turn 51. Finished about 50 turns in 2 hours, which is a good pace. We've seen 50 turns in 3 hours, 50 turns in 2 hours, so both players playing at a pretty decent clip. All right, so you have a judge leader. Same mistake here. We could upgrade this Odeon. Instead, we're hard building a theater. So I think just maybe players aren't familiar with how judges work. That's another video idea. Explain every archetype in detail. Like, just go over the basics. How does every archetype do? Maybe you could even do one video per archetype. Yeah. Each archetype. I think that's another thing I've really enjoyed from this tournament, just understanding, seeing some players who are new to multiplayer and just watching people's play. And it's like, okay, well, I guess folks are unaware of how that works. Yeah, so it gives me ideas, and I'm sure other content creators ideas for what videos might be worth making. I think I tend to make really nerdy videos, and probably could do. My most popular videos are like the guide videos, so probably should, if I care about growing the channel, which I care about getting the game exposure, I guess, out of the goodness of my heart, because I think it's a great game. And not, I guess it's a selfish motive, right? I want to see it to continue the game to be supported and successful, and Mohawk to get a lot more ability to continue to expand it and do great stuff. So I can continue enjoying it. So ultimately, I guess it's enlightened self-interest. So, all right. And thank you for the kind words from the nerdy videos. We have one spreadsheet video so far. All right, let's see here. 2 orders left. Building some Odeons. Everyone really likes their Odeons in this game. I have to confess, I rarely build Odeons everywhere. I never build Odeons everywhere. I just rarely. I'll build Odeons in the capital. I build Odeons in a high growth place so I can leverage Poet's amazing citizen bonus. Let's take a look at Elder Poet here. Elder Poet, each citizen 1 civic, which is huge. So good. If you have like a bunch of citizens, that's a bunch of civics, and it's base civics, which means it scales with all other civics gains, including charisma from governors and courthouses, the courthouse line. All right, Greece, there is yet time. I think this is a pre-disaster event, or maybe it's just a religion event. I'm not actually sure. New Horizons. Tragedy. Could hire a poet and get a courtier. I'd probably get the courtier. Courtiers are really good. In fact, I think Greece is catching up with science because of courtiers right now. This affable. And now is the question, does he step down for the builder? I presume he will. Getting another chariot. He does have that settler ready to go. And sort of making progress towards more Danish raiders. Curious to see which way he'll expand, because I don't think he has scouted any other city sites. Here we see some not great scouting. And then we can check Rome's scouting. I mean, neither player has scouted the other player at this point. Rome at least has some outline of where they are. I mean, they know where they are. But I mean, generally you want to at least try to scout around the map, especially on a large map like this, because those landmarks give you legitimacy, and then cognomens for legitimacy as well. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I think Scientific makes a good point. You really do not need an Odeon in every city. If you want culture, especially with Ishtar around in every city for developing, you can keep developing. Generally, if you want culture in every city, you should just go polytheism, get mythology as your theology, and then put a shrine in every city. And that way you'll have a shrine in every city, which you can use for an order with divine rule. And then mythology will give you really nice, I think it'll give you 4 culture per city. And an Odeon is only 3 and doesn't really do anything else for you. All right, Kiriyama's turn. Turn 52 in this epic combat. The loser continues to survive in the tournament. Or sorry, the winner continues to survive in the tournament and the loser is out. Unfortunately, I can't really look at these events because they're all in Russian. So, yeah, we got Spoked Wheel out here. He's founded another patron site here. This does not feel like a patron site at all. But I guess he has, yeah, this is the 3rd patron city. So he does not know the map, but in theory could have scouted the map at this point. That's another advantage of early scouting. You get a really great sight of how you want to lay out your cities. Is there a great site you should beeline for? Is there how to balance your cities? Like, oh, actually, I need to put a hunter spot there, and like you don't want to have too many family patrons, though, are one of those families that like you can totally stay on one city just because that city is going to be generally pretty like the culture discontent bonus. They don't need that many cities. And wow, he got a Numidian courtier who hates his guts. Hey, Snep, welcome to the stream. Just to catch you up, good evening. We are on turn 52 of this duel between Kiriyama and IceMatrix. Apologies for the UI in Russian. Unfortunately, it swaps to the player's language instead of my language. We're about 2 hours in. It's turn 52. We've got a kind of quiet game so far on this tiny square coastal rain basin. IceMatrix is in the west, playing as Greece, playing very much a culture game. Just settled his fifth city not too long ago, has already collected 2 wonders and is getting 2 more, and just has Alexander II the New, who just came to the throne this year actually, and is already doing a family marriage to the Sage's family, which makes sense to sort of help out the huge opinion penalty here. We've got hero versus builder, and then yeah, they're just not happy. He's getting land consolidation, which is a pretty smart play considering we've got a bunch of wine over here, some honey over here, some more honey over here. So it's at least 7 grove sites in borders, which will turn into like 14 science, as well as some culture and potentially some food. So would love to see. I think he's also going to grab Zoroastrianism, so would love to see a follow up with monasticism, and put some nice. There's some pretty good monastery spots as well. All right, so he's continuing to deal with these raiders. Meanwhile, to catch you up in the east, we've got Kiriyama playing Rome. They did a great job of expanding early, then had some trouble with raids from Thracians, basically shut down the city, and then had some raids to deal with here and had some trouble clearing, and are dealing with some raids here as well, but did some fast expansion and then kind of slowed down. They got up to 7 and then just founded their 8th city not too long ago. So both players have been pretty anemic in scouting. Kiriyama has settled and scouted a little more. Greece has really not gone out and seen much of their own land, beyond their own land. But yeah, we got a kind of quiet, chill game here so far. Some nice grabbing this ore that I think went through border boost. Yeah, it's IceMatrix turn, so we'll talk back over. But if you have any questions or comments about the game, always love to see it in chat, and that goes for everyone there. Thanks so much for watching, and yeah, hope you're enjoying the game. And if there's any questions about Old World in this game, I'm happy to answer as well. Yeah, a good bit of build up right and before contact. That's a good way of putting it. Reese is going to definitely catapult. We're already 19 years away from legendary, so with that mausoleum, we will see a sub 70 legendary from Pella. Unfortunately, there's really not much at the legendary thing, but Greece can definitely get every single wonder. If he does, how many more points is that? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 wonders. So if he builds all 11 wonders, he'll get 22 more points, which will not really be enough. Probably needs some more city sites, but definitely all those cities will be pretty powerful with wonders. Oh, he has met I guess he met the Vandals. Yes, his scout has met the Vandals, and looks like he took an event where he got a warrior and declared war on the Danes because the Vandals gave him a warrior, which pretty cool event. So maybe he'll go clear this site first. It's a pretty good site. It's a marble. And over here, potentially, yeah, kind of a spread out site, like the city site. Is there a settler I can use to... here's the settler. And then here's the thing I was talking about earlier. Maybe little known fact, if you have a settler and it settles a city of the same family as the settler, you get a bonus citizen. So if you see here, this is an artisan settler, and it says same family plus 1 citizen. It does not say that for the others, just for that same family. So that's a tiny little bonus. Old World has a ton of these tiny little bonuses. That's what makes the game, I think, so well designed. There's no big, heavy-handed things. It's all small things that kind of mesh together and interplay. This does make the game potentially challenging to learn because there's a lot of different things that all interplay all the way, and until you understand the kind of the core mechanics, it can be a little hard to wrap your head around it. But once you do, there's like all sorts of fun small optimizations you can make like this. Yeah, so he definitely can get to a point victory. Maybe we'll see our first point victory of the tournament so far. But yeah, let's see. Looks like he's heading towards clearing those Danes. Let's see what Kiriyama's up to. No movement towards this Thracian site. Looks like he's getting another raid over here and is just dealing with his raids, kind of defensive, buckling down, trying to deal with the raids. I have to say, for both players, I'd like to see a little more forceful expansion. Just like go out there and yeah, Rome is going like northwest. I don't even think Rome is going anywhere. I think they're just kind of sitting. Like these units don't feel like they're going anywhere. They just feel like they're defending against the raid. I guess he's starting 2 more settlers, so maybe that's not correct. Those are definitely 2 more settlers, so maybe he wants to clear some more tiles. Maybe he'll go around here and take some of this. Yeah, I mean, I think fundamentally, like both players can definitely do some work on scouting. It is turn 53. It is a tiny map. You can definitely, like, I understand, especially early on, it can be challenging to find orders to scouting. It's still worth it. I am also often guilty of not doing it early, but later when you have a little more order breathing room, it's and it's a map that you haven't explored, like go out and see the map, see what's out there. Are there great city sites that you should settle? Like there's a really nice grove site here, right? Like if I'm IceMatrix or if I'm Kiriyama and I'm thinking about land consolidation because of the proximate there ones, like if you've scouted this site, you know that, wow, there's 2 honey over there. That's great. And there's some citrus over here. So there's a couple more great grove sites. But yeah. All right. So Kiriyama, oh, big flood in okay, lots of events here. Fortunately, I can't seem to open them. Okay, new heir. Followers gathered. He has founded Zoro and has the choice of slums and a citizen or a chance to become intolerant. He has taken the citizen and the slum. And I think he's going to get to place the slum here. This minister has become a power-hungry poet. Here's one of the events that you get from the Hanging Garden. Inspiring, prosperous, or eloquent. I think that's a guaranteed source of eloquent for a student by the Hanging Gardens. I'm not entirely sure. I really want to build a better event parser and then do some deep event analysis, but that is a long project for this game. But like, I mean, I like to do it the analysis way. Scientific just plays the game a bunch and just absorbs all the events into his brain. It's like, well, yes, this event changed this. I'm like, okay, well, that's a good skill to have, but yeah, it's not in my head yet. Patriarch can become conspiring. Another fun little interaction. Patriarchs, if they like you, if they're pleased, they can convert characters to a religion. And it only takes 75 civics, which is actually a lot. But you can use to convert families. Although if you only have one religion, no real need to do that. Would love to see a shrine started in the Sage's Seat to at least get them paganism, although maybe they'll swap to paganism here. Yeah, and then this flood, he can decrease a build turn, increase, or he doesn't have an urbanite, which would give him a free worker. 6 cities, would love to see that ambition. 4 courtiers, not really feasible. It feels like a trap ambition if you don't have a judge. Ambition reveals 60% of the land. Would really love to see him take that one just to get some scouting going. All right, let's see. We got 6 connected cities. All right, well, 6 connected cities is probably the most reasonable of those because he's already thinking about another city somewhere, right? Mike? No? Okay. Well, maybe he will think about a city. Naturally, this is a great site because it's connected. And this site is also connected automatically by those rivers. Unfortunately, he hasn't even scouted this city. Another word of advice is when you're scouting, you can scout along rivers. That's kind of a nice tactic, just to see where the river leads, largely because if you have exploration, you'll have faster movement along rivers, although you probably won't have exploration early on. But the other reason is when you do found a city on a river, it'll be connected. So you probably want to prioritize those sites early, especially before you have roads, because you won't be able to build up roads. And then you can colonize along rivers. So it's a nice trick to just think about rivers and try to settle along them. But generally, you want to scout the map. Okay, let's take a look here. Kiriyama, turn 54. All right, we've got the double settler up in the north. Pretty sure he could have killed that in some events, unfortunately in Russian. He's building a slinger over here, kind of just chilling, waiting for raids. This spearman waiting for raids. The settler, interesting, he's got a settler here. Curious to see whether we'll see another military unit pulled and like we'll clear this last site. That'd be nice because that would lock down this area from raids. We won't see raids, and then we could also quarry along these lovely mountains. Feel like we don't really have great. We have a couple quarry sites here that we haven't really used. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see this go. This single slinger alone will not be enough. Sorry, single spearman alone will not be enough to clear. But yeah, his forces are really spread out. Which again is not necessarily bad. Like raids can suck, and yeah, he's getting land consolidation as well. So we'll see some grove economy here. Maybe both players will get some science. Greece has actually taken the first science lead of the game. They're at 57 to Rome's 55. So let's take a look at the science graph. So Greece has actually passed Rome for the first time in the game there. Order-wise, big jump for Rome. Not entirely sure why. Maybe some camps finishing, I think probably just finishing some camps. Not entirely sure. What did he get? Robust maybe or something? Let's check. Let's see what the leader's on. Sorry, let's check this way. Leader has gotten Delver, Cultivator, and Witty, and verse Inspiring and Humble. And hopefully we'll get some XP on that leader. They are governor. All right, it is still Kiriyama's turn. No robust. That's what I was looking for. We're building a garrison over here and a theater. All right, we need to do a video about judge upgrades. Like just a video about judge upgrades. Like, did you know judge leaders can upgrade? It's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think a video for every archetype, but especially a video for judge upgrades. Builder stacking is probably another one. Builder urban, stupid tricks with builder urban tricks. Yep, 10-minute videos, one archetype. Yeah. Hey, folks, this is alcaras with a quick video 45 minutes later. Absolutely. Yeah, there's good content to be made here and good tricks to be shown. All right, I think it's IceMatrix's turn. Let's see what's going on over here. Family opinion, pretty happy. He's got a scholar spouse. He's got that settler ready to go. Presumably he's going to settle this site because he seems to be going towards that. Unfortunately for his ambition, it will not be connected unless he builds some roads. So might have to do some road building. Econ-wise, plus 18 food, 32. I think we can check econ this way, yeah. So Rome actually has a better food economy, much slightly worse iron economy, much worse stone economy. Both are similar and competent to each other. I can't hover over here because they still have not met. I think, yeah, they have still not met, which is kind of wild. It is very, to be fair, it is very, in a network play environment, it is very easy to forget that you have a judge and that you can upgrade. Again, like I have to say, like the commentator / observer seat is, it's very easy to say, oh yeah, look at this obvious thing that this person, but like you're so stressed, you're like, oh my God, what's going on? There's a turn timer, there's a ticking sound, people are watching me play, right? Like there's all sorts of, like it's definitely a tough environment. So all our feedback is coming from a place of love, help players get better. We're going to see some mausoleum finishing here from Greece. Curious to see whether he'll start another wonder. He did start the ziggurat. I missed that. Zig is, oh yeah, because there's another lovely thing about artisans. Artisans have that urban. It works on wonders. I didn't realize this for the longest time. So it cuts off, I think, 2 turns off your wonders. which is really nice. So, yeah. This is really an awkward flood. Destroyed this garrison, destroyed a shrine, a lumber mill. Nothing else, but is this a rebel? Yes, this is a rebel. Why is there a rebel? Presumably the Sages family were pissed off a while ago. He has since fixed it. Largely because they converted to Greek paganism, and the Greek pagans love them. So, yeah, notice that. So, another video idea: opinions. Opinions. Yes, and Scientific points out correctly that if you see your opponent just building wonders, that is a great sign that says, "Hey, you can come kill me. I'm investing my resources into building wonders." That means I will generally not have that many resources to invest in other things like units to protect the wonders. Of course, if you leave them alone a long time, they will eventually benefit from all the cool abilities that wonders give them. But early wonders, especially this many early wonders, is generally a sign that says, "Hey, come kill me." Of course, if you don't come kill them, that will be painful for you later. So I think early on with the expansion, I was kind of like, Kiriyama's looking good. Now, kind of with not really reacting to anything IceMatrix is doing in terms of wonders, kind of feeling like IceMatrix might take this game. We'll see. It's definitely anyone's game at this point. Let's take a look at these pretty events over here. Mausoleum completed. Just love the art in this game so much. 6th Urgency. He also gets the Architect. He can get ambition to get this one. I do not think this ambition is a trap. 50 of each resource a turn. That just means have a good economy. I like that kind of ambition. Ambition capture of foreign capital. Probably not feasible at this point. So yeah, the balance your economy ambition, probably the better choice here. He's got Flood's End, which gets him some XP, which also I think will get him, once he clicks, that'll get him some XP, and then he'll get a choice of, he's upgrading, so he can either remove being humble or stay humble, or remove humble and get some resources. Curious to see. Humble's not bad. It's not the best strength. But yeah, it's not bad. And we're going to get land consolidation. So we might actually see Greece continue to build out of their science lead. They're at 50 now to 50 out. Rome has picked it up again. But yeah, also let's take a look at Pella. We are 10 years away from Legendary. So we're going to have a turn 66 or faster, because we've got other wonders coming in. Turn 66 Legendary, which is honestly pretty impressive. That's a very good time. Of course, Artisan Greece is probably the easiest to get in early Legendary on. An Olympiad in the Sage's capital. I am very confused what's going on in the Sage's family seat. Hero Governor, Olympiad. Sages are like, we are warrior scholars. He's getting a barracks, which at least makes sense for that. And of course, he's cleaning out this Danish site, and I guess that settler will slowly head over there. Probably would like to see his founded sages, because the marble, that you can potentially also get a good increase. Sages have propensity to get scholars. All right, Kiriyama's turn. Let's hop back over. 4 years away from land consolidation. No other raids coming in here. These units are all kind of sitting there. Order economy is 16 versus 17, so still pretty low for both players. No one has navigation yet, which is painful to see, just because navigation is so good. Serfdom is really powerful, because 5 extra orders when you have 15 orders is 25% more orders, and 25% more orders is do more stuff. I think I like to say orders are life. Yeah, judge upgrades are both about the specialist is a huge bonus, but you can also just upgrade without the specialist, or for buildings that don't have a specialist. The other big use of a judge upgrade is a timing attack. You get 4 laws. You step your worker with a judge unit. Sorry, you have a judge leader, and you put your worker on your garrison, and you press the upgrade button. Congrats, you have a stronghold. The exact turn, you got 4 laws. Not even a builder can do that. Builder has to wait at least a turn, because they can't do it instantly. And of course, that would require stacking a lot of workers, which you probably might not have. Judges are very good. I've had some great games where it was all judge. It was very fun. Hold court is probably one of the most powerful leader abilities in the game, just as a source of civics. You just pour those civics in. I don't see any hold court coming out from Rome, which is kind of a shame, considering he's got a lot of training banked and could be doing it to get 170 civics every 2 years, which would effectively double his civics income. Also give him lots of courtiers. So yeah, hold court abuse is very good. Hold court is really, really strong. You want to hold court. Obviously, you don't want to hold court when you have no training and need training for stuff, but like generally very good to hold court. All right, let's see here. 16 orders for Greece. We got a Zig in 4 years. Just finished our Oracle, which means Greece has vision and has met Kiriyama for the first time through the Oracle. Can't assign an agent because doesn't have this, but does have a tiny, doesn't have portcullis, but does have a tiny bit of vision. You can peer into what's going on in Rome. You won't be able to see the master poet. That's us, but I think you'll get a tiny bit of vision. Unfortunately, you don't get more than that. Oh, and Rome over here has decided to send their spearmen on a suicidal mission to attack this camp. So these guys are all 5 strength, 5 strength. So 2 4 strength units and 3 5 strength units. And you're sending in a 5 strength unit from a family that I think is unhappy. Yeah. Upset. So this is a very ill-advised move. Also, just blindly moving units into camps without a scout seeing what is there is a bad idea. So generally you want to have vision, and he's getting consistently rated here, which is really unfortunate. Like, you definitely want to go scout the map, but then you want to go clear the tribes or make peace with them, or do it. Like, you don't want to sit there and let them raid you forever. They will do it, and it's not very good. Similarly here, we got this spearman making probably also an ill-advised adventure towards the Scythians, though this may be less ill-advised because there's lots of forest, and spearmen do really good against horses. And they can hide in the forest, except for there's one melee horse, but this is still not good. You don't want to send one unit into 3 or 4. They're not going to win. Let's see what Kiriyama does here. Unfortunately, I can't look through I can look through events, but okay, it looks like some sort of disaster warning. This training event, which I think gets him a choice of builder on his heir, if I'm correct. So that would be decent. And then someone falling in love with them. But yeah, curious whether they take the builder event, if I'm reading that event correctly. Yeah, just kind of, I think it's easy in Old World to just do stuff. And I think it's hard to, this is the challenge of the game, right? Like, unlike Civ, Old World won't let you do everything. You have orders constraining you, and that is a fundamental constraint of the game. If you don't prioritize what you do and you just kind of do stuff and build something in every city, and like, it's kind of, you're kind of directionless and won't really go anywhere. You want to focus on things and prioritize some stuff and make trade-offs. I'm going to go into early military, but I'm going to use that to get early expansion, to like clear a lot of sites. Or I'm going to go really hard into culture. IceMatrix, even though they're not expanding, has done a great call where they're like, I'm going Greece, I'm going a culture heavy strategy, I'm going to get wonders, I'm going to get culture, I'm going to kind of stay kind of small, but like, I'm trading off expansion in favor of getting early wonders. Of course, you can do both, but not at once, right? You could expand and then do wonders. Generally, more cities is good. You can definitely stay small if you can't expand, but like, if there's free city sites to take, assuming you can get benefit from the city in time, it is worth expanding generally. The exceptions would be like, you're in a bloody military war and there's like 5 sites that you could settle, but you're in a war with your opponent. So at that point, settling those sites probably doesn't matter because you're not going to get returns on that city. Settling earlier is obviously going to give you more time to get returns. Just these raiders. I love these raiders and trade. Like, this is just painful to see because like, we've got 3 units and unfortunately we're kind of between 2 camps. And it's just, there's also a lot of units built up because I think they were getting ready to raid. So like, but for example, concentrating your forces as another example, he is attacking the Scythians with a spearman. The spearman will actually be fine because it's a spearman against horse units in a forest. But it won't be fine if the Numidians start wandering over here, or a melee spearman comes, or a melee horse comes and says hello. So he's attacking in the north, he's attacking the west, and he's kind of trying to attack in the south. Like, don't do that. You want to pick one place to attack. You want to concentrate your forces. It's fine if you're dealing with raids to leave a couple units to deal with that, but build more units. And you probably need more units than you think you do in Old World. It is a kind of military-heavy game in that sense. But I don't think he's building any units anywhere in any of his cities, which is not great. Let's take a look at the military score graph. Let's see how we're doing here. Military score graph. Rome's still ahead, but yeah, you probably want to have a couple more units. And like a good rule of thumb is if you're clearing tribal camps, try to scout it a little bit, and then you probably want like at least equal numbers compared to the tribe, ideally more. So yeah, so this is a 5 strength unit, a 5 strength unit, and a 5 strength unit, and there's a 5 strength unit. So they've got 20 strength. They have a 5 strength unit, a 4 strength unit, a 4 strength unit, so they've got 13 strength. That is not going to end well. Similarly, sending that spear in there. Anyway, not gonna berate the point. Yeah, like focused expansion. You don't generally do not want to be trying to attack 3 different camps at once. That you're not going to accomplish a lot of that. Oh, great! Love to see this. We've got some honey going up here. Some more honey up here. Some wine being improved. So we finished land consolidation in Greece. We're getting rhetoric. We're on a roll here. I'm predicting Grecian Renaissance. We've got 6th city here. Sages. I think that's correct for the marble. So yeah, definitely looking like things are turning up for IceMatrix here. Let's see what Kiriyama does. 2 years away off land consolidation there. Let's take a look at our improvement count as well. Always a fun stat to kind of proxy the economy. 70 to 50. The percentage gap has narrowed, but the IceMatrix has done a great job of just ecoing hard, and also 10-10 workers for both, and pretty national wealth is probably equalized as well. But a very low military game here. And it's Kiriyama's turn. I wish I can see the events, but I can't, because I guess I can click through them, but then I can't really see because it's all in Russian. So yes, Scientific makes the great point that if we do see war between the players, it'll be really interesting to see how the tactical decisions get made and how they sort of position the units. We've seen both players kind of struggle with dealing with barbarians and tribes. All right, so here is some adventures. Spearmen, to be fair, are really, really good against mounted units. Like really good. Spearman is what, plus 50% attack versus mounted? I should know this offhand, but I don't. It is anti-mounted, which is plus 50% strength versus mounted. So they really, really, really good. So like a 5 strength spearman is like 7.5 strength against a mounted unit. Yes, that is, Scientific makes a great point that Kiriyama has decided, he's heard my advice about don't clear 3 camps at a time. And he's like, I understand. I'm going to do, not going to do 3. I'm going to do 4. So we got 1 camp, 2 camp, kind of 3 camp, though we're running away, and kind of 4 camp, but we're running away as well. Given that you have constrained levels of orders, it's much better to move in with a bunch of units and 1 camp. So for example, just get these units out of danger, and then take all these units, maybe upgrade this to a spear, and clear this. Or say, hey, you know what? Spears are really good against mounted units. Let me go kill the mounted camps because I have spears and they're horses, so I can just annihilate them. So like 2 or 3 spears could clean this up. Probably 3, because there's just a lot of units at this point. 3 spears would make very short work of this. Like 2 spears can kill a unit a turn. So yeah, spears against horses are pretty good. But as you can see here, like we're slowly going to get whittled down because 1 unit alone isn't going to be enough. And you're spreading your orders across 4 different like this is not a good situation to be in, right? You've got a melee horse that's hitting you for 3, a ranged horse that's hitting you for 2, so you're taking 7 damage a turn. You're going to kill this, and then of course this horse is also hitting you for 1, so you're actually taking 8 damage a turn. And then you're in trouble if this guy comes up and starts whacking you as well. Like, and the settler's just sitting here. So yeah. Sandstorm, pretty annoying sandstorm, nothing much. Let's toggle back over to IceMatrix. Shrine going down here. So yeah, try to clear 1 camp at a time. Yeah. Ooh, big raid for IceMatrix. The Vandals are going to say hello. All we have is an archer with lots of forests. Oh my god, there's so many forests here. And a warrior. 69.4 to 54 science. Those groves are not even online. Where is this science coming from? Looks like we have autonomous rule in a strong city. You got an autonomous rule event, and that is 9 science. I didn't realize it was 1 science per population. So autonomous rule is actually a kind of big science boost. But that has boosted Greece to his first science lead of the game. Family check. All the Greek Grecian families are pretty cool, all enjoying pagan life. Kiriyama, we've got upset champions, upset landowners, and neutral statesmen. Would love to see some hold courts on the thing. Would also love to see an influence on the pagan head, which would help here, and then influencing like the sort of cheat sheet way of how do you fix family opinion. There's more detailed answers, but the easiest way in multiplayer, ambassadors improve family opinion, so you can do that. But the easiest way is look at the religion the family is, figure out what religion is most common, influence that religion head, because religion opinion translates directly into family opinion. Let me show an example that is not in Russian. So for example, here we see plus 152 for the champions from our opinion, religion's opinion of you. That's coming from this plus 152 for the Greek pagans. Because these are pagan, they're getting plus 152 to all pagan families, which is pretty good. This is capped at 200, by the way. So if your religion goes over 200, you don't get benefit beyond that. Plus 200. It's also capped at negative 200, thankfully, I believe. So yeah, and then the other thing is, so you invest that could basically, so for example, if Greece wanted to, they could influence this pagan head, 1 influence mission, plus 40. That would put this at plus 192, and that would give plus 40 everywhere, which would pop these 2 into friendly, and this would stay pleased. Then they could do an influence issue here, an influence mission here, which would add another 40 on top, and then you have all your families at friendly. Also worth probably influencing religious heads, because it also influences, I believe, character opinion. No, it doesn't. Character opinion is just irrespective. Sorry, that's not the way it flows. So yeah. But your families potentially can swap religions on you. So like champions are not yet going to swap to Zoro, but if they get another Zoro character, they will swap. Artisans are in no danger of swapping. So you can suddenly, like, for example, if a family changes religion, they go from a religion that has plus 152 to minus 100, that can be a very big swing. Those are all things to keep in mind. We got a eloquent, intelligent hero. Eloquent, intelligent is lovely. I really wish she wasn't a hero. That would be an amazing scholar. Eloquent and scholar in particular is just incredible, because you can use civics, and eloquent gives base culture. And then that is where you inquiry spike. All right, Greece is going phalanx. They have a pretty significant science lead, although I believe they are behind in science at the moment. Let's see what Kiriyama's up to. We've retreated here, done some promotions, kind of healing here while taking some damage, although the raiders look like they got bored. He pulled over a chariot, and unfortunately is getting completely annihilated by these barbs. And yes, we could have seen our first sword soon from Colosseum. And definitely he's under no pressure. So like absolutely, if there was a Coliseum, it would have been worth grabbing it. The settler's just chilling. So yeah, Kiriyama wants to expand. Doesn't have a city site. This, like, if this was 3 spears and they were all working together, it would clear this site so quickly. 1 spear, just slowly whittling stuff down. The units are going to spawn just about the rate you're killing them. So you're just going to fight forever. Oh my god, we have a raid from the Thracians here. This is going to be ugly. Let's pop over to IceMatrix. Suppress Zoroastrian Descent. Looks like he got a Zoroastrian Descent event here. Which makes sense, because Zoroastrians are really pissed. I don't actually know what triggers Zoroastrian Descents. Is it just negative family opinion? Let's see here. Created from Religious Descent. We'll play the nested tooltip game. Okay. No random unlocks project. Yeah, but what triggers it? I think it's negative negative religion opinion. I think it's negative religion opinion, and the religion has a chance to, and the religion is present in that city. I kind of wish it followed like the family opinion rule for rebels. Like you won't get descent unless the religion is at minus 100 instead of just being negative, but maybe I don't know. We'll see here. All right, back to Kiriyama's turn. We completed a tech, which is I want to say this is land consolidation. Yes, okay. So we completed land consolidation. We'll see what we pick next here. Curious to see if we'll see any groves start. Don't see any groves starting yet. Settlers moving up here. Approaching 3 hours here, so curious if our players will make some sort of agreement to continue. Also 60 turns. So he's kind of attacking here a little bit. It's going to get... These raiders are really rough. These are 5 strength raiders. This is a Pell test that gets plus 25% strength on a hill. So that's going to be really, really rough. So yeah, maybe we'll see a... Hey, this has been 3 hours. Thanks for the first segment. This is pretty good. Yeah, definitely a interesting game so far. Very, very peaceful. Princess Acolyte from Rome. Just look at Rome's. Well, looking at this way, I can see what the build queue is. All right, I want to look at Rome, but yeah, okay. Worker, rancher. Maybe we'll see some Judaism. Is there any rancher? Yeah, that'll be. So Rome is going to take Judaism. That's interesting. Got some acolytes here. Not really sure why. And then yeah, these got some raids here. So wonder if we'll actually see the players collide a little bit here, because they both founded in the middle here. No one has vision of the other, but like they're pretty close here, like 1 tile apart of vision. So yeah. So still trying to clear too many camps at once. This is really dangerous. I think you can run away still, but I also feel like these raiders are just, or these tribes are not, I guess they're not organized. They're just kind of doing their thing. But yeah, they're very close here. I wonder if he does have a settler here. So unfortunately he had to pull back here, and this spear is in deep trouble. Even though it's in the forest, and even though it's a spear unit, these horses can kill it if it doesn't get out. So IceMatrix is player 1, so it's not going to die this turn. Let's see what's going on in Greece. What's our wonder building? No new wonders. We got lots of stone in the bank. What's on the menu? We could get an Ishtar Gate. We could get an Acropolis. Can't really get a lighthouse because we haven't hit the shore yet. Although I think you can No, it requires coastal water, so yeah, you can't build a lighthouse in a lake. Big raid coming here. He has scouted the shore, so that's good. Turn 61 here. The ziggurat is finished. I think ziggurat is nice because it gives you that event choice. And he does take the wisdom shrine, which is plus 10% science and plus 10% culture. Very, very good event. Very good to grab. And I think Greece is pretty strongly in the science lead now. Yeah, 78 for 60. So fixing some science challenges from the early game and really shooting up. There's groves coming online, making a big difference. Let's take a look at the improvements count. 77 to 33, including 3 groves. First, no groves yet, but that makes sense because Rome has just gotten land consolidation. Continuing to, no, not continuing to build groves. Yeah, we'll see if he does. Presume he will. Groves are very good. And the specialist also gets you some extra science as well. So landowner groves are a particularly strong combination, and Rome does have landowners. So one thing to keep in mind is if you do have a landowner family and you see a bunch of groves, you can get land consolidation and then spam groves. Like this city, the settling here, like I think when they settled here, they had like a couple wines, some camels, some goats. No, it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of direction in terms of like what that site should be, but you can look at it and be like, 2-3 groves. I can get gardeners on there. Landowners get half speed rural. So this definitely feels like a landowner starting location. Neither player ended up going that, but the groves definitely leads towards that. At least suggests it. Part of Old World, I think, is like, and I think why the game is so challenging is like every game is different because the map is different, and so much of the game requires like adapting to the map. Like you can't force things very easily. If the map doesn't give you what you need, it can be very hard to kind of go against the map. You can kind of sort of sometimes do it, but it can be, yeah, it's usually not a good idea. Fluffy, for example, is really good at adapting to the map. I think he just kind of comes in and just like reads the map and adapts to what needs to be done and does it. It's like, oh, okay, well, I see this map is giving me this. I'm going to go do this. I don't quite know how he does it, but it's quite cool to see. So this is looking really ugly here. In theory, can he kill this? In theory, he can't because he'll take one. That's a melee unit, so he would take melee retaliation. Because when you attack a melee unit, you take 1 damage. Which is also why Persia's unique unit is so good, because they're a route unit that doesn't take retaliation damage because they're ranged. All right, so both spears had to retreat. Imagine if the spears were together and killing stuff. All right, we heard a general being assigned somewhere on this spear. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this guy's going to come kill it, but it doesn't have the range to do so. But yeah. All right, let's see here. Kiriyama, big raid coming in here. He's just gotten vision of this. This is going to be kind of ugly. Would love to see this upgraded. Spear is getting steel, which I don't particularly love, considering Rome has a unique unit. That is that. Both players only on 2 laws, aristocracy and slavery or freedom. I think both players are centralization still. So, yeah, we look at Rome's lands here. We got a master officer coming out of this landowner site. We have ore over here, which is improved, and we have a mine specialist, which we'd like to see, but no barracks. So we'd love to see some barracks in where we've improved some ore. Barrack scale training. Yeah. Hard building master poets. Yeah. Interesting. So yeah. Kind of feels like Rome is a little stuck at the moment. They want to settle some cities, but don't have the orders to settle 4 sites, like clear 4 sites at once, but also haven't like grouped up their forces. We got a spear on its own, a spear and a chariot, 2 slingers, and then a spear, a slinger, and then a warrior that's just kind of chilling there. Not really critical force not critical mass to clear anything. So I think the advice there is just group your forces together, go one by one camp. And now actually the raiders or the Numidians and the Scythians are coming in and hitting this city. So I'd like to see, you know what, why don't we move these guys? Okay, maybe this guy's a problem. So we killed this guy first, but you can also say, you know what, screw it. Let me figure out what else I can pull here. All my units are very far away. I could, instead of building a poet here, I can easily build the spearman here. I know there's horses around here. I don't need this poet for anything. There's really no need to build a poet in this city. You should just build a spear. Similarly here, I guess this is a patrons. Yeah, so yes, if Rome never went north, Scientific points out his entire army together would have been on Greece's doorstep 30 turns ago, and Greece did not have very many units at all. In fact, pretty sure Rome is still stronger. Let's check. They're similar. They were stronger for a while. But yeah, Rome has had a 30 turns ago, right around here, turn 31, 32, you could say hello, and it would have been very bad for IceMatrix. I think those are kind of the 2 I'd say there's 3 timing windows to keep in mind: turn 30, turn 50, and turn 70. You want to be ready with what your opponent can throw at you at each of those. You can see some harass before turn 30, but realistically, like, the distances on the map make it, unless you're spawning right next to each other, as we've seen in some maps on this tournament, the distances are far enough that like you can't realistically attack with force before turn 30. Then there's another timing attack with like a 6 strength attack on turn 50. And then there's another timing window around turns as early as turn 70 with 8 strength, usually with unique units. So like a 4 strength early, I'm going to mass a bunch of 4 strength units and come bash you in at turn 30. Then there's like, I'm going to hit with 6 strength around turn 50, and then I'm going to hit with 8 strength around turn 70. And of course there's later timings, but like generally that's kind of a good rule of thumb for duels of like 30, 50, 70, 4 strength, 6 strength, 8 strength. Which means you want to be prepared to deal with your opponent saying hello at those turns. And it can be a fun thing to practice, to be like, oh, how much strength can I get by turn 30? We might do some challenge maps around this. I think it's kind of an interesting concept to explore. We've usually done challenge maps of like, how quickly can you accomplish an objective? It might be fun to say, how much of a thing can you get by a time? Terrified what Wetlander will do with that. I think we did do one challenge where somehow someone by turn 60, I was like, how much strength can you get by turn 60? And someone got like 25 longbows by turn 60. Like, what? Like 25 longbows? I still have not been able to replicate that despite trying. So, you know, I really should go back and try to replicate that or do another challenge around that, because like that is insane. 25 longbows at turn 60 will just, like, unless it's in heavily forested terrain, like, what are you going to do? There's 25 longbows. They all attack from 3 range. Like, if you get eagle eye promotions on them, and like, that's just terrifying. 25 of any unit, massed, especially ranged unit, is just like, hello. All right, or I'm getting steel here, which won't really help at all. Doesn't really need steel at all, so I'm not sure why he's getting steel. There's choices. Other choices were citizenship, portcullis, and probably a bonus card of some variety. Let's see if I can decode this by tooltips. Yeah, I think this is another luxury. Yeah, fur. So would have definitely liked to see either portcullis or citizenship, not steel. Portcullis, pretty good. Law-wise, we don't have any more laws, so yeah, realistically, probably wouldn't wanted to see citizenship, but portcullis is also defendable. Okay, so he has pulled a slinger over. Love to see it. So this slinger is going to, in theory, deal with this, and did just attack there, so that's good. And then pull the slinger. So we're concentrating forces a little bit here. So that's a good play. Unfortunately, we're also trying to fight on a second front as well, which isn't great. So the raiders are kind of not giving you a choice, but like you could fall back a little bit and then just deal with the raiders instead of dealing with the raiders and the camp. Or you could build another unit, which he's doing, a slinger. Yeah. So I really don't understand the champion seat here. He went champion seat and has not built a barracks in the champion seat and has been building specialists in the champion seat. If you're going to do this, don't make your capital champion. The whole point of the champion family is you get plus 50% training, so you really want to specialize them into training for the seat specifically. Unfortunately, his champions are pretty pissed off at him as well. So we might see some rebels there. Let's take a look at Greece. Greece is dealing with a raid. Can upgrade the uncle, who's the governor. We're getting some archives in Sage's city. Okay, that feels more like a Sagey kind of thing to do. Did they get metaphysics? Can you just upgrade archives in Sages without metaphysics? I guess once you have an archive, you can upgrade the archive. Huh. I guess it's culture locked. I didn't even realize that you don't need metaphysics to do that. I love Sages so much. They're my favorite family. One of my favorite families. I think my ideal trio would be something like Sages and Statesmen. Old clerics. New clerics, I don't know. Old clerics was so good. Sages, Statesmen, and I think now I would probably pick something like Traders and Hunters. That would be an amazing family. Hunters, Sages, States, and Traders. I think those four would be my current. Traders are just so strong, I think, right now, especially on water maps. But like even on land maps, like having that gold modifier is just so like it can power your economy and let you do stuff you can't do any other way. Especially like I think Fluffy had a game against me where he went trader cap with Axum and just turned 14 pyramids because I have tons of gold, so why not? Like there's realistically outside of Egypt no way to get a turn 14 pyramids without like builder trader is just insane. All right, we got some upgrades. So let's notice here what IceMatrix is doing. He's doing a good job. He's got these units over here, but they're just chilling. They're gonna figure out what their next adventure is. But he's seeing a raid here, so he's pulling military north, and he's concentrating his forces. Although it looks like this archer attacked this unit and this attacked this. It's always generally a better idea to focus fire and attack the same unit so that you can kill it, because a dead unit doesn't do any damage to you. And units, no matter how damaged they are, will always do damage. Also, props to IceMatrix here. We see that unlike Kiriyama's champions seat, which is also their capital, IceMatrix has gone ahead and built some barracks, some ranges. They are specializing in training here. Their champions are also pissed off, which is kind of, or no, it's not. Wait, why is there a rebel chance here? Oh, from the slums, right? Slums do give 5% rebel chance before they develop into a hamlet, which can be a little annoying. But I guess he's got the militia there to deal with that. So would like to have seen, not sure how I feel about the farmers there. He does have a granary though, so at least that's boosting it. Yeah, but generally you want to specialize your champion seat in training. And in fact, if we look at training, we see it's at 32 training. Also, I think Pella is 2 years away from culture. So Elder Poet, 2 years away from legendary culture, which is pretty effective here. Meanwhile, Rome, in comparison, is at 21 training because he hasn't built any racks or any ranges there. And is really, really awkwardly fighting over here and awkwardly fighting over here and seems to be thinking he's going to go back in that way. So, yeah. All right, so we're one turn off legendary. We're going to have a turn 65 legendary. I think that gets a thumbs up in terms of pretty good timing there. Okay, so 16 orders, probably dealing with these raiders. Would love to see like focus fire, maybe move this up as well. I think he can upgrade this to a spear if it was fully healed. Always good to do, especially since we're seeing 5 strength units. Not sure the timing on when tribes upgrade exactly. I presume it's like preset. So like after a certain time, or like the camps tick up. But so you should be able to like figure it out, like how often the camp upgrades, right? The camp here, this camp is going to upgrade in a bastion, and a bastion presumably will make 6 strength units in 18 years. I think that's how it works. So all these are on the same clock. This one, next unit is paused because it's at the unit cap. So, which implies it's also going to trigger a rate here soon. This one is also paused. Not sure why they're not rating. So, but I think they're all 9 years away from the bastion. So yeah, so that means turn 73, awkwardly, you start getting 6 strength tribes. All right, he pulled up the chariot, but notice again, he's splitting his damage. He could have killed this unit. He didn't. Instead, he put a little bit of damage into 2 different units. It's much better to concentrate your fire, focus fire. And this archer is also just chilling back here. Can bring it up here and finish off that unit. Could have also done that. So you could have also moved the chariot to kill this unit, and then route to get another free attack onto this unit. And then pull up this archer and put more damage in that unit, and then this archer into that unit. And you would actually could have killed both these units with the forces that you have here instead of not killing any units. Of course, these units will die next turn, but these units will do a little bit of damage to your units. None of this matters. Like, you're going to be fine. You're going to make it there, but like, you have enough forces. He's got 3 units against 3 units. But like, there's tactical considerations to make here. All right. Yes. Oh my God. This raider killed that slinger. This is the other challenge with dealing with lots of places at once. It's very easy to forget about something. I've definitely many times forgotten about a unit, and then I'm like, oh, right, it was fighting something. Whoops. This is a suicidal place to attack from. You're just going to take a ton of damage. These melee units are just going to hurt for 7. Fortunately, you're out of range here, but like, if anything was closer, you could take, yeah, you could basically get that unit killed carefully. It's going to take 7 damage next turn, or 14 damage next turn. So, navigation. We have a navigation deck. Finally, our first navigation on turn 60 something. And our 3rd law for Rome. Paradoxically, because Greece has invested so many civics into wonders, so this is what, 300 and this is 400, so 700 civics. They don't have enough civics for numeral laws, but they don't even have laws researched. What is it? Okay, portcullis over navigation. I can understand the portcullis because you've got, I'm curious to see if they'll take advantage and put the agent here and see what they get agent-wise. They could get 5 science, so nothing to really write home about, but like that's not terrible. 5% science lift, but realistically, I would love to see navigation. You're very order constrained still. Let's take a look at the orders graph. Still pretty close. Science graph lead for Greece slightly, but I think still net advantage area under the curve for Rome. Another raid here from the Vandals in Greece, but Greek units are standing by, ready to deal with that. Let's see what Greece does here. Curious to see how they handle the situation here. And we can take a look at the tournament at Pella. Legendary event. Bet on some fighters. They finished the... no, this is the Strong Culture event. They can get a patron. I think this is a Greek unique Strong Culture event. Patrons of the Sea Gods. Farms, get some more output. Patrons of the Love Gods. Just some happiness. Patrons of the Death Gods. Totally metal. More science, more wood. We're 6 orders, thanks. And I think all these give, well, charisma is probably, and discipline, and then you pay a little bit of money. Curious to see what they pick in terms of patron gods. See what they chose. They chose Sea Gods. Sea Gods gives you 20% farm output and -4 stone a year. Awkwardly, there are no farms in this city. So, okay, portcullis in 2 years. We do have legendary in Pella, a turn 65 legendary, which does unlock Circus Maximus, although probably not worth building at this point. Much better to just get the cheaper wonders. There's no danger of Kiriyama getting there. They are far, far away from legendary, 53 years. So you can snarf up all the wonders. And of course, with Portcullis, they'll be able to see the cultural progress in Rome and can drop an agent in there and know exactly how long they can wait until they have to deal with thinking about starting that one lone legendary wonder. So yeah, things looking good here for IceMatrix. Rome has not come and bothered him, and he's been managing to grab wonders. Has pretty good, respectable stone income. Economy feels pretty balanced. Dealing with stuff. Does have that 6 connected city, so would love to see a road being built here because he could easily finish that ambition with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 roads. So seems good to do to get the legitimacy. No way he's doing that 2000 civics ambition. Totally a trap ambition. I'm definitely, I already posted a suggestion there because like let's get rid of that ambition. It's just not a good ambition. We should encourage people to spend their resources, not bank them. No museum. That's correct. Museum, I think, is what I would have. I understand the mausoleum, but personally, I really love museum because plus 50% is like almost is slightly worse than the entire is equivalent approximately to having a academy and a university in your city. Library, they're now 10, 20, 30. So, yeah, so it's like having an academy and university in your city, in a wonder, before even bothering to research scholarship. Of course, you don't get the specialists, but like all this scales. So, yeah, so we'd love to see museum as a follow-up. Let's see, can they afford it? Let's see, where we are. Yeah, we just need wood. Could chop or could buy. Lots of wood to be chopped. Could also get some more lumber mills up. So yeah, museum is very affordable. Hopefully they pick museum next because that'll help turbocharge their science. Had they gone polytheism, which they haven't, Acropolis would have been very good as well. Yeah, no state religion for either player. So he kind of founded Zoroastrianism, and it's just not good for him because it's causing dissent. You can definitely stay super pagan. Very happy families for Greece. Again, because they're all pagan, and the pagan religion has plus 192, which translates directly into all of them, largely because of the conspiring there. Meanwhile, over here in Rome, the families are not as happy. Cautious for 2 of them, and then angry for champions. Really should be fixing this. Don't see anything being done. Also, don't think I've seen any hold courts from Rome. Let me check. Maybe there have been some hold courts that I haven't seen because that's a lot of courtiers. At least I think these are courtiers. Are these family members? I think that's husband, right? And then these are, presumably these are courtiers. No, these are family members. So yeah, no courtiers, which means no hold courts. So yeah, definitely would have liked to see some hold courts. If you've got a judge, you definitely want to make some use of hold court. But unfortunately, I don't read Russian, so it's very hard for me to see what's going on. So we lost that unit. In general, you should strive to never use, like, I think a good sort of metric to strike is when you're fighting tribes, you should never lose any units. Yeah, just that's a good metric. I think you should just never lose units, so never be in a position to lose units. Ideally, when you're fighting the AI, you want to minimize your lost units, but you might not always, like, it's sometimes not possible. And sometimes you're willing to say, I'm going to invest these units. I know some of them are going to die, but I'm going to get a better outcome. So here's another ill-advised tactical situation because we're fighting so clear to the camp. These guys are coming over and just bashing as predicted last turn. Had we pulled back, we could have just been dealing with 1 raider and then slowly moved on to the camp. Raiders, paradoxically, actually make it easier to clear camps because when there's a certain number of units on a camp, the raiders will go forth and interesting. This is like totally walled off here. The units will go forth and raid, which means there'll be fewer units at the camp. I'm crying inside because IceMatrix has still not scouted this 3 marble site. It's such a good site. 3 marble. And I just never bothered to scout down the river. But yeah, this map is kind of interesting because this is all walled off. Then you have a narrow pass here, a narrow pass here. Our players still have not collided. We do have the settler, like settlers impatiently waiting to settle. Yeah. This kind of piecemeal, not enough forces at once, really painful to watch from Kiriyama. All right, IceMatrix clearing stuff out here. Boom. Curious to see whether we'll see the drive to clear out the Vandal camp. He's got forces ready, so why not go there? Looks like he's also trying to do a little bit of dealing with another raid here. But nice use of route there. You can nice, and then no unit to finish. So I guess he's getting another spear. He has a spearman here. Kind of order constrained. Still no navigation. I probably would have prioritized navigation over Portcullis. You could also go east. Yes, you could go east and collide. My thinking on go north is if you go clear the camp and settle a city, you don't have to deal with raids from there ever again. So otherwise you'll have to think about raids or get peace with that tribe. Because if you go east and don't have peace with that tribe, it can really mess you up to have some raiders that you don't have military for, because if you moved all your military east. But yeah, you could definitely go east. Like, in fact, this site probably should have been founded a long time ago, especially since Triple One. It certainly should have been scouted. So this is IceMatrix vision right now. Can hop over to Kiriyama, see what's going on in Rome. Slightly better vision, but honestly not great vision for turn 66. Let's take a look here. All right, he's clearing that, saving that. He does have this slinger here. Really needs to like concentrate forces and kill something. This feels like is not going to end well because that does 5 to, yeah. And then there's this, yeah, not going to end well there. And this just feels really messy. You got to retreat with this guy. You're dead. Actually, might not be dead. So, okay, he's retreating. Yeah, this game is over if either player just drives a spear at the other player, right? Like, Kiriyama has their forces all over the place. Oh no. Oh no, this spear didn't die. It's just getting pulled down here at the worst possible time because there was a raid. So this is what I mean by like, if you leave a tribe, they will just continually send you units. So you either need to station something to deal with it and burn orders on it, or you just go effing kill them and then settle something on it and don't have to think about that direction again. The other alternative is you say, well, I'm just going to kill my opponent and then I don't have to think about any tribes raiding me ever. Also very viable. The problem is if you get into a situation where you're fighting your opponent, there's a standoff, it can really hurt to get tribes hitting your back line, especially from multiple directions. Yeah. More of an issue on a tiny map because it's a larger map. On duels, you're probably going to go blast the tribes out of existence pretty early. On tiny, tribes can persist longer because there's just the bigger map. All right, so here we've got the tribes moving in, dealing some damage. Again, really split forces. This also would love to see an internal road network. Although we have some rivers and we're not using any siege. Actually, we got a good river network, but still would love to see some connected roads to connect stuff. Let's take a look back over Greece. Greece just finished Portcullis. They had the choice of free hoplite, orders boost, metaphysics, manor, and they picked steel. Very confused about this choice. I think realistically cycling with free hoplite would have probably been better because you still have navigation in the pile that you want to get to. And, the free hoplite wouldn't hurt. We would like to get 4 laws at some point to be able to build unique units. We do have strong in our champion seat. So we could get 7 laws and then print out 8 strength units in 4 turns each, because 40 training is the threshold for 160. Manor, also a good choice. Manor has the double free longbow card. In fact, Scientific makes an excellent point. Like, you should, if you're that deep in land consolidation, you should just get Manor and then get the free longbow card and then get Bodkin Arrow too, because congrats, you have an 8 strength unit. So yeah, I think actually at this point I would say congrats, you have sort of beeline towards longbows, so just finish the deal. That's probably better than the free hoplite to cycle for navigation. So yeah, great point. Definitely manner. But I think all their teching, the teching has kind of been directionless, I want to say. Like we did have like an early mark on rhetoric for some reason, but no other mark. Probably another video, how the tech deck works and how the tech tree works. And just how you can steer your way around the tech tree. And I think the big advantage of these bonus cards. The bonus cards for units used to be pretty bad because they would only unlock when you actually unlock the unit. But then I think a year ago, they moved them down one tech. So you'll get the bonus card before you get the unit, which is very powerful. He has adopted exploration. So yeah, exploration is actually, he doesn't have aristocracy. So he hasn't gotten centralization. I think I misspoke earlier where I thought both players had slavery and centralization freedom, but no, it's exploration for IceMatrix. So some clearing here. He does have Truce with the Vandals, so also makes that a little easier for him to fight into. That's another thing you can do when you get raided. Don't declare war on the tribe, clear the raiders, then declare war on the tribe. Like you can just walk up when you're in position. But yeah, I mean, like at this point, I would just say, let's go kill the Vandals, right? Eliminate the tribe, eliminate this. Or alternatively, you could say, I'm going to piece up the Vandals so that I don't have to worry about raids. And then I'm going to build towards my opponent and then go say hello. All right. Kiriyama has finally concentrated forces in the south. So we finally have 3 slingers, a spearman, an axeman, and a warrior. Yeah, take the free longbows and murder Rome is the correct choice. I think this is a free horse archer card. I think, just judging by the icon. So we may actually see Rome settle this. Is there a settler nearby? Anywhere? Settler there. Settler there. Settler there. There are settlers. They can move in. Kind of a long way. Yeah. Yes, go take free longbows and say hello. Is Rome close to free longbows? No. Rome does not have compo. Rome does not have... Yeah. So in terms of like reading the game, you could argue that Sage's settle that gave him compo should have told him, I just got a free compo. What unlocks what does compo unlock? Compo unlocks windless, and it unlocks because windless and bodkin both require manner. Windless, of course, has other requirements, sovereignty and machinery. So if you're not going down that line, which he hasn't so far, it can be like that compo could be like, maybe I get an early bodkin and get the free longbows on the way from manner, especially once you went land consolidation. All right. Miracle workers, love in the air, death of a governor. Turn 68. Yep, Sage compo, and you've got 7 groves. Congrats, right? But you wouldn't want to do that if you don't have groves, because there's no point in getting land consolidation without groves, and land consolidation won't help your science if you have no groves. He hasn't built these groves. He just he forgot about grove building, I think, because he got the first grove and then wandered off and did something else. Would have liked to see all those groves come online. This barley is also really good. It's the best food resource, I think, in the game because barley grows on lush. So you put 2 granaries here and have a barley, and you get insane amounts of food. Like that's worth putting a farmer on if you're stacking granaries around it. Little things like that, right? Because you like, yes, you could build a farm on this tile. You can build a farm anywhere, but you're not going to get much value, and you're paying the same amount of wood and the same amount of orders. So you want to always like maximize the value that you can. Obviously, it costs you order to move around to those locations as well. But yeah. And yes, I think this is a good example of like reading what the game gives you. The game gave you groves, and then the game happened to give you a Sage's compo. That like, okay, groves means I'm going land consolidation, and I have compo. So then manor is just there, and longbow is right there. And then that's all you need. Yeah. But without groves and without that free compo, maybe you don't do that. You go to another strat. adapting to what the game gives you is super important and also pretty challenging. That's why the game is not easy. Right. Let's see here. All right. 6 connected cities, also ambitions. Ideally, you want to, if you can, finish off an ambition. This ambition would be 12 orders and 6 road tiles. Very doable. Like that. Or clearing another city and just founding on a river. Either, like, actually only this one would work. It's another reason to go north, kill vandals. You finish your ambition by just settling a city on that river. And again, all these things are much easier to say from the observer view. I'm just sitting here drinking chamomile tea and enjoying a great game of Old World. Pretty stress-free, much harder to do, especially in network. This is why I personally really enjoy cloud games, although I probably do play them too fast. But then the games also take several weeks to finish, so you don't get that feedback loop. Network games, I think, are a much faster / better way to improve, just because you get a quick feedback loop, especially if you get rushed in 30 minutes. Then you're like, oh, okay, and I know what I need to do next time, prepare for rush. So yeah, I really wish Old World had a button that said press network, play network game, and it would match me with an opponent, and then I could have fun. Like sort of like StarCraft back in the day, queuing would be really fun. Especially if I like did a little bit of matchmaking, so it like tried to have someone approximately my skill level. But I think that's a slightly different game, and realistically, Old World was not designed to be. And honestly, if you want to do multiplayer, realistically, you either have to do simul like we do for much of this tournament, or like real time. Real time, of course, is a little harder than turn based because now you have Twitch reactions. So I don't know. I'm very happy with Old World and really happy with this tournament so far. All right, let's see what Kiriyama's up to. Science check quickly. We've got 85 to 85. So actually, Rome has caught up. They've also caught up. Have they also founded groves? Let's see here. Do we have groves? They did some estates in that city. It's interesting. Yes, they've got some groves online. So good job, Rome. They got definitely got some groves up, which love to see it. Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Very, very good. And we're dealing with a raider here, just in our boundaries. That seems fine. And then still kind of like this. Yeah. Where did our chariot go? Good. Our chariot came down. Love to see it. Okay, so Kiriyama has decided to concentrate his forces. This is our first real force concentration of the game. He is getting a horse archer as well, so maybe he'll bring that horse archer in and then settle here, and then settle here, and then take the city. Because I don't think Greece has enough to stop him right now. If Rome comes, says hello. Yes, he is at the right spot. He is pointed at Greece. He has figured out which way the enemy is. Yeah, so yeah, concentrate your forces. Maybe get peace to the tribes, or just leave a spear to deal with the raiders. Like leave a spear in boundaries. Like a single spear can deal with raiders. A single spear can't clear a camp, but it can deal with horse raiders. Ooh, we got a Freemason. We got citizenship. We got aristocracy. This is for Rome. Sorry, for Greece, because there's 5, because there's an oracle. He is picking citizenship. I personally would really... Well, you don't have the civics or aristocracy, but it feels really bad to delay aristocracy this much. Pre-onager could be useful. Freemason, not so useful. It's not bad. It's just onager is probably better out of the two. And he goes citizenship. Okay, well... not sure I agree with citizenship there, but it does give you courthouses, which can help with your civics income, which is honestly very anemic at 18.5. You know, getting a gardener, like that's good. Ooh, what the hell happened over here? Ah, exactly what I foretold would happen. I said, remember 15 turns ago, I was like, families can flip religion and suddenly go from a plus 190 bonus to a minus 120 bonus, and things can get really shitty really fast. Yeah, that happened. So the workaround here is you keep the head of the family religion happy. And indeed, he's doing that. He's converting. He's doing exactly what he should be doing. He's converting this leader back, and then hopefully we'll convert. You want to generally go in the order of the. You always want to get the leader first, and then you want to pick anyone who's not the correct religion, in this case paganism, and then go youngest to oldest, prioritizing folks who have a role. There's a bonus for being a council member of plus 40, and then a bonus for being a governor of plus 20. So you want to grab any council members that are not the religion, then any governors or agents or generals, and then everyone else. Always want to flip, because you're trying to flip the difference. In the spreadsheet, for the old world reference spreadsheet, there is a detailed guide to religious conversion mechanics, but I wish the game did a better job of like, I want to almost make a suggestion of like having some sort of bar that of like which religion that they're like making this more visible. I might make a suggestion for that. I think that'd be a cool little UI element of like which religion is favored by this family, because it's very obscure right now. You have to like dig deep into the game mechanics to know like when a city is going to flip, or like when a religion is going to flip, when a nation is going to flip, or a family. All right. So in citizenship, we burned our orders over here. Looks like healing up, kind of just sitting here, not pushing. Building more improvements, building an amphitheater. Do not understand why we're building an amphitheater. We have strong. We don't need more than strong in our champion seat. No need to build an amphitheater. No, useless. Do not build. Legendary is 45 years away, so what are you doing? Acropolis. Like to see it. Would prefer to see museum, but I'll take Acropolis. Another. Not sure what you mean. Rinse. Let's see. Amphitheater for happiness. Not worth it. Have like you can deal with happiness. Like you can deal with opinion. Like happiness is going to be such a like it's just like not like just not yeah. There's other ways. Yeah, I think what Science says, like folks that are learning Old World, the temptation is strong to do what you can do in Civ, which is like, oh, I'll build one of everything everywhere, because why not? You realistically cannot do that in the game. And yeah, happiness, you can deal with many other ways. Look, these families are happy. This family was happy before they flipped religion. He's already dealing with it religion-wise. He doesn't need the amphitheater. Also, like building this amphitheater will not actually help with discontent, because all it will do, like, is we're at +6, it's going to -11. So that means if we build this happiness, build this theater, we'll get plus amphitheater, we'll get +2. So we'll go to, instead of -5 a turn, we'll go to -3 a turn. So that just like slows down how bad discontent is getting, but like barely, not enough to really matter. And there's really powerful later techs that just completely obliterate happiness. Like you can just get, you could get calligraphy, which gives you 1 happiness per elder specialist. That's like also culture, very, very good law. And like he probably has some elder specialists in here. He does not, but he's 1 upgrade away from them. So like he could just upgrade those specialists, but he doesn't need to. Like the only, like you, like unless you're pumping a science city, which this is not a science city, you don't really need to care about discontent. All it does is opinion. Like the big thing discontent does is opinion. You can manage opinion outside of discontent. And then the other thing it does is it reduces science, which if you don't care on the science bonus on the city, it doesn't really matter. And then increases maintenance, which isn't great, but like you can get money other ways. Opinion, you can manage. Science, you can just, like it is absolutely worth focusing happiness in a city that you care about science. Absolutely. This is also why patron capitals are so good, because notice this patron seat over here in Rome is at +2, because patrons have this insane event, which, sorry, let me flip over to Greece so I can actually show you tooltips in English. Patrons have this insane thing that the family seat It's 2 happiness levels every time it techs up in culture. So a strong thing has bumped up 4 happiness level. So that's why it's at, instead of -4, there's -2, it's at +2. Notice that there is no science bonus for being above happiness. So like you just get a little bit of growth and a little bit of maintenance, which whatevs, right? So like you want your science city to be at 1 happiness. So you're not paying the science penalty. But other than that, you don't really care. And then you can manage your opinion otherwise, and money you can manage another way. Obviously, all things being equal, if you had infinite resources, yeah, sure, build everything in every city. But like an amphitheater is expensive. It is a lot of orders. It is 6 orders. It is, what is it? It is 80 stone, and it's 4 stone a turn. So that is an expensive building. That's a lot of stone to tie up. Especially like the reason to build an amphitheater is in your science center city, get an elder poet. The happiness is like almost an incidental thing on the side. Like the only real reason to build an amphitheater is I need culture in a city. And like that, but if you're building an amphitheater, you already have strong. So the only thing you need culture for more is like legendary. And like generally you don't really need multiple legendary cities. You can, but like you don't need them. Yeah, sorry to rant. Elder poet, you could do elder. Like the other reason to build amphitheaters is for elder poets, for another elder poet slot. Because if you have a high growth city, elder poets have that sweet civic per citizen. Notice citizen, not population, which can really help. But yeah, sorry to go off on that rant. But yeah, hopefully it was helpful. All right. We are getting, what is this tech? Maceman tech. Okay. What were other choices for Rome? Monasticism, architecture, and coinage. I'm not opposed to Maceman tech as principle. And like, so he's like, not opposed. And like, in theory, this points us at an 8 strength unit at, yeah. Whatchamacallit, at this pikeman. You could get, but that's a lot of science away, right? Like these are expensive techs. This is 1600 science, so that's like 20 plus turns. So like instead of getting Maceman, I would rather get 4 laws and then get my UU, which is like Maceman, but better. So Maceman has 100 training, 150 steel, iron rather, and gives you a plus 25% melee combat versus infantry units. Stasis is Centurion, plus 25% versus melee units, and costs 150 iron, same price, and then 20 more training, but has the advantage that you can turn it into an 8 strength unit very easily once you get 7 laws. But neither player has really prioritized laws. Rome is on 3 laws now. They've actually gone up to, they got serfdom, finally, our first serfdom of the match. So immediately Rome has a significant order advantage from serfdom. We can cry that we can't read Russian, and then hop over here and look at this orders. This is called adopting serfdom. And just big order advantage. Now imagine they had done that like 30 turns ago, or 40 turns ago, or even 50 turns ago. Like the sort of naive way to play, I say, is get navigation. Like just get navigation. You can do muck around with divination and stone cutting, but like get navigation. Just orders makes everything else scale. Of course, there's ways around that. You can deal with schemers and other stuff, so you can delay getting navigation by just having other sources of orders. But yeah. All right, we're getting a forum because we just finished, we're building Acropolis, so we want to get those forums make sure every city has a forum. Scientific, do you know if there's a way to easily see projects in every city apart from just clicking through the list? Like I don't think I see it here anywhere. I don't think there's an easy way apart from like double tooltip hovering craziness. There isn't. Okay, so I'm not insane. That's good. Over here, we're clearing the site. So like to see this, we're just clearing. We declared war on the Vandals. We didn't and we're dealing with them here. We're not trying to clear this site at the same time, although these units are kind of just standing around doing nothing. I agree that Macemen might be interesting here for Rome, because notice what we've got for Rome. We got a camel archer, we got a horse archer. These are, I think camel archers are 6 strength units. No, they're 5 strength units, but they have bonus to horse by 50%, I think. 25% against horse. Let me check. I rarely build camel, I think this is a free camel archer card, but let's see here. Camel archer card. I did get destroyed once in a duel by someone who knew I loved playing Persia and knew I would go melee. They went all camel archer. It was not a good experience. Camels have plus 50% versus horse units. So, all right. So I think this might be interesting because Rome has mace in 6. They've got a decent training pool. There's iron. I'd love to see more iron investment for Rome because they can only do 2 mace upgrades. But they've got a axe here. Can he even build warriors at this point? No, right? Because yeah, he has spear. Like once you have spear and axe, you can't build warriors. So, which is a little like if you're going to be upgrading, you want to upgrade from the cheaper unit. But yeah, power score. Let's take a look. I think this is power score. Power score. Rome is bumping ahead a little bit. I know power score is the top one here. Military score. So. Slowly just remembering, yeah, camel marcher spam is fun, especially on like, I think it's just on desert, right? Like it's on sand alone, right? It's not on sand and arid. Like it would actually be like, yeah, nomad is just on sand, sadly. It'd be amazing if it was sand and arid. So yeah, you're rarely just fighting on sand, but like, yeah, camel archer is so good in a very rare situation of like your opponent loves Persia and just, yeah. I think I actually ended up winning that game though, but I just got destroyed in that battle, but then managed to bounce back or something. So I'm liking this from Rome. They are decided that, you know what, I am annoyed. These tribes don't want to die. I can't conquer them. Let me go just mass my forces this way. Like this is a pretty significant concentration of force here. And once you get mace, maybe we can upgrade an axe to mace. I don't think spears can upgrade to maces, right? It's only axe that can upgrade to maces and warriors that can upgrade to maces. And spears can only go to pikes, I think. Let me double check. This tells you how often I get macemen. I don't know this stuff. Spears can upgrade. No, spears cannot. Upgrades from axemen, it says. Spearmen, upgrade to pikesmen or swordsmen. Spears can go to swordsmen, they can't go to macemen. So spears are awkward in that they lock you out of macemen. All right, we've got some movement. Looks like we're going to clear the center camp. Let's see. Does Greece see this? No, the mountains are blocking them. This is the vision of the map that Greece has. Oh, we did get an agent in the capital. That agent is very angry, so we're not getting very many. Oh my God, they are really pissed off. Eloquent and intelligent, not a good choice. It's a hero, I guess. Okay. Yeah, just an unfortunate set of traits. What even is the, let me check here. Also, in case you didn't know, this is a button up here, show agent cities with agent network. That's what Rome is getting, but where do I see the income? Oh, we're angry, so we just get nothing. Yeah, so we could assign someone else and actually get something, but yeah. All right, well, but yeah, this is a button. Here, this lets you see you're inside the opponent's cities and sort this way. It's a very interesting UX decision. But yeah, all right, Rome. Or no, sorry, we're on Greece. Greece just researched citizenship. Rome is pushing in here. Greece research citizenship, training boost, interesting. Honestly, I would love to see navigation, architecture. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you need orders badly. Like you have stuff standing around. Like this worker, I think, has been here for a long time. You just don't have orders. You should fix that and get orders. I look at the builder stack here. We got 2 workers on it. Probably, yeah, I would love to see more, but Acropolis would be good. I feel like this might, yeah, architecture, turn 72 architecture. I mean, like, with Greece, there is a very greedy play where you get architecture early, and just because you have it, you're one tech away, and then just get some baths. You have, as long as you have fresh water, you can make use of it, and then get baths and put elder doctors. Elder doctors, I think, are the best science specialists in the game. Baths don't scale your science, but they do solve your happiness problem in that city forever, basically. And since that's going to be your science city, that's actually good. But the real reason to get baths is doctors. Doctors are the best science unit, or science specialist, because they give 2 science per culture level. So in a legend series, saying each doctor, you can have 3, gives 8 base science. That's insane. Nothing else is that good. And also they give growth, which is the other thing you want in a city, that it's specialist focused. So like you could do, for Greece, I think I would honestly just say there's a build that is like just doctors and poets. Both of them scale off of, poets scale off a number of citizens. Doctors give you growth and science per culture. Poets give culture. It's a nice little loop. And you can just power a city off of those 2, go to the moon in terms of growth and science, and then civics from the growth. Like you can potentially get other stuff later. I would also love to see him start a courthouse to scale his civics a little bit somewhere. He could adopt legal code, which is not worth it right now, I think, because he only has 2 laws, so that's plus 20. Maybe it would be law worth it. I mean, it's a 20-year payback, so probably not worth it yet. Would rather get other laws first. Like you don't usually want legal code early. Divine rule could be good if he had lots of pagan. So he has 4, so that's 4 orders. 4 orders is probably better than 20 civics a turn at this point. These raiders are still raiding the Romans because the Thracians have never discovered the Greeks. But unfortunately for Greece, we've got a pretty big concentration here of Roman units. Rome has cleared, by the way, let me toggle over to Rome here. Props to Kiriyama. Kiriyama has finally taken vengeance on the Thracians, eliminated their central site, and boldly continued and settled a city on top. So is there another settler that can come down here? Yes, there's a settler on the way. I think Kiriyama wants to settle here. And then he's going to go be like, oh, I can't settle. There's already a city. Well, I'll just take the city. This is going to be fun. We are in hour 3 and 45 minutes. Fortunately, I am on the West Coast, so it is not actually that late. And we can continue here. We are going to see some action between these 2 players. I don't think IceMatrix has any idea of what's coming right now. So Rome is decisively making the move, still similar, still competent, but the big thing here is concentration of forces and also orders. Rome has a significant order advantage at this point, 22 versus 33. Greece, although Greece can potentially recover because they have 10 orders being spelt into improvement construction. So I really wish there was a view that was like showed you total order, but like you can subtract, you can add the improvement construction back in. So they're 31 net versus 31 net versus Rome, which is at 37 net. So big advantage. And yes, the problem for Greece is exactly as Scientific points out in chat. All their units are in the far north. So they need to march all the way down here. And Rome, finally, props to you, Kiriyama. Got to give you props for this. I've been whining about it all game. You have finally concentrated your forces. You are no longer trying to clear multiple camps at once. You've learned, I hope, and are just sitting here, right? And like no one is going on adventures. You're spending all your orders on clearing this camp. And look at, you just, I didn't even notice you cleared this camp because you obliterated it. Here, you're going to obliterate this camp. You're pulling a settler down. I think it was coming along. Yes, this one. Want to see that continue its motion over here so you can settle, heal up, and then go into here. And what does Greece have to defend? They have a militia. They have a spearman. End of year 75, we will save game. Is this okay? Oh, my lord. Will we see conflict, or is it going to be yeah, he will settle the city, and IceMatrix won't know it's there. Okay, we're going to go to the end of 75, which honestly, almost 4-hour stream, so very happy to take a break, but we are going to be set up for an epic part 2, where these two nations are finally going to come potentially to blows. We'll see what Rome does. Rome's timing here is beautiful because they're 5 years away from Maceman. They can clear this in a couple turns, settle the city, heal up, and then upgrade to Maceman with 1, 2, 3 if they pull that Axeman. 3 Macemen, supported by a horse archer with a hero unit, and a promotion, and a camel archer, and a bunch of slingers. I think they also have combo. They do, so they can upgrade the slingers to archers as well. And oh no, I thought there was a free onager as well. I got really excited. I was like, and they have an onager. Okay, opulence? What? Don't do opulence right now. Opulence you can use when you want to win the game. Otherwise, don't build opulence. So opulence is expensive, and yeah, you don't want to use opulence. I guess it can help with family opinion, but again, there are cheaper and better ways than building opulence, considering it's 100 civics and 500 gold. But yes, heal and upgrade and attack, and we're going to be set up for an epic conclusion. I don't know if Kiriyama saw IceMatrix's message. Maybe he's like, no, I'm just going to kill you now. We don't need part 2, bro. But yeah, very, very exciting here. Thank you folks in the stream watching this, making it much more entertaining for me to commentate. And yeah, he's clearing this site. Like this is why, like, at some point, like, we're turn 75. Like, if this was turn 30 and we were clearing this site, I'd be like, yes. But like turn 75, I like, what are you going to get out of that city? All right, IceMatrix is saying in chat, and teaching Kiriyama how to type in-game messages. So yeah, so turn 73. Let's zoom in on Kiriyama's perspective. Pretty epic part 1 here. Hopefully both players, if they watch this, yeah, IceMatrix is being very greedy, blindly greedy, which is the best kind of greedy because you don't even see what you know. You don't. Well, no, I mean, he has, I guess, an agent here, which shows that there's a camel archer being built. Ooh. A camel archer being built, because I guess there's a camel in that city. That makes sense. Not sure I love that, but like, do we even have it? We do have a garrison. Does he still have a judge? He still has a judge. Get 4 laws, upgrade that garrison. Hestas is out of that. Also build barracks here. Come on. Yes, and pretty good connections here as well, because he does have exploration. And I think this is all his territory anyway. So you can just ride mostly along the rivers. And yeah, and Greece has no idea what's coming. And I think the best part is hasn't even scouted the city site. Doesn't even know it's there. Oh yes, camels have 4 fatigue. That's the other fun part of camels. They are zoom units. They get that extra fatigue. Yeah, so very fun to use. It's a fun Egypt build as well, where you go your unique unit and camel archers and just zoom. You can just go so fast. Egypt is really fun to play with your unique unit, just because, like, hello, I've got lots of units on your doorstep because I have the best movement in the game. All right, I love how casting Old World and watching matches makes me just want to go play Old World. I'm like, oh, this is so fun. So yeah. All right, we've got an apprentice officer. What's the power curve here? Similar still, but again, units badly out of position. Clearing this. Do we have a settler ready for that? We do not. Do see an axeman out of the Sage's Seat. Very confused about the Sage's Seat being a military production center. There's no ore here. There's no real reason to do this. You have double marble. You have not reached the ore. Again, if this were reached the ore, would understand this, but they probably would have advised not settling sages if you were planning to, like, ore. I think this was a free city site as well. In theory, you could have scouted this and be like, ooh, I'll just put my champion seat over here. Instead, he found it on the free city site. Although I can understand champion seat. Like, I think the awkward thing about champions is you ideally really want ore for them. And if you don't find ore, it kind of sucks. I mean, they're still good, don't get me wrong, but like, they are amazing with ore. So, yeah. All right, so tribal turn, and now it is the Greek turn. What happened here? Rome has cleared this city site. So we got 2 more full turns of the game before the players can take a break, at least according to IceMatrix. 2 more full turns. Rome is here. Where do we have? We have a worker on the way. We've got the settler coming over here like a champion. So 2 more turns. All right, let's see what happens with Greece. Will Greece send a scout? I remember Greece built a scout. Where is Greece's scout? There was a scout. We have 1 scout over here, watching the crabs. And 1 scout over here, watching the mountains. And those scouts I don't think have moved for 10 turns. And they're not really giving any value. Like, there's nothing wrong with parking a scout. But this scout, like, protecting against the off chance that Rome decides to invade the long way around, like that doesn't seem useful. I guess you're keeping an eye on the Vandal site as well in case there's raids, but you'll get a notification for it. You don't need that scout up there. Send it, come back. I think part of this is also no navigation is also just really, 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 really painful because that 5 orders is like, it's less important now, but like, ooh, he gets an axeman or border tiles. Really curious to see what his choice is here, or wisdom. So axeman could be clutch. He picked axeman. So he got an axeman, which will help. It'll give him another unit somewhere. Where do we put our axeman? Question mark. Axeman. Was that our free axeman? Oh, wait, I guess we got it. And then we immediately, we cleared the site from the Vandals. I see. And then we immediately put it to war against the other Vandals raiding. And notice this is now a 6 strength raider, exactly as we expected. Turn 73. All these places upgraded to bastions. So one of us, Scion, should just work out what the timings are for all the upgrades and just post like, you will get this level of Tribune. This is when the first unit spawns. I think, pretty sure it's turn 5. But yeah. All right. Greece is turn 74. Like, doesn't even know what is just lurking in the shadows here. That settler's on its way. Got a rancher, so I guess we will get Roman Judaism founded in like turn 77. Because for some reason he's decided to make a rancher, despite having landowners. And awkwardly, I think only has 1 landowner city, question mark? That seems very daring. Yes, has, no, 3. Here, here, and here, nicely in a row. Has started a wonder. You're going to love this. What wonder has he started? He has started Ishtar. Rome has started Ishtar, has a builder, so can definitely accelerate Ishtar if he wants to move stuff on. That's going to be really good. Suddenly, especially after founding this city, can rush out of that city. Ooh, frontline rush ability. That is, although he has nothing to rush with, so not that big of a deal, but yeah, no civics to rush with. But he's getting, Rome is, or that's Greece that's getting architecture. Rome has a little bit of civics in the bank. Maceman, so yeah, 4 years away from Maceman, we're not going to see it. But we are getting set up for a spicy part 2 between these players, exactly as Scientific says. Kiriyama, let's see what you do. I think the big question for me right now is, we've got 2 more turns to play. Will Rome advance so that IceMatrix sees what's happening, or will Rome just like not advance and then advance at the start of the next turn? Because that'll be interesting as well. Settlers on the way. Order economy definitely in Rome's favor at this point. 29 with only, so 36 net. And then over here we've got, actually more orders for Greece. It's just investing a lot in improvements, despite not having navigation, which is kind of interesting. How does Greece have so many orders? Legitimacy. I think legitimacy is just better for Greece right now. 178 versus 144. Yeah, so 3 extra orders from legitimacy. And then, yeah. So yeah, Rome clearly moving in here. Yeah, hopefully keep it a secret. Force your surrender. Architecture, not going to matter. Really would love to see navigation personally, just for the orders, but obviously a little earlier. 1 military, 2 military units, 3 military units being built. Very slow military unit here. Not really sure I understand. Found the city and start an axeman. That seems less than ideal. Especially this late in the city. You want to get value of the city, so you need a worker. Or you bring up workers, I guess, but it's a champions thing. So yeah. Another fun things is you can cluster cities together as a family, which can be helpful because then you can share workers between the cities, and like that we can like group move workers around together. So you got builder versus judge. Rome does not have a judge. Rome does not have a builder, so that Ishtar is going to take a long time. Not sure why he started with a injured worker. Opulence finishing there. So we're far away there, but yeah, Ishtar definitely good first wonder for Rome to get. Let's see what else. Greece is building museum at long last. We got museum underway somewhere. Oh, he's building in the champion seat. Ooh. Okay. The one advantage that I think Greece is going to be able to hold this. This is a champion seat, so it's got 50% defense. It's a champion city, going to be very hard to take. No siege units on Rome's part. So I don't think Rome is going to be able to take this city. Also, kind of yeah, the river is actually no. You can just walk around the south, but it's definitely going to be very interesting here. Yeah, I think we're going to get some conflict here for part 2. So this was the prelude, the first part, and we're going to end like Fellowship of the Ring, where you're like, wait, what? That's it? That was part 1, bro. That was part 1. Yeah. Local brigands. This event, I don't know what this chains do. I think it's just some like XP and a promotion per unit. I don't know that it's worth the 5 orders. Probably not. But again, this is me being like, I should understand the event chain better because I just don't know them well. Elder Poet. I think you were right. We're going for an Elder Poet in the champion seat. Not sure I understand a hard build Elder Poet with a judge there. How much this Elder Poet cost? 940. Maybe he's going to rush it. He does have a judge. Feels like a 6-year hard build is painful. Oh, okay, scientific. You hope because you hate it when greedy players don't get punished. Well, good thing we don't know any greedy players here. Yeah. So, all right. So he's healing here and dealing with some pretty nasty raids. Was this a raid or an event? I think it was a raid. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to follow all these events. Tribal, okay, these Vandals are going to raid. Vandals are helping Rome out. So these forces are going to be tied up dealing with this raid. It's turn 75 for Greece here. Elder Poet in Pella. Elder Poet, Axeman. Architecture in a turn. Range in Pella. Okay, interesting. Not sure I understand the range here. There's no Colosseum, so yeah. Wow, game got interesting, and then we're going to take a break. But yeah, hopefully both players can, when after they finish the game and watch this VOD, hopefully can take some of the lessons to heart, especially about like, imagine if Rome had just concentrated forces, cleared this, concentrated forces, cleared and settled this, cleared and settled this, concentrated forces, cleared and settled this, potentially even gone over there, but let's say they don't, cleared and settled this. Like, that's like, even if we, yeah, I mean, they were pointing at this middle site, so like 1, 2, 3, 4 more cities with Ishtar. Road network would be good as well. I don't think we have very many. We don't have any roads at all. Has Greece built any roads? Yes, Greece has roads. They did build this to finish the ambition. Good job, IceMatrix. So hurrah. Okay, well, 3 orders left. This is turn 75. This is IceMatrix's last turn. Really don't understand the Odeon in a strong city. But I guess we're just going for max culture everywhere. People seem to like dropping Odeons everywhere. Museum here. So, all right. It is now Kiriyama's turn. Presume they're going to settle here. I've lost track of their settler though. Somewhere here. All right, he's clearing the last of that Thracian site. They find the settler. Oh, it's on the city site, and we found it. Does this show in Greek orders? It does not. Oh my lord. He doesn't even know the city site is there. Yep, it does not. He founded the closest tile to Rome. If he had founded further, I think he would have grabbed the marble and would have had the border show up. So that's a very interesting time. Oh, this is great. I have to share this for the stream. IceMatrix is pinging. He wasn't sure whether tight versus simultaneously affected wonders, and he wanted wonders, so he wanted to swap to tight. Okay. In theory, yes, two people could try to start a wonder at the same time in simul. And he's telling me, but I figured out after it didn't. And then he says, we can go back to simultaneous after we save. Like next match, next part, I mean. I can play a few more turns if you want. Ooh, yes, please. We want. Yeah, I love the offer that we can go back to simultaneous right before we can't go back to simultaneous. All right, 2 turns. I can play a few more turns if you still have time, IceMatrix says. Yes, IceMatrix. Let's see this. Kiriyama hasn't responded. Kiriyama says yes. Kiriyama says yes on Discord. We got a couple more turns. All right, hour 4. We're hanging on here. We are going to be rewarded for our endurance and our patience with what I hope is going to be an epic conclusion here. We've got raiders up here. We've got raiders up here. Are there any raiders hitting our friend Kiriyama? Doesn't look like it because he's been dealing with them. So no raids queued up. Sounds good. We are aligned on a couple more turns. So 2 more turns here for Maceman. Not very much iron here. There are rebels in the Roman capital, which is less than great because, oh my god, why are there rebels in the Roman capital? Pillage there's champion row. I presume because they were very unhappy, but they're not unhappy enough to be that unhappy. Is there dissent? No. There's an event. Okay. All right. But landowners are also pissed. Rome has some opinion problems. So if we compare over here to Greek opinion is sitting pretty. So Greek units are going to be stronger. One of the biggest things that opinion does is it gives extra strength, 10% extra strength for friendly, 5% for pleased. And of course, the converse, if I pick a Roman unit here, I will see somewhere that we see an upset family, minus 5%. Of course, an angry family will get you minus 10%. So that makes a big deal. Like this axeman is only 4.7 strength, where we find an axeman from Rome, or from Greece. This axeman is 5 strength because it's in a, it's not a family axeman, sorry. Very confusing. I guess, yeah, and this axeman, here's a swordsman. The swordsman's 4.4, for example. All right, so we are continuing. Oh, he's got scholarship marked. He's got scholarship marked. Is he going to go for it? We've got Maceman right there. We've got stirrups, or manor for happy longbow times. Manor, definitely free longbowman could make a big difference here. But I think we're going to go scholarship. 119 science. Museum is not even complete yet, so 119 to 91, so definitely a Greek science lead here. Zooming up, yeah, scholarship is actually a very big trap. He doesn't know that because he has no vision of what's coming on, and of course goes for scholarship because, you know, well, we'll switch to simul for the next session because why not? Surely my opponent is never going to come kill me. Why would they do that? That's rude. They should like peacefully expand on their side of the map. Hey, and by the I totally approve of this. Like, if you want to just peacefully expand and never visit my side of the map, I am totally down with that. I promise I'll never visit your side of the map until I do. So yeah. So, all right. So scholarship. We got some honey. Not a family thing, but another fun thing to note, you can assign luxuries to cities. This is a great way to get a little bit of culture in a city. Each luxury gives you 2 culture, and if it's a luxury of the family type, it gets you a bonus culture and happiness. So this is another way to solve happiness problems in cities that you care about solving them with. And a luxury assignment is just 2 orders, and you'll probably want the grove and the specialist anyway because it's a lot of science. For example, here is a grove with a gardener, and it gives us 5 science because the gardener gives us 3 science and the grove gives us 2. So I think we had 7, so that's 35 science from groves. All right. Everyone's healing up. Good to see. Scholarship on the way here. Greece has no idea about what's about to happen. Clearing this. Fortunately, not at war with the Numidians for him, because that, like, but still might get raided by them. Next unit is 7 years and paused, so I guess that means we have a chance to get a raid anytime. The Numidians have met him, so they could choose to raid him. So that would be interesting if we see Numidian raids go that way. Vandals are coming down from the south. All right, Kiriyama's turn. Let's see what happens here. We're on turn 76. Bunch of events that unfortunately I can't read. 1 turn away from Maceman. Not a lot of iron in the bank. Some training. We haven't held court at all. We have this rebel. Camel Archer and the Spearman is doing good work. The settler just gave up and is just chilling here. These guys are on raid patrol. Let's take a look at military score. Big advantage for Rome. 720 to 560. Does it show up? I don't think it shows up on tooltip, right? Still similar, so it's like the lying similar. It's the similar that, like, you're similar but don't even know you're similar. That you're not actually similar. I really don't know what the thresholds are. I should know. I think it might be like 33 or something, but that's a good gameplay question. Let's ask that. What is the power differential threshold for similar or stronger? Okay. Healing up, promos, investing that training into promos. So getting some promotions. Got our judge unit ready to lead everyone in battle. Is this doomed? I hope it's not doomed. Chopping spree and some archers. Yes, archers would definitely be helpful for Greece. Rome could, also do some chopping and upgrade these into compo. He's had compo for a while at this point. No, he doesn't have compo. He can't do archers. My bad. He's never gotten compo. So, yeah. I think I was looking at Greece So this force does not feel like enough to push in. Still no knowledge for Greece. So the worst thing that could happen here is Kiriyama just stops and doesn't move. So, he also doesn't have vision. That's the other thing that's worth pointing out here. Kiriyama should send a scout, see what's going on. What is over there? Like, just moving forward. I mean, he moved forward blindly into this Thracian site. He didn't even know there was a Thracian site there. It could have been a Greek city. So yeah, I would love to have a scout ahead of this army. Taking a look. There's some nice forests you can camp out. Here maybe, some forests here. Yeah, so I presume we'll see a Maceman upgrade next turn and then an attack, potentially. All right, let's see here what is going on. Kiriyama, 0 orders left. Okay. Okay, we've got a 10 seconds left here. Going forward, curious to see how much longer we will go. Glorious tension. Settled on his doorstep. And the best part is earthquake in Greece. big earthquake. This is one of the biggest earthquakes I've seen. Holy crap. What timing on this earthquake? That is a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. Wow. Let's take a look here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think this also hurts Artisan Opinion. Artisan Opinion is so good, doesn't give a shit. But minus 120 for pillaged improvements inside her territory. 1, 2, 3, so that's at least 6, right? More here, like, I don't think they care about pillaged improvements. Yeah, it's just artisans. Like, holy crap, this is going to be like an entire turn of orders. And yes, too bad Kiri doesn't have a scout and knows that, hey, a giant earthquake hit Greece. Although he knows that an earthquake, I think he can see that there's an earthquake. Yeah, warning earthquake. And then he can see the map and he can see the tiny corner that it's somewhere in Greece. I mean, this is the biggest earthquake I've seen in the game so far. I've never seen one this big. And unfortunately, it's like hitting all of Greece's core cities. All 3 family seats are in this earthquake. So like, this is a really big earthquake. Ooh. Archon. I don't know this event chain. The Sister's Agent. So we might see some. It's our eloquent, intelligent builder. All right. Love the earthquake timing here. Wow, wow, wow. No idea. Either player, neither player has any idea. Yeah, raids coming in. Wow. So many units damaged. So many improvements destroyed. Barracks. Theaters. He's starting a settler. He's starting a settler. Does that mean he's going to declare war on the Numidians next? That would be interesting. Elder Poets. He's scouting. He's scouting. We got a scout. Still no movement. Can Rome see the scout? Nope. Just out of range. And yes, scouting, not this way. Let's see where the scout chilling up there, admiring the seashore. Let me see if I can see. Rome has no scouts. There are no scout units for Rome. What happened to his scout? Did he lose his scout somewhere? I guess it's one of his killed units. And he never built a scout again. So that's why he's not scouting. He doesn't have any scouts left. We've got our Maceman upgrade. Our first Maceman. Right there. Yeah. No iron apart from that. Shield bearer Maceman. They're still at truce, by the way. They haven't even war decked each other. Let me see if I can toggle over to Greece and then show you the damage this Maceman. Oh, I can't even select it. No. I can't even select it. Can I select it this way? If I go to Rome, yes. And then I can't do the alt because I don't even know. Trying to like preview the damage it'll do to the spear. I think alt shows me the preview. I can't preview against that spear for some reason. I'm not sure why. Okay, well, Macemen do nasty things to spears. So yeah. Plus 25% strength. So yeah, so it's almost 8 strength. Maceman is 7.5 strength against the spear, which is 5. So yeah. Melee versus infantry. Okay. Kiriyama's turn. We got that first Maceman upgrade. Everyone's healed up. We got a tech choice here. Oh, blind slinger move forward. Is that in range for Greece to see? No, it's and the slinger even backs up. So close. So close. Just poked forward. Because when you don't have scouts, you use slingers, I guess. Curious to see what our choice of text will be. Will it be admin, portcullis, compo, or citizenship? 3 laws for both players. 3 laws for both players. 4th law is unlocked. So Greece could get their 4th law up and running. They do not have a stronghold yet, because they can't build one until they have 4 laws. But does have a garrison here. Over here, we don't have a 4th law yet. So we would need one. And we do have a garrison that we can upgrade. Starting some mines. 4 orders left. Let's see what the law choice here is. Or sorry, the science choice. All right, very exciting turn here. All right. Definitely Greece needs to clean up after the world's largest earthquake. Family marriage option for the new heir. A eloquent, impious, gay, Neoplatonist scholar with 5 wisdom. Picks Nikasipolis, the slothful, an eloquent, slothful judge. So at least they like each other because they're slothful. All right, he upgraded our power-hungry friend, Queen Dowager, an intelligent governor. That's 7 science off that intelligent governor. Corrupt, which is really painful on governor. Governor Pella, intelligent diplomat. So that's 7 science. Awkwardly, he is not a governor anywhere despite being a builder. So, and choice of ambition, 7 wonders, very doable. Also, why is 7 wonders showing up scientific? I thought it was 75% and it blocks it. And so 6 out of 7 is definitely more than 75%. He's taken 7 wonders. So I guess once he gets museum, he'll finish that ambition very easily. Because it's 2 years away. That's a national ambition. Okay. They're always eligible to show. I see. That's the crown. Got it. I still haven't really figured out how the national ambition system is somewhat new. They're meant to be capstone. I see, but you can get them earlier. Cool. All right. No idea. Greek scouts over here. Over here. Is this scout gonna move? I presume so, because like you don't want to just sitting on a hill. Which also means he's met the Thracians, so they can raid him now. So I think they now have all met the same tribes, or actually advantage to Rome. Or no, we still have the Scythians, who are just over here and here. But the Romans haven't met the Vandals. And the Greeks have not met the Scythians. The tribes that are nestled in the corner of the map. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, he also has a 3 legendary city ambition that he's chosen. How far off are we from 3 legendary cities? So we've got 20 years and 26 years. So definitely doable. Power of Greek culture, and that also explains why he's building poets in these cities. because he wants to get them to legendary. Does he realize ambition victory is turned off? Right. Road building, repairing. Let's see what Kiriyama does. Events. Starting a road network. Getting some roads. Love to see this roading here from the capital. 9 years on Ishtar. Some rebels. This from an event as well. Not sure where this rebel came from. I guess landowners were pissed earlier, so yeah. So raiders do cause discontent, rebels don't. Okay. Still can't see each other. Would really love to see him build a scout. Oh, we have contact. Oh, and an attack. My apologies. He has attacked the spearman somehow. Question mark. Critical hit. Okay, that's how I'm like, how to do that much damage? Critical hit. He crit a spearman and has revealed a slinger. So that is a bold play. Just blindly going in and attacking. And sees, rushed camel archer instantly from Pella. I guess that's the, yeah, okay. Rushed camel archer, immediately starting an axeman here. He's rushing in with his judge chariot and hitting the spear. Immediate production changes everywhere. Spearman. I think he rushed an archer. No, that just naturally completed. He started a chariot here. He's unfortunately tied up with raiders here. Has not yet declared war on the Numidians, which is probably fortunate for him. That spearman is dead. We have our first casualty. Let's see what we can see from the Greek perspective. We just see units coming out of the fight. We see a maceman exposed, alone. Let's see what we have. The maceman doesn't have a forced march. Rome, of course, has the power of Rome, which gives you extra movement, extra fatigue. But unfortunately, all he's doing here, I think, is moving his units into his opponents. He's got another maceman upgrade. I'm afraid that all he's doing here is moving his units into the kill range for his opponent. Of course, there's nothing to kill with Greece yet. But this is also a champion city, so not going to do very much damage to it. This is going to be very interesting, but I don't think this attack is going to succeed. That said, it definitely, like, Greek units can't get there for 3 or 4 turns. So you could just raise stuff if you wanted to. I think raise is the instant one, right? Like, there's raise and pillage, right? Pillage is the one that takes 10 turns, but raise, like, you spend your entire turn and it destroys it, or I forget. I like almost never do either of them because I'm like, I'll just take the city, thanks. Why would I destroy stuff in a city I'm taking? But the museum is also 2 years away. We might see the museum be canceled. Well, they both take forever. Okay. All right, tribal turn. And let's see how Greece responds. Rome declared war on us. Ooh, abdication into a hero from Rome. I missed this. Where is our hero leader? Where is our hero leader? Back here on a spear. Okay, that's probably not the best place for him, but Rome hero leader. So we might have a launch offensive from Rome. Although only 377 training in the bank, so not enough. The rushed camel archer attacks the other camel archer instead of attacking the chariot. So tactical misplay there. And all these units are coming back. No force marches yet. Only 470 training left. Upgrade into spear immediately. Yeah. Unfortunately, that earthquake is really awkward because everything's destroyed and now he really does not want to spend orders to deal with them. So they might just tick down. He might lose a lot of buildings, which would be really bad. He's going to have to try to sneak in repairs wherever he can because, yeah. Family opinion looking very good for Greece. And for Kiriyama, family opinion not looking good. The landowners are really pissed off. I'm not entirely sure why. Probably because their leader is really pissed off. So we might have some problems there for family opinion. So this feels like very interesting attack timing. I think in general, if you're attacking, you probably want to have your house in order in terms of family opinion. And like you want to do stuff like put your, like I don't understand about the abdication to a hero. When your hero unit's back here, like you would want the hero on a general earlier. I've definitely lost a game once because I didn't realize the heir was on a hero general, and I thought I had protected a city, and I had, except for Frederick immediately realized that if he just used a hero launch offensive, he could break the city, and I was one turn away from a point victory, and that was the end. All right, so yeah, like ideally you don't want to like show your hand in this way. Like you'd want to keep the judge and then have the hero on another unit, and then at a moment where they don't expect, abdicate and then hit like launch offensive. All right, let's see what Kiriyama does. I'll keep this perspective on Greece because we can get English tooltips and we can also see what Kiriyama does. We can see their units. So all Greece sees right now is they see a maceman, a camel archer, a very highly upgraded chariot, a horse archer, a spearman, and a slinger. It's kind of like one of every unit. All they see. What's in the shadows that they don't see? They don't see two slingers, they don't see a maceman, and they don't see a axeman. I don't feel like that's going to be enough. They are both similar and competent to each other. If we look at some graphs, military score, Greece is obviously starting to spike. And science score, Greece has a pretty significant lead after that early lead from Kiriyama. 27 orders in the bank for Rome. He's protecting the museum at all costs, doesn't want to lose it. So attacking here, we're going after the militia. Militia is dead. We're attacking the city. I guess there's nothing else to attack apart from, this axeman that's completing this like you could kill the axeman and cancel the wonder. Maybe he thinks I'll take the city. Oh, he is going after the axeman. Okay, but would have loved to see the maceman do that too. And like set up a route. Oh, he's getting a slinger. Very interesting tactical choices here. Got 387 training. He moves it, doesn't need a force march because gets a crit, kills the defending axe. Awkwardly, there's 2 workers on the tile, even though there's only 1 year left. Or no, 2 workers on the tile, so he just needs to kill 1 worker to delay it by a turn, and then he can like step on it. He chooses to upgrade here. 3 orders left, so I think that wonder is going to finish. The wonder is going to finish. Yeah. 0 orders left. I'm watching here via tooltip. And yeah, some upgrades. Another axe upgrade. Kiriyama is now stronger. So he flipped over to stronger. Greece is now weaker. I don't know how long that will hold. Curious to see what is Greece does not have that many civics. He can't rush much here. He's going to have to do slow, hard builds. Let's see what his 67, his best city, unfortunately, is the city that's being sieged. Everything else is under 20 training. Let's take a look at what's going on over in Rome in terms of training. He doesn't have very many cities over 20 training, but obviously nothing is being sieged at the moment. And unfortunately, his landowner family really, really hates his guts. So yeah. All right, let's see how Greece responds. He's got 34 orders, 31 orders. Has lost 2 units, lost a militia and an axeman, has decided to upgrade this warrior into an axe, which honestly feels, so I think this is something that I just want to comment on. Players tend to do. He's pulling in units here. Okay, pulling in units here. Maybe there's enough force. What I was going to say is sometimes people just send in units piecemeal, and that's usually not enough. You don't want to send them in one at a time. But I don't know that this is going to be sufficient force. Maybe he does have a little bit of force march. Can he actually get kills, right? Doing damage, unless you trap the unit, is not actually that valuable if the unit can just run away. Okay, maybe we're saying a route chain, force march route chain. Love to see it. Yes, 1. Oh, we need 1 more plink of damage here. You've got 15 orders left. You've got an archer over here. You can potentially get a plink of damage on this and route that way. Yes, another route. Beautiful route chain. That's 2 dead. And then you just attack the maceman. Would have loved to see going after the slinger just to get a kill. I don't think you have enough in the tank to kill that maceman. It's always worth planning out the turns, right? How do we move this archer over here somewhere? Oh, we got another chariot that's coming down from the south or from the north, and you're going to kill this. Oh, no, the archer's not enough. So he's killed a camel marcher and a chariot at the cost of he killed at a cost of a militia and an axeman. So also, the Numidians are raiding him too. Isn't that lovely? And the Vandals are raiding. So the fact that he met the Numidians, they're like, why don't we raid you right now? So he killed, he had to use some orders in the north, and obviously still has a lot of improvements to repair. Pretty wild here. I'm pretty confident he's going to repel this attack. Warlike could be very useful for this. Very, very useful here right now. Indeed, I'm pretty sure he takes Warlike. Yep, that speeds up that chariot from 5 years to 3 years. Good thing he had some barracks up there. And yeah, back down to similar. And for the first time, Rome is now showing as naive as well. So, yeah. Both have 3 laws. Kind of an interesting attack timing from Rome. Feels like as soon as he got Maceman, he felt like he was compelled to go forward. Yeah. Thracians. Organized tribal raid. Oh no. Rome has a tribal raid going on from the Thracians through some event. All these guys, like this guy is raiding. Fortunately, his reinforcements should be able to do it. He does have his hero unit back here on a Maceman. And yes, turn 81 aristocracy. Yep. At least it'll be a 7-city border boost, question mark. So, it would have been really funny if border boost was the thing that revealed the city on his border. But yeah. So we do have a hero coming here from Rome. Unfortunately for Rome, you need 600 training, so it's going to be like a turn or two until that hero can get in range. And it has enough for a launch offensive. But we might see our first launch offensive of the tournament. I don't think we've seen one yet. At least I haven't. I haven't watched all the games because, oh my god, there's so many games. Yeah, unfortunately, his best training city is the one being sieged, so I don't think this is going to fall. He did rush this, presumably with civics. So he's going to get a camel archer. I'm not sure I love the camel archer, but he doesn't really have anything better to build, realistically. And I guess it helps against the chariot. And the chariot is dead now, so yeah. And it's not bad against the other units. In fact, it kind of is immune to Maceman, since Maceman hurt infantry, so it is a good choice in that sense. Like the Maceman don't deal damage. No offensive yet. Not enough training for an offensive. It is Kiriyama's turn. Let's see what he does here. He's back up to competent. So like science-wise, they're flipping between. Cool. Let's see what our order count is for Rome. We've got 18 orders left, pulling up more units. Where's our hero? Our hero is back here. Still has lots of moves. I can toggle over to Rome vision. He does have that tribal invasion right there, but should be able to deal with it. Still has 7 orders. Look at this look at how far this camel archer can go. It can go a long way. 3 orders left. Can go even further. You can go all the way over here. This is like entire map screen distance on this camel archer. That extra pip of fatigue and Rome. So I guess a swift zealot Rome camel archer can just go forever. That might be fun. right, this is the problem here for Kiriyama is this chariot did a lot of damage in a route chain and potentially can do some more here, at least 3 units routable. And obviously can kill this and then go into this for another 1. And he does have a camel archer, which can do a little bit of damage. Actually, a lot of damage to the spear or to this slinger. Oh, Maceman coming up. How many orders? 0 orders. So, yeah, definitely caught Greece slightly by surprise. Unfortunately has a raid here, so kind of can't move these units. So fighting with not full strength. Also can't move these units because of this raid. The earthquake the turn before was really, really painful. There are some units for Kiriyama. Ooh, this is like also organized raid hitting them here, so that's awkward. Fortunately, the Scythians are quiet. He has nothing on that. I think he's pulled that spearman from somewhere. Let's see how IceMatrix responds. All right. He lost a chariot and an axeman in that attack. So let's see here. What does he do? He's got 41 orders. He's got this awkward Archon Rising event. So he could abdicate into a hero. Thanks to the sister being pissed off at him. This could be an abdication to a hero. He also does not have training. But abdicate into hero, potentially an option. Abdicate into hero and immediately rally. Yeah, eloquent, intelligent hero, I know. Bitter too, but like you could abdicate and then rally troops. Unfortunately, yeah, his family opinion is still solid despite Ambassador being dead. He did not abdicate. It looks no, he has not chosen that event. Oh no, there's a spy master. We can imprison some folks. And then have the spy master. He got Portcullis. Yeah, he's had Portcullis for a while. I don't know that he has a spy master assigned, but yeah, 141 science. So pretty big lead here. I'm going to keep the view on what's going on. I haven't seen any military moves yet. 30 orders. He's spending orders, presumably somewhere. He has killed a raider. Okay, he's dealing with raiders up north. Let's see what else happens here. He still has those 2 events. Exciting turn here. Thanks for staying with us here in this approaching 5th hour. Oh my lord. Hopefully these players will wrap it up at some point here. But at least it is an exciting end of a very long part 1. All right, we've got some attacks somewhere. Nope, 21 orders. He's killed a slinger. Okay, he killed that slinger. Presume he attacked with his axe. Yes, killed with that axe. And the camel archer, I presume. Okay, we've got an archer coming over here. He's killed another slinger, so he's taking out the slingers. And I think this Roman attack is pretty much over, right? And I think this is another lesson to bear here, right? Like he's kind of trickling in forces. Ideally, you would mass your forces and then move in all at once, and just like ideally at this point. Also, it's turn 81. You're not just going to take a city without siege units at this point, realistically, especially not a champion seat. And also, like walking in without any scouting is not great. Greece is now halfway to a point victory, 31. And Pella is on its way to almost halfway to a legendary 2. All right, so chariot and an axeman killed by the Romans, and so far 2 slingers taken back. So 10 strength killed by the Romans and 8 strength killed so far by the Greeks. 8 orders left. So I think, I don't know, like I think like he still hasn't decided the event, interestingly. Yeah, I don't think this attack is going to succeed. Greece has the much shorter supply line. There is no road here. Like, you want to lay your groundwork, ideally, before an attack. Like, imagine if Rome, like, they're building roads now. Generally, you want to build the road before you attack. But definitely grateful for the excitement here at the end of this stream. Spending a little bit of 6 to rush out a spearman. 12-year camel archer, which doesn't really feel like... Why is it? Because you have an estates. Oh, there's an estate. So yeah, camel archer. All right, and he did opt for the hero. He now has a hero and is an archon, and has not assigned his hero yet, but presumably will at some point somewhere. So he abdicated into a hero, and I think I agree with scientific assessment. It is looking very dire for Rome. In some ways, he has poked Greeks. Greece was content to ignore Rome. He will not be content to ignore Rome now. I think he's just going to march directly east. Rome is trying to build as much as he can, having some issues with rebels from those landowners. Never managed to clear this site for that settler. Yeah, so let's see what Rome does here. We have 29 orders for Rome to spend, so Greece has order superiority now as well, despite not having navigation, which is kind of wild. Yeah. Let's see what Kiriyama does here. Wonder if we'll see a concede. Definitely would probably be premature. Oh, that's a nice attack. Slinger going to finish it off. We got an archer down. He continues pulling units over. He does have this hero. Let's switch to Kiriyama perspective. He is building everything he can everywhere. But imagine if he had waited like 5 turns, grouped everything up, got a road network, maybe rushed out some units, waited for Ishtar to get all those events, right? That could have been a really powerful attack timing. As is, I'm afraid he's going to lose all this stuff because like these units can't help. So, and he moved his hero, I think, to this mace. He does have training for a launch. The camel archer can get in range and kill the other camel archer. Mace can definitely do some damage. He doesn't have a chariot himself, so can't do any route chains. And the spear is going to disrupt it anyway, but like... Yes, and Rome is doing pretty good on the civic side as well, plus 110, and is getting a free ballista. So that may change things up a little bit as well, although it's going to have a very, very long way to go, but he is roading as much as he can. But yeah, I mean, I think I would have liked to see maybe attack with 6 maces, get that free ballista. Yeah. Is Greece also getting a free ballista? No, they never got the free ballista. They passed on it. Immediately switched, or no, he got scholarship and is now going for battle line, which seems reasonable. Yeah, take care, Scion. Thank you for watching. Hopefully this part will wrap soon. It is getting a little late as well on the West Coast. Some attacks here from Rome, dealing some damage. Let's see if they can get any kills. And they're out of orders. I don't think they killed they lost an archer. No, Greece lost an archer. And that's it. So Rome, 11 orders left actually. Sorry, I misspoke. Watching the wrong perspective, just because I prefer English if I can. 11 orders left. Would love to see this hero move over for sure. Like, please move the hero. Yeah. I think you moved the camel archer in. I think this new camel archer came in. The camel archer is no longer there. These raiders appear to be confused. Looks like he did move the hero and then spent a upgrade to get urban. Urban warden or something, warden. Out of orders. So let's see how Greece responds here. Oh. Right. Let's see. Presume he will assign his hero somewhere. I think the point of a hero is you have launch. So hero on hero action here. Cleaning up a little bit here. Should be pretty straightforward. Gonna lose a very highly promoted maceman. Very hard. Like, these things like do no damage. Get the route. Can you find damage for something else? Is he running out of units? Similar naive, no. And he's got good production here. Camel archer. Settler is an interesting choice. Is this an autonomous city? Like, no. That's a manually queued settler. We got a chariot coming down. Unfortunately, some raiders. More raiders up here. Awkward timing on the raiders. I think he's going to be able to hold the attack here. All right, wisely swaps that settler to an axeman. Not really the time to think about a settler right now. Not really sure what his thinking there was. Maybe it was a pre-queued settler or something. That can happen. 11 orders left. Has killed a raider Libyan cavalry and that maceman and nothing else so far. And lost an archer and a spearman, so lost 10 and only killed 6. That was a very highly promoted maceman. Still has this to attack with. 6 orders. Spear. Yeah, he's pulling units down. But yeah, he definitely got caught out of position badly. Hmm. All right, let's see what Rome does here. No movements here. We've got 27 orders. His hero is here. He does not he does have the training. No, 579. So a little short, actually. Can't quite rally yet. Let's see what Rome sees from his position. He's just pulled in this horse archer here to get a kill. Still has issues with family opinion. Did lose that maceman. Moving in the spear. Killing this chariot. Also getting training. Remember, hero leaders get training per kill. So now he does have enough for a launch offensive. Assuming he can get in range. Trying to figure out how to even place his hero to get max value for the launch. Probably around the ranged units. Unfortunately, his horse archer is all the way over there. You could force march and kill this. Given the perfect vision I have, like, this isn't a terrible idea, hiding in the forest and force marching this, and then setting up for a route next turn. Let's see what it does. This is the last 13 orders. 5 years for Ishtar. He's going to lose his theater. Clearing some rebels, clearing some raiders. Fortunately, the Scythians aren't bothering. 3 orders left. Let's see what happens here. Killed that. Killed that. Don't think we're going to see a force march on the hero. Oh, okay. This moves over here. And kills. Where is our hero again? Move in. Oh, it is in here. It did move in here. All right, let's toggle over to Greece. He's lost an axeman, a chariot, and an archer. See what he can get as payback. Not looking good. Rome is still similar. Presumably he'll want to kill the hero unit, because that would be a very bad launch offensive next turn. He is a couple kills away from a launch offensive himself, and most importantly needs to assign his hero to a general in order to take advantage of launch offensive. Curious to see if he'll remember to do that. Not much point in abdicating, although Swift is also particularly nice, equalizing with Rome. Rome's natural inbuilt Swift. Yeah, we can take a look here at mill score. Rome's mill score is plunged. Greece has not plunged that much, largely because they've been replacing units that have been killed. Presume the gardener was queued. Some of these things feel like moves that were queued. Settler that was queued. This raid is really awkward. Looks like he's cleared this raid. Yeah. Can he get some kills here? He's attacked. His horse archer would be very good to kill it. Doesn't have the damage. Well, it does have the damage. Both these archers could kill that horse archer. Probably worth it. Like, this horse archer is very dangerous. I guess he'll kill this camel archer instead. I think I would prefer killing the horse archer because it's a stronger unit. He does have an archer here. Can't quite reach the horse archer, but he can put it in the city and deal some damage. So he has killed a camel archer, but did lose 15 strengths of units, rushing out another camel archer, presumably with training. Yeah, I think so. Or sorry, not training, civics. So losing 15 strength, killing 5 strength. Not a good trade, but can produce another camel archer. Money situation is he's got lots of resources in the bank. Rome's economy, in contrast, is not in as great shape. So here's the start of Rome's turn here. We'll do a quick check on improvements. 135 to 82. Despite having fewer cities, Greece has a much better economy. which is really helping power this military score. So as you can see, Rome's has plunged, but Greece is pretty much staying stable because they're replacing the units. We are sending back this horse archer to heal. It's pretty good. I would not mind a retreat from Rome's perspective right now. In fact, it seems that's to be what's going to happen here. A little awkward though to leave your hero unit here, but like this is probably too much forces. So I think we just get out. And I think this is a case of sort of a premature attack, lack of scouting for the attack. And yeah, it looks like this would be a deep mistake to attack here unless you're going to, like, does not make sense to attack here. Oh, he got a crit. Pretty sure that was a crit. Yeah, he's got an 8% chance crit. That feels like you're just asking them to kill your hero, which they will presumably do. I don't love the hero being left behind as a sacrifice. Good to heal up, but you don't really have anything left in the tank. Would have been good to... okay, we're getting a chariot, we're getting axemen, so we're getting some axemen, we're getting some reinforcements. Still dealing with these rebels. We have the ballista, it hasn't moved. It is now moving, that's good. So I think maybe trying another attack with the ballista probably won't succeed either, but definitely will make things a little more interesting. Of course, it's very easy for me to say I won't succeed because I have perfect vision. But yeah. Let's see, can he even kill us? 3 damage, 2 damage. He doesn't have to kill it, he can just surround it. He has enough units to hug it, and then it's not giving away. You can easily lock it. It can't kill. Yeah, it can. It got an 8% crit chance. Terrifying unit. Yeah, imagine if he had attacked with like 6 macemen. All right, I think Greece has held this. Obviously, Rome is retreating here. Still dealing with raiders up north. Fortunately, this set has stopped. Archer Axeman been pretty good about keeping keeping barracks and range production available. We've been going for around 5 hours. Hello, Sio Mumi. It was a very quiet game until around turn 70, late 70 or so. Around turn 75 when Rome finally decided to head west and settle this city and then decided to just roll in without a scout and attack. Fortunately for him, Greece had all their units in the north and was also dealing with some raids that they're still dealing with. But like we can show you what happened in the battle. Basically, Rome lost a bunch of units, and then Greece did too, but replaced them. Rome is also building stuff. Both have hero units. So Rome left his hero on a maceman here, which I would love to see Greece trap. They can't kill because it's just too tanky, especially sitting on an urban tile, and I think he is a warden, so he's got a lot of strength. 11.4, very strong unit on an urban tile. Did retreat last turn. He's healing up. I think he's going to continue to plink, but would love to see this zone of control lock. Oh, we got a forced march from that Axeman coming down here. But yeah, I would love to see it positioned here to prevent that. I think there's another video idea, zone of control. I don't think he has enough to kill it, but he can definitely lock it in. Right, like 3 damage here. He doesn't have the orders for this. 5 damage. It still has 7 health. But he should lock it. Otherwise, it's just going to walk away. Like zone of control, unless it gets like it's not going to get away if you zone lock it. But if you don't, it'll just walk away and heal. So all he did was kill a club thrower. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. He's just going to pull it back and heal. Really needed to zone lock it here. Curious to see how long our players are continue going. Originally, I think they were planning to play for about 3 hours or so. So this is well past their time limit. I think they originally were like, let's stop at turn 75, and then kind of in a hilarious place just outside the borders of a collision that they didn't see. Neither player had good vision of the other. Would love to see some scout action here as well. Greece obviously has been very order constrained with the defense, but they have a random scout over here. Ooh, they've got a Numidian raid on Greece as well. That's going to be a little awkward, but I guess they have some spears up there, so they can deal with that. Rome is similar and naive. Greece is definitely spiked on science. Was able to grab a ton of wonders. We can take a look at the science graph here. Pretty dominant lead at this point from Greece. They did abdicate their leader. Yeah, 1 more turn, definitely. But you can see the wonder count here is very much in Greece's favor. They have 7, and Rome is just finishing their first one in Ishtar. Lots of heals from Rome. 9 orders left. Looks like they're just going to heal up, and as expected, they pulled back that hero unit. So we might see another attack here from Rome. They are sending their free ballista slowly along the road here. And I presume they're going to send some axes, some chariots. So we might see a second wave attack from Rome in maybe 4 or 5 turns after they heal up. They do have this city here. Let me swap to Roman perspective. So I did found this city here. Unfortunately, the observer shows me the player's language, which is Russian, and I don't read Russian. So yeah, they are building a barracks here. Rome, a champion city. So they're going to try to do military production on the border. We got that chariot on the way, so we might have a big impulse, big pulse. This ballista needs to be moved. This really needs to be prioritized to move this. It's going to take forever to move, but it'll be very powerful against Greek forces. Greece does not have anything to deal with that ballista. I think they do maybe have a chariot somewhere. I think their chariots died. I don't know if they're replacing. They are building 1 chariot up here. These raiders are also doing insane damage to them. All right, border boost might be an interesting choice here. Navigation would be particularly helpful. They somehow have not gotten navigation, and they're indeed getting border boost. So this should be a pretty big border boost. 7 city border boost. Good timing here. Potentially will reveal the borders of the Roman city, because Greece still has no idea that there's a city on their border. Champion cities facing off against each other, sort of re-rallying their troops. Both are similar to each other. Greece definitely has a science lead that Rome is naive. So the longer the game goes, the better for Greece. Pretty big science differential too, 97 versus 142, so their lead is big and getting bigger. They also just got scholarship and also got architecture, though they were disrupted from peaceful sim-citying by, of course, the Roman attack. So I haven't had a chance to get any libraries or baths up. So this is kind of a nice recuperation turn for Greece. I think given this, I'd expect the Greek war machine to speed up. He does, assuming he gets civics, can get a 4th law and potentially even find a quick way to get to 7 laws. He has great culture. Rome is also not terrible in culture. Both players invested in Odeons and at least in family seats and stuff. In fact, probably over-invested in Odeons, arguably. And we're indeed getting a library down in Pella. And we have 2 heroes. Would love to see him put this hero unit on a general just for the rally, or for the launch offensive. Heroes 50 training per military unit as well, and all units heal while pillaging. Not much to pillage yet, but assuming he, yes, I agree, year 85 is very late not to have 4 laws. Usually you will want to hit 4 laws, ideally around turn 40. So good rule of thumb is like 1 law every 10 years as a sort of a proxy benchmark. It's not perfect. You can definitely do better than it, but like that's a good proxy benchmark. Like scientific's a rule of at least 1 science per turn, right? Like, so on turn 85, you should have at least 85 science. Similarly, with laws, like at least 1 law every 10 turns. Signing a chancellor, in Greek opinion, was good, but isn't at the moment. So the head of paganism used to love the old leader, but then they abdicated into this hero, which again they have not assigned as a general, so I'm not really sure what the story there is. We will take a look here at what's going on with Rome. We've got 29 orders. Unfortunately, again, Russian UI, so I can't read it. He does need to continue moving this ballista over if he wants to continue with this attack. Seems to have forgotten to the last couple of turns. We got an Ishtar. His family opinion is still really bad for landowners. We got some hero builder hatred. And then whatever this means, which I think is like slighted by or like suspicious of. I don't know what it means. Mine is 100 opinion though. And that's really what's hurting the landowner opinion. You could fix it, of course, by influencing here and influencing here. But it hasn't. Also, the Romans did found Judaism. Both players founded religions very late. I don't think anyone researched divination until well after turn 50. So Zorro was founded on 54, and Judaism was founded on 77. So very late religions. Awkwardly for Greece, like no one even follows. They don't have a state religion. Some of the champions have, I guess, converted to Zorro. So religion and opinion management is a big deal as well. Yeah, so let's see. Rome has pulled back. They were lucky that hero got away alive. Didn't get locked in. 1 year on Ishtar. Definitely favoring, I think, Greece here. Greece just is much more developed. The number of wonders, the number of improvements. If we take a look here, Greece has been pretty greedy all game, and Rome has not punished it. Obviously, 7 to 0 wonders is a big difference. 137 improvements to 88 is also a big difference. Both players have lost a bunch of units. Some of them from tribes and raids. Yeah, Rome has cleared 8 camps. Specialist lead for Rome, but it's a little misleading because they're largely miners. Like just miners without a, like specialists without a tile improvement, or without a resource. So like he's built a bunch of miners here, which is miners without improvements is like, and farmers without improvements is like, even though they're cheaper for landowners, it's just not a good use of your citizens. Yeah, so looks like the players are chatting in Discord. I think it's really late. Should we pause here? Sure. Finish turn for you, then I save. So we're going to save after this turn. So the players will presumably go to part 2. Pretty epic first part turn. Glad we got some contact between the players. And yeah, so we're going to wrap up here. I can do a quick stats overview. Pretty dominant national wealth for Greece. Population lead for Rome. They have more cities. Specialists, workers, about equivalent military units produced. Both players haven't really produced that many. Greece was pretty low and then has rushed out a bunch of stuff, burned through their civic stockpile. No one's on 4 laws. IceMatrix had some really rough deaths. I think he had his 3rd leader before turn 50, which is obviously not very easy to deal with. But yeah, basically Greece started building wonders, and Rome never said hello until much, much later. If you just let your opponent build wonders for 70 years, then you're not going to have a great time when they finally decide to come and say hello or fight back. Civics production, training, Rome advantage there. You can see the enormous gap in culture. Happiness, science, strong lead from Rome early. They had an intelligent builder. Yeah. Money, orders, food, iron, stone production, wood, mill score. You can see the Roman attack and the big fall. Territory owned, explored. Both players haven't done a great job scouting. Legitimacy, family opinion, and religion opinion. You can see sort of this is all that Greece has scouted. And then, cool. Is Greece actually playing their turn, or are they going to save here? Not sure. They researched border boost, so they now actually do see our Roman friends next door. So, and they did get Maceman as well and have sovereignty. I mean, they have a pretty significant science lead. And there's the pause. So I will also save just so I have a order. All right. Pretty fun. First 86 turns. Thanks all for watching, and we'll try to make sure we get someone to cast part 2 so we can have this continue. I'm going to sign off as well. Take care.